Thank you for your tremendous work. Being Director of Human Resources in the city of Oakland, it's not an easygoing, no big deal job. It's really a big deal, as everybody knows. So thank you for doing that difficult work over the many years, or really decades, and wish you the best in your whatever you're doing next. So good luck to you, and thanks again for your good work.
Thank you. Anyone else on the council? Yes, President Box.
Ian, there you are. I believe you also came back to join us for the ceremony. So it's a real pleasure to have you, your family, and your colleagues here so that we can honor your many years of service. You have been our go-to, obviously, as Director of Human Resources and Management, and you have also helped us address some really vexing problems, especially during COVID. While I've been council president, we've had sort of the great resignation. We've had a number of really challenging issues to staff up. And especially over the past year, I think we've made some tremendous progress under your leadership. So I do want to thank you, wish you all the best in your retirement. I hope you're getting a lot of relaxation and a lot of joy with your family and friends. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ian, I know we had not had the opportunity to work together for a long time. What I will say, prior to my transition, you reached out and you gave me quite a bit of a confidence in stepping into this role, recognizing that the employees that we have within this organization, you spoke extraordinarily highly of them. And also, I really respect and appreciate the way in which you've left the department, but also want to thank your family for gifting us their husband and father. So really appreciate it. So I want to say thank you for all of your help and support. And I think you've laid a great foundation for us going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Brothers, all yours.
Oh, really? Okay, here we go. Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. Thank you, members of the City Council and City Administrator Cheston Johnson. I'm so thrilled you're here. Thank you for taking on this challenging job and this challenging organization. And there's just so many people I need to thank, because when you go through a journey like this, you clearly don't do it alone. You can see I've got my people here. So I'll be as quick as I can, but I do need to shout out people who brought me on to the City of Oakland: Trisha Freitas, Bruce Top, and some great mentors, Richard Estevez and Daryl Look, some great colleagues, Susan Lawson and Jamie Pritchett. They all helped me grow, helped me learn the art, the science of human resources. It's a very technical job, but also there is some art to it. When I transitioned from recruitment, I went over to employee and labor relations because some wise person told me that's where the action is. And they weren't lying. There's a lot going on there, and plenty of opportunity to make mistakes. And plenty of opportunity to build some really quality relationships. And so I'm going to mention some union leaders that I've had the pleasure to work with: Renee Sykes, Jeff Levin from SCIU, the late, great Brad Walters, Sequinique Bugs, really outstanding people. Current leadership, Felipe Cuevas, Dwight McElroy, Michael Pandolfo, people who I frankly can't believe I beat to the door, but these guys, they go above and beyond their regular job to take on roles with the union to try to make this a better place. And they advocate strongly for their employees, and so do I. So we have conflict, but we always maintain a great relationship. Also need to thank some colleagues along this journey, both in HR and in the city in general: Allison Cook, Greg Priest, Katana Kasane, Adam Benson, all really instrumental people in my growth and my development. The gold standard for city management is Lamont Ewell. He's always come back to Oakland to help us out. This is where he got his start. An amazing leader, have to thank him. And then the person who convinced me to come back to Oakland, Sabrina Landreth, one of my main mentors and just a wonderful, great person, committed leader, dedicated leader. And then let me talk for a moment about my family. I think my father would be very proud of this moment. Sorry. Almost did it. Almost got it. I lost my dad when I was 15, but he was also a very dedicated servant and really had the ethic of preserving neighborhoods and streets from cars And so, we share that moral connection. My brothers, Rustin and Bruce, they're wonderful support. My sister, Moana, and of course my mom. Sorry. Really lost in that one, but she's my therapist. She is, gives me that unconditional love, and we got to thank the moms all together. They're wonderful. And of course, Jenny Ogar right here, my wife, all the intellectual and emotional support you've given me. You'll never meet a wiser and wittier person in this one. Thank you. And my wonderful daughter, Annalisa Rose Appleyard. She's terrific. And Benjamin Shear, who couldn't be here. But we take on these jobs and we live these jobs. 20 years here, everything happens to you. But what stays steady is this job and this place and this community. And some of us have been here a long time, and everything can happen to you, but you got this steady place called City of Oakland. And I know we'll be here for a long time. I know all you guys will be here for a long time. So big shout out to, the HR staff, this team right here. You guys supported me so wonderfully through the years. Thank you for all of that. And thank you for this recognition. Obviously, it means a lot to me. I almost kept it together, but here we go. That's me. Thank you, Councilmember Guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ian Appleyard, a big applause. Thank you for your years of service to the city of Oakland, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. Okay. Stay here to 2 a.m. tonight.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Gaio and Director Appleyard. Let's hear the public speakers.
You have one speaker on this item, Mr. Gene Hazard.
This is going to be unpleasant because I'm going to make some unpleasant remarks. Because with the previous city administrator, Sabrina Landreth, elevated him. And she's now East Bay Regional Parks. Under his leadership with Oakland Promise, they took David Silver from Oakland Public Education Fund and created the department in this city called the Department of Education. Oakland has nothing to do with Department of Education. He went from $136,000 to $219,000. He created classifications. Yes, he created classifications that elevated certain individuals to high salaries. Joe DeFreeze created classifications. And you sit here and give him all these kudos. I'm giving you the dark side of his administration. The mayor's salary that a lot of people's here is on, it came out of his department, probably at her urging. And she had the nerve, unmitigated nerve, to say she didn't know until she read it in the paper. Nothing was ever in the paper. Nothing. She lied. I could go on and on. But I want to let you council members know, stop shocking the public. I'm tired of it. And I'm not going to come in here and pussyfoot around. It's insulting. Bass, Cop, Oakland Promise, it's not a nonprofit, but you did it. You said and gave them $1,600,000.
Thank you for your comments, Madam President. That was the only speaker.
Thank you, Councilmember Gaio. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Seconded by Councilmember Cobb. Let's call the roll.
On the motion moved by Councilmember Gaio, seconded by Councilmember Cobb. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan. Aye. Councilmember Ramachandran. Aye. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And President Boss.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 8 ayes. Should I go to item 3.2?
Yes, next item, please.
Going to item 3.2, a resolution recognizing, I'm sorry, let me get this to the mic. A resolution recognizing Team Oakland for participating in the 2023 International Children's Games to be held in Daegu, South Korea.
Thank you to Councilmember Treva Reed and your staff, and welcome Team Oakland. Please come to the front.
Folks, I'm going to switch over to the KTOP version so you can see the screen clearer. And
good afternoon, everyone. My name is
one
Haley
second.
Hester, Chief of Staff to Councilmember Treva Reed. Councilmember Reed is attending with us virtually, so she's going to share some remarks, and then we're going to hear from Team Oakland.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Council President Bass. Hey, Team Oakland, congratulations. You all look wonderful there. I am missing this moment and being there to stand with you and celebrating and just acknowledging you. I see you and I'm so proud of you. We are proud of you and proud that you have been selected by our International Children's Games to represent Oakland at the recent 2023 International Children's Games in Daegu, South Korea. We have been amazed by your leadership on and off the track. And for 49 years now, the International Children's Games have brought together over 32,000 youth from every continent and culture, and giving us from Oakland the opportunity to participate in those annual games. You have been strong leaders. You have shown up. You have PR'd and have had just exceptional results and outcomes. And I know that it has lifted up your confidence in amazing ways in your athletic skills and just your life abilities, and just as leaders representing Oakland. The International Children's Games, it emphasizes the importance of Olympic sport, team spirit, fair play, equity, respect, accepting differences, friendship, competition, creativity, trust, and a myriad of many healthy virtues that we know that you have exemplified and how you have represented us and how you have continued to put Oakland on the international map. We know as council leaders, city leaders, that sports play an important role in our personal and youth development and just the culture that we uplift in our city. And we will continue to prioritize our investments in you and all of our Oakland youth. We know that it encourages us to create safe places that empower you, that it allows your physical and mental health to prosper, that it brings you together from all across the city and helps to develop those strong social bonds. It helps you to build just relationships with your amazing role models who are there with you and who've been supporting you, and your coaches who teach and inspire you through the life lessons and lifelong friendships. I know my daughter, Jasmine, she was raised up on the track field. I'm a proud track mom, and she was raised up as an incredible student athlete under Coach Margaret Dixon, and traveled domestically with Coach Tommy Smith and the 100 Black Men team when they've gone outside of Oakland. And so we just want to acknowledge this amazing opportunity that you've had, and just uplift the fact that you've competed not just in South Korea, but you all have been competing for years. We have seen the International Children's Games allow you to participate from Greece to Scotland to Canada, Australia, the Netherlands, Taiwan, and Lithuania. And now you have just shown up strong again. I want to personally congratulate Jordan Hughes, Kaylin Gilliam, Micaiah Ball, Sinai Patterson, Mia Monroe, Robert Whitlock, Darius Bright, Phineas Brown, Chad Works Wright, and Caden Lewis Burnley. our 10 youth scholar athletes who were selected based on their athletic abilities, as well as their academic performance and community service. So thank you team leaders, head coach and Olympic gold medalist Tommy Smith, my coach, Margaret Dixon, who is forever a coach and just an amazing leader on community safety as an educator within Merritt College, helping to train out our community safety officers and still having time for, I don't know, Coach Margaret, you'll have to say it when you speak. I know at least for over 30, 40 years. And along with Coach Michael Flood Jr., the city honors and just values each of you. And so Haley is standing there with you to present the proclamation on my behalf in the chambers. And we would also, Council President Bass, like to hear a few remarks from Coach Margaret Dixon, our incredible student athlete, Phineas Brown, and a dynamic parent, Frank Tucker. Our community safety officers and still having time for, I don't know, Coach Margaret, you'll have to say it when you speak.
Thank you so much. I wish she was here. I could give her a big hug. Those of you in the council, I know you know me. I've been here on several occasions. Those of you that are new, it's so nice to meet you, and I hope I get a chance to work with you. On behalf of Oakland Thao, 100 Black Men, and my incredible team up here, Coach Flood, who's new to our crew, and all of our young people, I'm so proud of you. As a retired police officer doing 25 years in Oakland, I've been a coach for Oakland Thao for 38 years. My commitment to this community as a little girl is that I would never leave Oakland. And my commitment to these young people, I see you, I hear you, and I love you. They are incredible. We went all the way to another country and they acted like they had good sense. They acted like they had good sense. It was so proud to be able to display that flag up there that says Oakland. That was such a good feeling. And I know that you stood behind that flag, feeling the same way Coach Dixon did, was proud to be Oakland. They say a lot of things about Oakland, but I'm telling you, I've traveled the world with young people and they act like they love Oakland just like I do. And we're proud that this committee, Council, God, you know, me and you have stood strong for many, many years. And I just want to say thank you again for allowing us to be honored among this group. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for what you've done. That flag up there that says Oakland. That was such a good feeling. And I know that you stood I'm gonna let the student go last. All right?
All righty. Thank you, Coach. I'm Frank Tucker, the former president of 100 Black Men of the Bay Area.
They love Oakland just like I do. And we're proud that this committee.
And the 100 and Oakland PAL has sponsored the Black Wings Team Oakland in the International Children's Games. And Team Oakland is part of the 100 Black Men's Health and Wellness Initiative. And through our Health and Wellness Initiative, we advance sports, we advance nutrition, we advance adequate medical coverage for all of our people, but we're starting it with our youth. And more importantly, our youth went to South Korea, brought back the gold, brought back the silver. They represented Oakland, but they represented, as we asked them to, their families. They represented our community. They represented the city of Oakland. You saw them behind the Oakland flag with the United States flag. They were proud. Everybody around the world that saw our kids, they were proud of our kids. Not all kids at the games knew how to behave like our kids, but our kids knew that they were representing everybody in this room, everybody in this city, everybody in this state, everybody in the United States. And our kids delivered. And our kids will continue to deliver. They represented our community. So on behalf of the 100 Black Men, I'd like to thank our coaches, including our coordinator, Coach Nola. Our coaches do this without any pay, but they know where that return on their investment is. When they walk through the streets of Oakland and they see our youth doing the right thing, you got your money's worth. So we're glad to have our coaches. We're glad for what the parents have done. And thank you, our youth. We appreciate what all of you have done. And our kids deliver. and our kids will continue to deliver. So on behalf of the 100 Black Men, I'd like
Good
to
evening.
our co- including our
Good evening.
leader, Coach
My name is Phineas Brown. I live in Oakland, California, and attend Oakland Tech. I want to thank God, the council members, family, coaches, parents for their support to our team in our journey to Seoul, South Korea, and Daegu, South Korea. I had an opportunity to go to Daegu, South Korea, and took hold of it as soon as possible. It was great to leave the country. To also share these moments with my teammates made it just that much better. It was nice to meet people my age from all over the world and to ask them how was their environment. Is it peaceful? Is it chaotic? How is it like? Good evening. My name is Phineas Brown. Once again, my name is Phineas Brown. I ran the 400 meter and the 400 meter relay and won silver and gold and Daegu, South Korea. I had an opportunity to go to in the Daegu, South Korea 2023 International Children's Games. Thank you for your time.
Wow, that is absolutely incredible. Thank you all. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you so much. And I'll provide a point of privilege to any council members that would like to make some remarks. Councilmember Gale.
Once again,
Thank you. I just want to, I'm really honored to have you here today. And certainly I grew up in East Oakland and Oakland. I still remember the days where Oakland was the 5th largest market in the country for recruiting professional athletes. From basketball, football, track, you name it, they would come to Oakland to recruit from Acclimas, Castlemont, Oakland High School, Fremont, Oakland Tech. And so this brings back many memories. We want to get back, we need to get back to our students, not only dealing with the athletic ability that we have seen for years. We need to bring that back and open up our rec centers and our parks. But at the same time, not only was it athletics, but music, where many of the musicians out here, from Carlos Santana all the way down, came out of Oakland, started in Oakland, and where you could see them within our schools providing the entertainment and the leadership. So I want to commend you, thank you, because certainly here in Oakland, that's a motivation for us to reopen our schools, our parks and recreation and city to deal with our young people that are ready, prepared to be leaders. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And those of you that support Oakland PAL, I just want to thank you again. Like I say, I work these streets in Oakland. I know what it's like. I support you. And I'm telling you, Oakland PAL appreciate everything that you do. You guys have been great to this community. Appreciate you.
Certainly here in Oakland, that's a motivation for us to reopen.
Any other remarks from council members? Okay.
So I am so incredibly proud of each and every one of you. Usually when it comes to, usually when it comes to Oaklanders and teens in Oakland, you guys are getting bad press, bad publicity, and you guys are a positive story. You're a positive story of what's going on here in our city. And I hope that this gets the coverage that it deserves. You guys are a shining light. So you guys are a shining light for your city. And I really, really do appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I also want to congratulate first the council member for bringing this item forward, but I also wanted to tell you all that for everyone that's wearing a medal, because you are some of the fastest youth in Oakland and you are used to running races, you have to stay here until the end of the council meeting tonight. So, because that's a race of endurance in and of itself. But seriously, listen, every time I see Oakland youth come in here, just showing up, representing the city, I get encouraged to keep on doing what I'm doing because a lot of this work we do for y'all. So the fact that you can go around the world and represent what this city really is about and to tell a different story, y'all give me life. So I appreciate that. It's winners. We produce winners and you represent that. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Reed would like to just share one brief closing remark and then we can move the agenda.
Thank you, Haley and Council President Bass. This is an exciting moment. I just had to shout out the parents. I know Frank Tucker represented, but I did not mention, certainly as an Oakland PAL mom, I just wanted to acknowledge the parents and the many long days that we have been there from early before 6 a.m., 7 a.m. to the end of the relays to support our children and also to stay and to support the team. I just want to acknowledge that deep commitment and the investment that you've made and just the incredible life impact of your commitment to your youth and to the youth that you continue to support, those relationships we stay connected with. And I also just wanted to acknowledge, just personally, I never imagined that my daughter would run in the Junior Olympics, but it was through the opportunity through Oakland POW and the strong community within the track family of POW and just throughout the city that that opportunity was presented. And just those life moments, those life memories that help to strengthen and empower our youth. There are really not a lot of words to describe what that does when they are able to get on those national and those international tracks and shine and come out with all those medals. And so I just want to acknowledge and just congratulate them again and thank them for this time. I regret that I had already planned to be away to celebrate my birthday and would miss this moment in person. And I hope that Coach Margaret, you would allow us to come together in another celebratory way to join with you. And thank you again for those of you who partner at the holiday Shiloh Church community giveaway as a part of your community service. That has certainly been personal for us as a church and throughout the city of Oakland. We love you. And shine and come out with all those medals. And so I just want to acknowledge and just
Thank you. And with that, it is our honor to provide you this resolution.
already planned to be away to celebrate my birthday and would miss this moment in person. And I hope that Coach Margaret, you would allow us to come together in another celebratory way to join with you. And thank you again for those of you who partner at the holiday Shiloh Church community giveaway as a part of your community service. That has certainly been personal for us as a church and throughout the city of Oakland. We love you.
Thank you. And with that, it is our honor to provide you this resolution. Provide you this resolution. Provide you this resolution. Provide you this resolution.
Hold on a second, folks. Something is wrong with, let's see what's going on here.
Congratulations again to Team Oakland. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Councilmember Reed, for bringing this resolution forward and allowing us this opportunity. We do have one public speaker, so we will call that person up in a minute.
Black homeless advocate. Mr. Parker, do you wish to speak on this item?
Congratulations again to Team Oakland. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Councilmember Reed, for bringing this resolution.
Black homeless
forward
advocate,
and
caught me
allowing
off
us this
guard.
opportunity.
What
We
I'd
do
like to
have
say
one
about this
public
particular
speaker,
item,
so we will call that person
is
up in a minute.
it goes to
Black
show
homeless advocate.
when kids have a good opportunity and you give them a facility to work where they have a sports facility and good leadership, it goes to show how good kids can be. Once again, that's why I keep suggesting. I was asking this lady for a card, for the PAL card. We need to have more things for our youth to do. So we don't have our youth attacking an ice cream man, 80-year-old ice cream man for $120. That's ridiculous, parents. Parents, go look in your kids' room and make sure that they don't have anything in their room. Just like I said about
the white population that were out doing shootings, we need to go and check in our kids' bedroom. An AK is hard to hide. You got a teenager, go look around, check on your kids and make. Breaking into cars and doing all kinds of things we shouldn't. But if you allow an opportunity, like Councilman Guile said, I was able to go to night gym. I had something to do. 7 o'clock, we were at the gym shooting some hoops. Our parks were open, and all the time, it wasn't locked fences and stuff. We had something to do. And I played on a organized rec and park football team. It was even the parks had things organized for kids to do. Baseball teams, football teams. So my thing is this: if this city wants to have a less crime coming from youth, like that 35 crimes that the 12 to 17-year-olds did, let's make some opportunities and things for kids to do like these kids had right there. It goes to show with a good opportunity, you do great things.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Madam President, that was the only speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you again, Councilmember Reed, for bringing this forward and for having Team Oakland join us. We are so proud of them. And Councilmember Reed, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you again, Councilmember Reed, for bringing this forward and for having. Thank you, Council President Bass. Thank you, all the council colleagues, and thank you, Team G7, for helping to support. I'd like to move this item. Thank you, Council President Bass. Thank you, all the council colleagues, thank you.
On the motion on item 3.2, moved by Councilmember Reed, seconded by Councilmember Guile. Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Guile. Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Carl.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan. Aye. Councilmember Ramachandran is out her seat. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Council President Bass.
Aye.
This item is passed with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 absent. On to item 4, which is approval of the draft minutes from the meeting of June 14th, 2023, June 20th, June 26th, and June 28th, 2023. And we do have speakers on this item.
Not seeing any hands, let's hear the public comments.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order or raise your hand in Zoom so I can easily identify you if you have submitted a speaker's card. Dream Braggs, Ms. Asada Olabala, Mr. Hazard, and Black Homeless Advocate. This is for item 4.
If anyone takes the time to read the minutes, it reflects very little. It reflects a vote count the majority of the time. It does not reflect any content in terms of what was said in terms of amendments, in terms of agreement or disagreement. The June 14th, item 4 on the budget, you had 86 people who participated from the public. On June 26th, you had item 3, again related to the budget, 64 speakers. At no time during the minutes do you ever reflect what was said by the public. You can go to the budget, 64 speakers. At no time during the minutes do you ever reflect what was said by the public. You can go to the budget, 64 speakers. At no time during the minutes do you ever reflect what was said by the public. You can go to and the sound was horrible. I couldn't get everything. It went in and out. You have to have a written document. But Coliseum Connections, reflections on the sound was horrible. I couldn't get everything. It went in and out. You have to have a written document. But Coliseum Connections, reflections on sound was horrible. I couldn't get everything. It went in and out. You have to have a written document. But Coliseum Connections,
reflections on sound with horrible, so you doc everything it went in and out. You have to have a written document. The Coliseum Connections, reflections on sound with horrible, so you doc everything it went in and out. You have to have a written document. The Coliseum Connections, reflections on sound with horrible, so you doc everything it went in and out. You have to have a written document. The Coliseum Connections, reflections on sound with horrible, so you doc everything it went in and out. You have to have a written document. The Coliseum Connections, reflections on sound with
The question, President Bass. And then you're gonna give us something on a paper that makes it looks good, but when you go into the content, there's nothing there. Mr. Bala just painted to you, it's nothing there. You don't even have the courtesy to indicate how many people were in attendance at that meeting. In addition to no content. And later on, you're gonna hear about the crap you've been doing. Trust me, because I got it all. And just like this bit with the mayor's salary, and then you hijack Ms. Ramachandran. That's kind of insulting of your colleague. Even though I disagree with the lower amount, and I'm gonna tell you why when I come back up here. Because you can't even give it to her at all, lower or not. You cannot do that. And I got the documents from the city ordinance that supports what I'm saying.
My name is Dream Braggs, and I'm speaking on the minutes because of what I seen in the agenda that we have for Coliseum Connections. And I was trying to go back and reflect to make sure what I stated and what we needed was very clear. And in the minutes, I was unable to see that. And so just wanted to question that and see what is the process of that and those minutes being collected so that we're very clear on what's being communicated. Thank you.
Mr. Black Homeless Advocate, do you wish to speak to item 4?
Black Homeless Advocate. It's not so much the minutes I want to speak about. I just want to try to reiterate something I talked about earlier, and that's open forum and why it was changed from the beginning of the meeting to the end of the meeting. I find that when you have youth groups like this, if they wanted to speak, many a time we've had youth out here that wanted to speak, but it got so late into the night that they didn't get a chance to speak. I know in the past years, that's how it was. You came in here, you filled out your open forum, you said what you needed to say, not restricted to agenda. Remember, open forum is the only time you truly have freedom of speech, because any other time you're supposed to be speaking about agenda item, which I don't do. But nevertheless, open forum, when you come back from your vacation, summer vacation, next semester, I hope that we can really think about that. There's people keep saying there's gives and takes with it if it's at the end or the beginning. I don't know what the takes are, but I know give me an opportunity when I first walk in this door to get my 2 minutes in case I want to leave. Sometimes I don't want to
when I first walk in this door.
In open forums of time, I can walk up without having to be some certain number on the agenda item before I can speak. Open forums of time, I can speak freely about anything, anytime, which I think is one of the important features of a city council meeting. Because when you have it at the end, sometimes you allow just 1 minute. If you have 20 people, that's 10 minutes of good public comment of fairness and freedom of speech. Thank you.
Okay, I do want to take a moment to address what is included in the contents of our minutes and ask Madam City Clerk to provide that.
Through the chair, thank you. The Office of the City Clerk is responsible for taking minutes for the City Council, and they are action-based minutes, meaning that they are actions of the council that capture the action that the council takes. We don't take verbatim minutes. We do not have the capacity to do that in these types of meetings, so the minutes are based on the action only. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a point of information, this is not agendized, so we can't go into it, but I did want to share that at the last Rules and Legislation Committee, I did let the public know that I will be working on updating our council rules of procedure. I have certainly heard a number of pieces of public feedback, including open forum. Having it at the end is a holdover from our virtual meetings over the pandemic, and I will be adding back the old way in terms of having it start at the beginning and continue at the end. Okay, to my colleagues, Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you so very much. In terms of the minutes for June 26th on page 6, with regard to the adoption of the budget, appear to potentially have errors in it. And so perhaps we could pull the June 26 minutes from the rest of the minutes prior to the action. For example, page 6, sub item 3, it lists a vote that it says motion passed, and then it lists 4 in favor, 5 opposed, which I believe means failed. And so I would want to have a chance to take a look back at this with the appropriate personnel to make sure it's correct.
Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan. Is that a motion to approve the minutes of June 14th, June 20th, and June 28th?
Yes, it is. Thank you. So
Okay.
moved.
And we will schedule the June 26 minutes to our next council meeting and take a closer look at that budget meeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Let's call the roll.
On item 4, approving the minutes as amended, excluding the minutes from the budget meeting of June 26, moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Gallo. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cald.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is absent. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Council President Boss.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 absent. Ramachandran.
Okay, I believe the council member is out of her seat. Okay, thank you, Ms. Olabala, for letting us know. Could the city administrator please check to make sure that we've got the staff we need for the hearing downstairs with waste management or whatever happens to be going on? Thank you. Okay. At this time, I will entertain any modifications to the agenda. As I stated earlier, based on the public's interest in item number S10, the salary amendment ordinance for the mayor of Oakland, I will be monitoring our agenda so that we can start it no earlier than 5 and as close to 5 as possible, given the consent calendar and the public hearings. Okay, I don't see any.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Madam President, I would like to pull item 6.7, salary ordinance amendments for city attorney and city auditor.
You would like to pull that to the
For discussion. If
non-consent?
not, I'm looking for a way to vote no on that issue. So to be able to discuss.
Okay, so Councilmember Gallo, there are 2 options. This is the second reading of that ordinance. You can register your no vote now, unless,
But we're gonna be able to discuss it.
if you want to discuss it, I need a
Yes, I'd
second
like
on
to
your
see the
motion to
numbers
move it.
publicly, so the public understands the salary increases that were provided.
Okay. I do want to make it clear this item went through finance as well as council, and we do need a second to pull it onto our non-consent calendar for discussion. Councilmember Kaplan.
Madam President, I want to be clear that I do understand that the attorney and city auditor are as set in the charter. However, in respect of my colleague, I am prepared to second it so that he can have an opportunity to ask his questions and have them answered. And because I think it might be helpful to have the two salary items side by side so that it can better be understood what our laws are regarding setting the salaries of a whole range of officials that are, of course, set in our charter. Thank you.
Thank you. So noting that is item number 6.7. Okay.
If we took it alongside the other salary item, then it might be easier
Yes,
for people
correct.
to understand. Thank
So
you.
6.7, salary ordinance amendment for city attorney and city auditor will be heard on the non-consent calendar. Any other modifications to the agenda? Okay, let's move on to item 6.1 and 6.2. Let's call those in together. Okay, we'll do them separately. And before you call in those two items, Madam Clerk, I will turn these two items to Council Member Kevin Jenkins to chair this portion of the meeting.
While we're shifting seats, I'd like to remind all speakers, if you would like to speak on an agenda item, please fill out a speaker's card and return that card to a clerk representative before the item is called. If you are on Zoom, you can go to oakland.legistar/calendar to fill out a speaker's card online. You must have a speaker's card on the record before you are called to speak. At this time, the joint meeting of the Leona Quarry and Oakland Area Geological Hazard Abatement District shall be convened. Starting with item 6.1, adopt the following pieces of Leona Quarry Geologic Hazard Abatement District legislation. 1, a Leona Quarry GAD resolution number 2023/01, appointing Oakland City Council District 6 as GAD Chair, and a Leona Quarry GAD resolution number 2023/02, reinstating a levy in the amount of $728.93 for fiscal year 23-24, and adopting the annual GAD budget for fiscal year 23-24, and updating GAD manager payment limits under the existing consulting services. And Eliana Quarry GAD Resolution 2023-03, acknowledging change in law firm name to Finmore Wendell, serving as GAD attorney and clerk, and approving the contract for services.
Thank you. Is there a presentation?
Chair Jenkins, if you would like a presentation, we're prepared to, but up to you.
It might be helpful.
If you have type 2 or high blood sugar, stop avoiding carb foods because denying your cravings is never going to help you control your blood sugar.
So I can prepare a brief presentation on item 6.1.2, I guess, and then Patricia Curtin, GAD attorney, can discuss on the other items as needed, but I think item 2 will be the best one to provide a presentation on. So before the board tonight is a resolution reinstating a levy of $728.93 per residential unit within the Leona Quarry GAD, adopting the annual GAD budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, and updating the GAD manager payment limit under the existing consultant services agreement. The proposed levy of $728.93 per resident is intended to cover the annual maintenance and operations for fiscal year 2023-2024 for the GAD. This levy is 59% less than the CPI adjusted assessment limit, which for fiscal year 22 or 2023-24 is adjusted to be $1,784.48. The proposed budget amount for the Leona Corey GAD is $334,310, which covers maintenance, operations, and small-scale emergency response events for the Leona Corey GAD. The reserve is currently approximately $4.8 million, and a target reserve in 2023 dollars is anticipated to be $5.12 million, which is approximately a difference of $232,000. The proposed levy will help maintain the current reserve balance and not increase the gap between the current reserve balance and the target fund. In previous years, we have suspended the levy due to the reserve account balance being above the target reserve. However, in this last fiscal year and proposed in this upcoming fiscal year, it is projected that the reserve target will fall, the reserve balance will fall below the target reserve, which is why we are recommending reinstatement of a levy to help with the annual maintenance and operations and to maintain a smaller gap between the target reserve. We have had several discussions with community members on this item, and as well as we've met with you before, Chair Jenkins, and continue to encourage conversation between the board and community members on our recommendations. And I'm available for any questions you may have or any members of the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any public speakers?
Yeah, one speaker on this item, Blair Beekman. Blair, you have been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Happy July meeting, council meeting to yourselves. I think July Oakland council meetings have always been incredibly interesting and important and really move forward important pieces of legislation and ideas. So thanks for your meeting today. You will be having an item 6.10 that will be really decent. So thank you. For this item, I don't have such clear-cut niceties, and it's just nice that when you know, you guys do work hard for issues to go well. In Santa Clara County, where I'm initially from, there's a quarry area above the Cupertino Hills, above, you know, the Apple Corporation in Silicon Valley, that for years now, it's been a really difficult struggle to work out contract negotiations with, for a number of reasons. I don't want to really blame any side, but it just, political problems just compound themselves sometimes, and things are difficult to solve. Pollution issues are always key to be considering. Just a good luck to yourselves with this item, that you can work out your differences, and differences can be solved well in terms of you know, good green practices, and that we're not continuously adding on to, I don't know, just the plethora of money and contract. But we're not just adding to, you know, money and contracts and such, but we're really working towards a real specific good purpose in having a quarry area in a major city region. So just a good luck with this item, and thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Beekman. That was the only speaker on this item.
So thank you. So last month, I facilitated a process for residents and the GAD manager to work together to address concerns related to the reserve target revision. I'm happy to hear that that process has begun. The GAD manager's budget for 23-24 that we received in our agenda packet requests a partial reinstatement of the levy, and also states that the next year's budget will still maintain a reserve balance above the target rate. I understand that the GAD manager has also communicated to residents that this statement might have been a mistake. However, I believe that the fee should continue to be suspended for the upcoming fiscal year instead of partially reinstated for a few reasons. It's important that we resolve the questions about the 2020 revisions to the target reserve rate before reinstating the levy. Residents have made it clear if we do need to reinstate the full fee in 24-25, it would raise over $750,000 annually. Residents have expressed that it is preferable to, this way is more preferable to a gradual reinstatement of the fee. So it's important to note that any debts and liabilities are solely the responsibility of the district and separate from the city of Oakland. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the item with the exception that we suspend the fee for the upcoming fiscal year.
I'll second it.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
On item 6.1, moved by Chair Jenkins, seconded by Council President Bass. Councilmember Fife?
Aye.
Councilmember Gayo?
Aye.
Councilmember Bass?
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Aye.
Ramachandran?
Aye.
Reed?
Aye.
And Chair Jenkins?
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 8 ayes. Going on to item 6.2, I'm sorry, as amended. Going on to item 6.2, which includes the following pieces of legislation. Oakland Area GAD Resolution Number 2023-01, appointing Oakland City Council District 6 representative as GAD Chair. A Oakland Area GAD Resolution 2023-02, adopting the annual GAD budget for fiscal year 23-24, and updating GAD General Manager payment limits under the existing consulting services agreement, and Oakland Area GAD Resolution 2023-03, acknowledging change in law firm name to Finmore Wendell, serving as GAD attorney and clerk, and approves contract for services. You have one speaker.
Is there a short presentation?
Yes, I can provide a short presentation on the budget item for the Oakland Area GAD. The proposed budget for the Oakland Area GAD is about $19,000 with a total revenue of about $18,000. This GAD is a little bit smaller in size, so it receives a smaller amount of assessment revenue and therefore has a smaller budget for annual maintenance and operations. The levy in the budget was originally estimated to be $1,459.80, but it was estimated at a 5% CPI. However, the June CPI was just released last week. So with the 3% increase from last year's assessment levy, the actual levy for this fiscal year will be $1,348.57 for the residences within the Oakland Area GAD, which currently is only the Sienna Hill development being assessed. The reserve account for the Oakland Area GAD is approximately $117,000 and estimated to be approximately $116,000 at the end of this fiscal year. And we're available for any questions board members may have.
Can we take the public speaker?
Blair Beekman, do you wish to address the council? Please raise your hand if you would still like to speak on this item, item 6.2.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Good luck to address the fee questions, and that I don't know the depth of this issue, but to collect fees from quarries, it's important to help with green sustainability ideas, and that's the sort of thing that Santa Clara County is really working on, is how to really measure and hold accountable their mining quarry. It's been there for decades. They're coming to terms, they're coming to agreements that green practices have to be answered. And I hope that this sort of item is working towards that today. Thank you.
I'd like to move the item.
Second.
Councilmember Vice.
Chair Jenkins, just because you could hear a pin drop in here right now, if we could just take 60 seconds to explain for the public who's in chambers and watching from home how the GAD works. I know it's not agendized per se, but I watch people's eyes glaze over every time we have these items on the agenda. And I had a presentation from members of the people who work for the GAD, and I just think it would be really important for that to be explained to the public. Like, what are we doing?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Fife. I'd be happy to provide a brief summary. So GAD, GHAD, stands for Geologic Hazard Abatement District. And there are two currently in Oakland, Leona Quarry GAD and Oakland Area GAD. Leona Quarry GAD includes the Monte Vista Villas development along with some houses along Campus Drive and is a former quarry site. And the reason the GAD is in place there is because of the long-term monitoring and maintenance of that quarry slope. So it is very beneficial to have a GAD to oversee the life of this reclaimed quarry area. The Oakland Area GAD is not within a quarry, but is a currently actively smaller GAD. However, it does include 3 developments: the Sienna Hill development off Keller Avenue, the large Oak Knoll development will be is a part of that GAD, and then also a smaller 7-unit development off Kenilworth Road. And as those developments reach their required GAD requirements, those ones will come on and become GAD responsibility, and we'll be able to do more maintenance and operations within the Oakland Area GAD. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. So in essence, it really abates the hazards in the areas that are potentially of high risk for geologic activity. So I just wanted that to be stated for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fife. Madam Clerk, we have a motion in a second.
On item 6.2, moved by Chair Jenkins, seconded by Board Member Kaplan. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Council President Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Cog.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Chair Jenkins.
Aye.
Motion is approved with a vote of 8 ayes. At this time, the joint meeting of the Leona Quarry and Oakland Area GAD districts will be adjourned. And just a reminder to the public, we are moving to the regular consent calendar, and this is your last opportunity to submit cards for item 6, which is the consent calendar.
All right, before we continue with our consent calendar and reading in our consent items, just a friendly reminder to my colleagues on the dais, please make sure that we have 5 present at all times, and that today that does include Councilmember Reed, who is joining us remotely. Some of us, if we step out, it might be for a bio break or something like that, but please note that we need 5 at the dais at all times, and if I happen to be away, I will likely have Councilmember Cobb chairing our meeting. Thank you. Go ahead.
Reading in the consent calendar, starting with item 6.3, a resolution renewing and continuing the City Council's declaration of a local emergency due to the existence of HIV and AIDS. Item 6.4, a resolution renewing the City Council's declaration of a local public health emergency with respect to safe, affordable access to medical cannabis in the City of Oakland. Item 6.5, a resolution renewing and continuing the City Council's declaration of a local emergency due to the existence of homelessness. Item 6.6, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute a license agreement with Tribe, a California nonprofit organization, to activate the San Antonio Park tennis courts for town nights and year-round community programming for a 1-year term, with 2 one-year options at a rate of $0 per year, effective June 1, making findings that the license for below market value is in the best interest of the City of Oakland, and in making appropriate sequel findings. Item 6.7 was moved to the non-consent calendar. Item 6.7 is regarding the salary ordinance amendment for the city attorney and city auditor. Item 6.8, an ordinance authorizing city administrator to negotiate and execute with East Bay Community Energy a not-for-profit joint powers authority, a master site license agreement to install and operate electric vehicle fast charging infrastructure for a commercial operation term of 15 years, not to exceed July 30, 2040, at a rate of $0 per year, and subject to potential early termination damages for the following municipal facilities: Piedmont Lot located at 4050 Howe Street, Diamond Lot at 3400 Diamond Avenue, Grand Avenue located at 3270 Grand Avenue, authorizing the city administrators to negotiate and execute with EBCE a site license for the City Center West Garage located at 1250 Martin Luther King Jr. Way, pursuant to resolution number 88855, making findings that the licenses for a below fair market value are in the best interest of the city, declaring such municipal facilities exempt surplus land under the State Surplus Act, and adopting appropriate sequel findings. Item 6.9, an ordinance amending section 5.81.150 of the Oakland Municipal Code to prohibit the approval and or permitting of commercial cannabis cultivation at locations where work-live type uses and defined chapter 5.81 of the Oakland Muni Code existed as of June 1, 2023, or where residential uses existed as of June 1, 2023, and making appropriate sequel findings. Item 6.10, an ordinance adding section 1.10 to the Oakland Municipal Code entitled the Civil Protection of the People of Oakland Ordinance to detail the city attorney's authority to bring civil actions to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Oaklanders and equitably enforce violations of city law consistent with the charter. Item 6.11, a resolution authorizing and directing the city attorney to settle the case of Rebecca Johnson in the amount of $175,000 and no cents. Item 6.12, a resolution authorizing and directing the city attorney to settle the case of Timothy Michael Ryan versus the city of Oakland, Roland Holmgen and Patrick Gonzalez in the amount of $400,000. Item 6.13, an annual information report from the city administrator on the acceptance and appropriation of restricted grant funds, gifts, and donations of $50,000 or less for the period of July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Item 6.14, a semi-annual information report on citywide staffing from the city administrator regarding the vacancy rates of all city departments through May 1, 2023, the vacancy rates of regional local public entities, the analyses of the city workforce and recruitment conditions, and the budgeted vacancy rate for fiscal year 23 through 24. Item 6.15, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into an MOU through September 30, 2026 with the United States Marshals to allow Oakland Police Department participation in the Northern District of California Regional Fugitive Task Force for the purpose of locating and apprehending fugitives. Item 6.16, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into an MOU through September 30th with Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives at the Oakland Police Department for OPD participation in the ATF Task Force and for the purpose of reimbursement of overtime salaries and other costs related to the participation in the task force. Item 6.17, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into an MOU through December 30th, 2023 with the United States Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Oakland Police Department Task Force to collaborate on information sharing and focus operations to disrupt illegal drug activity occurring in the city of Oakland. Item 6.18, a resolution awarding a construction contract to McGuire and Hester for the 14th Street Safe Routes to City project, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder in accordance with project plans, state requirements, in the amount of $15,575,063 and adding appropriate sequel findings. Item 6.19, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to apply for, accept, and appropriate up to $10 million in hazard mitigation grant funds from FEMA and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, authorizing the city administrator to accept for and appropriate up to $3,333,333 to prepare California Match Program funds to continue the soft story apartment seismic retrofit grant program. Item 6.20, an information report on the City of Oakland General Plan and Housing Annual Progress Reports for calendar year 2022. Item 621, an information report from the city administrator on the status of disparities in contracting study being conducted by Mason Tillman Associates pursuant to resolution number 89058, including MTA's findings to date regarding disparities in city's professional services, procurement, construction contracting activities, and a timeline on when the final report will be presented to the city council. Item 622, a resolution confirming the mayor's appointment of Jamise Myers and Stephanie Dominguez as members of the Port Commissioners. Item 623, a resolution requesting that PG&E, Office of Energy, Infrastructure Safety, and the California Public Utilities Commission commence the review and approval process for the undergrounding of overhead power lines in the Oakland Very High Severity Zone, including the Montclair District and several neighborhoods in East Oakland, as a critical matter of public safety to reduce wildfire risk and the potential for fatalities due to the area's imminent risk of fire, population density, and extraordinary challenges for egress and ingress routes. Item 624, a resolution authorizing and directing the city attorney to settle the claim of Michaela Brown in the amount of $400,000 and no cents. Item 625, a resolution appointing Council President Bass as voting delegate to represent the city of Oakland at the annual National League of Cities Conference, November 16th through 18th, 2023 in Atlanta, and appointing Councilmember Carol Fife to represent the city of Oakland as an alternate voting delegate, including approval of travel expenses for attending the conference. Item 6.26, a resolution appointing Councilmember Cobb as voting delegate to represent the city of Oakland at the annual League of California Cities Conference, September 20 through 2022 in Sacramento, and adopting Councilmember Noel Gallo to represent the city as an alternate delegate, including approval of travel expenses for attending the conference. Item 6.27, a resolution in support of net energy metering for multifamily housing and schools to protect California renters and school districts' access to bill credits and environmental benefits of rooftop solar. Item 628, a resolution in support of SB 252, requiring that the California Public Employees Retirement System to refrain from making new investments or renewing existing ones in fossil fuel companies. Item 6.29, a resolution in support of SB 272 to ensure consistent, comprehensive, and local planning for sea level rise in California. Item 6.30, a resolution awarding a grant in the amount of $11,000 from President Pro Tem Cobb's mural funds to artist Deborah Cotman for a community mural outside Studio Naga Indo-American Martial Arts at 5850 San Pablo Avenue. Item 6.31, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into a professional agreement with C4C for a 2-year period in amount not to exceed $745,357 to implement cannabis workforce certification and on-the-job training for equity employees, and authorizing the carryover unspent funds in fiscal year 22 through 23 general purpose fund, an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to fiscal years 23 through 25 to implement the cannabis workforce certification and on-the-job training programs for equity employees. Item 6.32, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into a renewal agreements for ongoing information technology operations and maintenance agreements, and to enter into hardware, software, data storage, professional services, and maintenance agreements to upgrade and enhance existing systems, including but not limited to Oracle, Microsoft, Geographic Information Systems, and Public Safety Systems, waiving the multi-step solicitation process to extend necessary the small local business enterprise program requirements for information technology agreements for fiscal year 23 through 2025, including multi-year agreements entered or renewed during fiscal year 23 through 25 with terms that extend beyond the 2-year period, and sunsetting the resolution 84579. Item 6.33, adopt an emergency ordinance amending resolution number 89605, which allocated $750,000 in former redevelopment funds in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to the Affordable Housing Health and Safety Rehab Program, and authorize the use of those funds for relocation assistance to low-income tenants, to allow use of such funds for relocation of tenants of the Coliseum Connections project at 801 71st Avenue without regard to income, and to allocate an additional $650,000 and former redevelopment funds for this purpose, waiving the low income restrictions in Oakland Municipal Code Section 15.62.040 on the use of former redevelopment funds for relocation or rehousing of Coliseum Connections tenants, and amending resolution number 89672, which authorized contracts for lodging displaced Coliseum Connections tenants until earlier of July 31, 2023, or the completion of repairs to extend the authority to date Coliseum Connections is ready for reoccupancy. Item 6.34, a resolution amending and adopting the debt management policy of the City of Oakland. Item 6.35, a resolution confirming the mayor's reappointments of Niall Taylor, Courtney Jones, Lisa Harrington, Ali Abad, Michelle Wong, and Dwayne Akins as members of the Sugar Sweetened Beverage Distribution Tax Community Advisory Board. Item 6.36, a resolution confirming the mayor's appointments of Maria Katakaran, Jeff Bomba, and reappointment of Craig Rice as members of the Landmarks Preservation Advisory Board. Item 6.37, a resolution confirming the mayor's reappointments of Jamie Godfrey and Walter Johnson as members of the Police and Fire Retirement Board. Item 6.38, a resolution, including the following pieces of legislation. A resolution adopting the City of Oakland investment policy for fiscal years 23 through 24, and a resolution pursuant to the Government Code Section 53607, delegating investment authority of the Oakland Redevelopment Successor Agency to the agency treasurer for fiscal year 23 through 24. Item 6.39, an ordinance providing for the borrowing of funds and the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $165 million and approving certain related matters. Item 6.40, a resolution establishing tax rates for properties subject to the vacant property tax for calendar years 22 through 24. Item 6.41, a resolution authorizing intention to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of tax exempt obligation for project costs and connections with Oakland Trust for Clean Water and Safe Parks, affordable housing and infrastructure measures, and 2022 affordable housing and infrastructure bond. Item 6.42, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to extend the professional services agreement with Howroyd Wright Employment Agency, doing business as Apple One Employment Services, HR Management, and temp positions to continue the provision of temporary personnel staffing services for the period of December 1, 2023 through December 1, 2025 in an amount of $125,000 for contract year 23 through 24 and an amount of $125,000 for contract year 24 through 25 for total amount over the 5-year term of the contract, $500,000 for each temporary staffing agency. Item 6.43, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to extend the existing professional services agreement for the operation and management of municipal parking facilities with the City of Oakland Parking Partners for 2 years in an annual amount not to exceed $4,133,013, with an option to extend the agreement on a month-to-month basis for up to 1 additional year, waiving the request for qualifications, proposals, competitive selection requirement, and adopting appropriate CEQA findings. Item 6.44, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to award a professional services contract to Mott McDonald Group utilizing a cooperative agreement in the amount not to exceed $3 million to provide technical support and inspection services to the City of Oakland for the construction of the 7th Street Grade Separation East project and adopting National Environmental Policy Act and CEQA Act findings. Item 6.45, a resolution receiving the annual surveillance report on the Oakland Public Works illegal dumping surveillance camera program and approving proposed amendments to the camera program use policy as recommended by the Privacy Advisory Commission. Item 6.46, a resolution approving ongoing cooperative agreements exceeding $250,000 for commodities and service contracts for Public Work Department internal services as set forth in Table 1 in accordance with the City Council budget appropriations and allocations as adopted by the fiscal year 23 through 25 budget. Item 6.47, A resolution amending resolution number 85717 and resolution number 88677 to authorize the city administrator to exercise a one-year option to extend the terms of professional services agreements for on-call economic consulting services and to increase the amount of each agreement by an amount not to exceed $200,000 with the following four firms: Century Urban Economic and Planning Systems, Haas Roth Economics Group, and Kaiser Marston Associates. Item 6.48, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to apply for, accept, and appropriate California Strategic Growth Council funding for community resilience centers in an amount up to $10 million from the implementation grant program and $500,000 from the planning grant program, and execute other grant-related documents and execute service agreements with community partners for an amount not to exceed $300,000 per agreement to perform activities related to the creation of municipal resilience hubs and their collaborative stakeholder structures, including fundraising for related facilities and programs, and to waive the competitive request for proposals selection in local small local business. Item 6.49 includes the following pieces of legislation: a resolution approving the fiscal year 22 through 23 annual reports of the Lakeshore Lake Business Improvement Management District of 2022, the Jack London Improvement District, the Temescal Telegraph Business Improvement District of 2015, the Laurel Improvement Business District of 2016, the Koreatown Northgate Community Benefit District 2017, the Oakland Tourism Business Improvement District 2018, the Downtown Oakland Community Benefit District, the Lake Merritt Uptown Community Benefit District, and the Chinatown Community Benefit District 2021 advisory boards, and confirming the continuing annual assessment for each said district and levying said assessments with the exception of the Jack London District that is expiring for fiscal year 23 through 24, increasing the Laurel District, Lakeshore District, Chinatown District, Downtown Oakland District, and Lake Merritt Uptown District by 5%, and the Temescal District by 4% for the 2023 assessment, authorizing payment of the city's cumulative fiscal year 23 through 24 fair share assessment in an approximate amount of $40.10 for city-owned properties in the Temescal District, the Koreatown District, the Downtown Oakland District, the Lake Merritt Uptown District, and the Chinatown District, and the successor agency resolution authorizing payment of the Oakland Redevelopment Successor Agency's cumulative fiscal year 23 to 24 fair share assessment in an approximate amount of $3,014.76 for one Oakland Redevelopment Successor agency-owned property in Downtown Oakland Community Benefit District 2018. Item 6.50, the annual report of the Affordable Housing, Transportation, Capital Improvements, Jobs and Housing Impact Fees for fiscal years 21 through 22. Item 6.51 includes the following pieces of legislation: a resolution authorizing the city administrator to apply for, accept, and appropriate grant funds from the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Habitat Conservation Fund program in the amount of $200,000 for youth wildlife activities, and enter into a grant agreement with Friends of Peralta Hacienda Historical Park in the amount of $200,000 for use of grant funds to provide youth wildlife activities for a 4-year grant term, and an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute a license agreement with the Friends of Peralta Hacienda Historical Park to provide programming at the Peralta House, adjacent community family garden, storage, building, and Center for History and Community for a 5-year term with 2 5-year options at a rate of $1 per year, making findings that the license for below market value is in the best interest of the city, and making appropriate sequel findings. Item 6.52, a resolution accepting and appropriating and authorizing an agreement for receipt of grant funds in the amount of $100,000 for agreement for receipt of the Alameda County Social Services Agency for continued operation of the Information and Assistance Program for Oakland Seniors for fiscal year 23 through 24, and authorizing the city administrator to accept any additional funds from Alameda County Social Services Agency for the INA program with fiscal year 23 through 24, authorizing a contribution from the General Purpose Fund in an amount equivalent to the central services overhead charges in an estimated amount of $30,624 for fiscal years 23 through 24. Item 6.53, a resolution accepting an agreement for receipt of funds for the Oakland Housing Authority in the amount of $4,209,692 to continue implementing the Oakland Path Rehousing Initiative Sponsor-Based Housing Assistance Program for fiscal years 23 through 24, and awarding grant agreements to 4 nonprofit agencies identified in Table 1 to provide housing and supportive services under OPRI's SBHAP, the total cumulative amount of $5,187,799 for fiscal year 23 to 24 using Measure Q general purpose funds, federal housing and urban development funds, emergency solution grant funds, and HUD emergency development block grant funds, and authorizing the city administrator to accept and appropriate additional funds from OHA for OPRI, SBHAP for fiscal year 23 through 24, and amend the grant agreements awarded to herein to adjust the grant amounts and terms subject to available appropriated funds. Item 6.54, a resolution accepting grant funds from the Corporation for National and Community Services for fiscal year 23 through 24 in an amount not to exceed $177,742 for the Senior Companion Program and $38,823 for Foster Grandparent Program, and authorizing contributions for the General Purpose Fund in the estimated amount of $31,933 for Central Services overhead charges and to the estimated amount of $43,688 for the minimum 10% local match requirement for fiscal year 23 through 24, and authorizing the city administrator to accept grant funds from CNS and that become available for the same purpose within fiscal year 23 through 24. Item 6.55, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into an agreement with the city of Emeryville to receive $397,215 to provide Oakland Public Library services to Emeryville residents for fiscal years 23 through 24, 24 through 25, and 25 through 26, and accepting and appropriating said funds. Item 6.56. Adopt a resolution accepting and appropriating agreements for the receipt of funds to support homeless programs from the following sources: Continuum Care Supportive Housing Program Renewal Funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $4,989,184. Social Services Agency Funds from Alameda County in the amount of $380,400. And appropriating funds from the terrain hotel lease revenues received in fiscal year 23 to 24, appropriating $871,346 of Measure Q funds, $184,000 of Measure W funds for fiscal year 23 to 24 to provide required HUD match funding and to support the ongoing operation of transitional housing sites, and awarding grant agreements to nonprofit agencies identified in Table 1 for fiscal year 23 through 24 using the above funds to provide critical homeless services, and accepting and appropriating additional grant funds that become available for the same purpose with fiscal year 23 through 24, and authorizing the city administrator to amend the grant agreements to adjust the grant amounts within the limits of the awards, and waiving the local small business enterprise requirement, and awarding a professional services agreement to Aspire Consulting for training and technical assistance for HUD, COC, and other homelessness services in an amount not to exceed $60,000 for fiscal years 23 to 25 using HAP funds. Item 6.57, adopt an ordinance amending and reenacting ordinance number 8064 as amended by ordinance number 11730, 12879, 13174, and 13560 to change the name of the Library Advisory Commission to Library Commission, modify quorum requirements, and amend the duties to include oversight of the 2022 library parcel tax. Item 6.58, a resolution authorizing the extension of the Alameda County Vehicle Abatement Authority until March 31, 2033. The city administrator or his designee to continue the Oakland Police Department's participation in the AVA and authorizing the city administrator or his designee to accept the city of Oakland share of California State Vehicle Registration Service fee funds as authorized by Vehicle Code Section 9250.7 and distributed through the AVA. Item 6.59, adopt a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into a grant agreement with FEMA to accept fiscal year 21 staffing for adequate fire emergency response grant funds in the amount of $2,392,155, accept and appropriate and administer said funds, and expend funds to hire up to 35 firefighters and or firefighter paramedics for the grant performance of October 23, 2023 to October 22nd, 2026, in accordance with the city's hiring policies. Item 6.60, a resolution amending resolution number 89376, which awarded a grant to the Oakland Fire Safe Council to fund coordination of emergency preparedness and response by increasing the total grant amount by $6,000 from $125,000 to $131,000 to support regional intergovernmental wildfire prevention efforts, and correct the name of the grant recipient from Fire Safe Council to the Oakland Fire Safe Council. Item 6.61, your final consent item. Thank you. A resolution confirming the mayor. A resolution confirming the mayor's appointment of Cara Bradford as landlord representative and Christopher Jackson as an alternate landlord representative to the Housing, Residential Rent, and Relocation Board. And that concludes your consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That was quite a lot. Appreciate all the thoroughness that you and your office regularly provide for the city and for the city council. I do have at this time, I was asked by the city attorney to read into the record a slight correction to one of the items that came from my office. That was item 6-30, which is a mural funding request or allocation. Let me get the language here. Okay, on 6-30, there is identification of, finally, sorry about that. Come on. Okay, the whereas clause that says, the second whereas clause that says pursuant to resolution number 88783 CMS, each council district was allocated $60,000 for public art murals to be funded by, and then from that point forward, it should say to be funded by Public Arts Fund, parentheses 5505, comma, Public Art Organization, parentheses 85521, close parentheses. And of course, we'll send this to the clerk's office after this. This is just a bureaucratic correction that finance and city attorney asked us to do, and we're doing that on the record right now. Everything else is the same dollar amount as proposed, and that's the only correction we have for 6-30. Is that adequate? Yeah, okay. To our colleagues, we're going to hear public comment on the entire consent calendar, as we always do. But does anybody on the council have any important comments to make before public comment? Councilmember Ramachandran.
Just a quick note on item 6.23 regarding undergrounding of PG&E. Calling on PG&E to perform undergrounding in Oakland. I believe this is co-sponsored by Councilmember Jenkins and Councilmember Reed. It's in the legislation, but just not on the agenda. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I believe, Madam Clerk, we could go to the public commenters. And we're public commenting on all the consent calendar, except for that one item that was pulled. That was 6.7, was it? Yeah, 6.7 is on the non-consent calendar, so we will not be taking comments on that right now. And Councilmember Fife, you had a comment?
Just because I know Chair called, that there are members of Coliseum Connections here, and it is one of the consent calendar items. I want to note that they actually need to come back to council and have an opportunity to get updated. And Councilmember Jenkins asked that I schedule that at the Rules Committee meeting, but we didn't have any more in this cycle. So I just want the public to know, through the chair to the public, that that is something that Councilmember Jenkins is working on to bring back. And I've been in conversation with his office, and I just think it's really tragic what you all are experiencing, and that you still have to come to City Council to talk about these things. We are focused on it. I am dedicated to helping Councilmember Jenkins and all of the tenants work towards a resolution, and I'm deeply, deeply apologetic that you all still have to come in and show up, send us videos, and all of the things to just make your voices known. So I just want you to know that. So that's all.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If-
Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Councilmember Fife and Councilmember Jenkins. Just given the comment we heard about they can't wait until September, I want to be clear, when we say we're having another item coming back, that's not instead of allocating the money today. That's in addition to allocating the money today that's on the agenda today, to then have a follow-up item come back to make sure that things are being handled. And I don't believe the suggestion was not to actually vote on today's item today. No. Today before us is the item to allocate the money.
Through the chair, if I could, just to clarify to the public, item 6.3 is an emergency ordinance, so it will be passed. It is passed in one day. It does not require 2 readings. So the action will take place today for the money.
No, I'm sorry, it's not being rescheduled.
Yeah, I think there's some misunderstanding. Let's get that clarified so there isn't any misunderstanding. So Councilmember Kaplan, did you want to clarify that? And then Councilmember Fife?
So just to be clear, the item is for a vote today, and it is brought as an emergency ordinance. And thank you to those who reminded us that this is an emergency. It is an emergency ordinance, which means if we vote for it today, which I certainly urge that we do, it is passed today, and the money will be allocated today.
Oh, okay. We can't hear anybody when multiple people are calling out. I'm sorry. Councilmember Fife?
Yes. So
I'm sorry. Mr. Hazard, you can sit down now. Councilmember Fife.
So
nothing is being taken off the agenda.
I want to clarify that this is the opportunity for the public to speak to the issues that you all have been texting me about. And this is an emergency ordinance to allocate the funds that should have been gone out. So this is your opportunity to come to the mic and have everybody hear you, because the people that are listening at home cannot hear you. So.
Okay, as always, we're going to have the clerk read off the names for the consent calendar, as she always does, and then we'll take people in the order that they line up. Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, can I please call the speakers? You will have your chance. You will have your chance to speak. Let me just call the names, please. Thank you. As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you. Black Homeless Advocate, I have you with over 5 cards. You have the maximum amount of time. Jeff Levin, Matthew Wiseman, Maurice Garcia Severos, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Carolyn Burgess, I have you with multiple cards. You too have the maximum amount of time. Nicole E. Hoskins, Roderick Coleman, Emily Wheeler, Kristen Lakey, Miss Asada Olabala, I have you with 11 cards. You will have the maximum amount of time. Mimi Rohr, Cynthia Harrison Barbera, Andrew George Picard, Joseph Shepard, Serenity Mendez Abendero, Sapphire Mendez, Fabiola Agenda
Gendo Ramos. Dream Braggs, I have you with multiple cards. You two will have the maximum speaking time of 5 minutes. Sapphire Mendez. Sean G. Cynthia. Alistair Monroe. Chuck Roselle. Tommy Wheeler. Mr. Hazard, I have you with 17 cards. You two will have the maximum amount of time. Andre Fagiv, Melvin McKay, Damian Scott, James Mr. Van, Douglas Clay Harmon, Davina Brown, Alejandra Villa, this someone from 2370 High Street, Carol Bika, Mr. Samuel Ramsey. Okay, one moment.
Okay, before we start the public comment, I do want to make an announcement. Black homeless advocate Nino Parker sought reinstatement of public comment time from the April 18th, 2023 council meeting when he was deemed out of order, an order we subsequently rescinded. We've reviewed the video from that meeting and determined that Mr. Parker lost 1 minute of speaking time. Accordingly, Mr. Parker will be allowed 1 additional minute of time to speak during our public comment on the consent calendar, in addition to any other speaker cards he submits, up to 1 minute above the maximum speaking time. So for Mr. Parker, Black homeless advocate, that will be 6 minutes today. Thank you.
President?
Yes.
May I briefly, I just want to make sure because I know this, somebody's sound, okay. I know this issue is incredibly painful, so I just want to make sure that the speakers know that the item regarding Coliseum Connections is on today's agenda. It is item 6.33. It is not being removed. My colleagues were talking about bringing a different item to deal with different issues beyond the issue of the allocating of the emergency relocation money, which is what's before us today. But what is before us today is an emergency ordinance to allocate the money for the relocation assistance for the residents of Coliseum Connections. And this is something we discussed at a prior meeting and is now here from myself and my colleagues, council members Bass, Fife, and Jenkins. And because it is an emergency ordinance, if we vote for it, all of us tonight, it only needs 1 reading and can go into effect immediately. And that is what I'm urging that we do.
That is correct. And it does need 6 votes tonight in order to take into effect. Thank you. Let's proceed.
All right, I apologize for that outburst, but you guys aren't sitting where we sitting. And then for me to have to see the kids that's in here, it really hurts worse because my kids don't even want to be in Oakland. They stay at the hotel and just wait for me to come back. They hate it here. And I'm really starting to hate it here myself. All I want is my relocation money and to get the hell up out of here. Like, you guys don't care. I was just here June 28th having the same discussion with you guys. It's month 7, day 199, and we're still begging y'all, and we shouldn't have to beg. After 60 days, we should have got what we deserved. We still need help. Like, and this, it just really breaks my heart. Like, that I'm sitting here having to raise my voice, having to ask y'all to help me for relocation money. I done lost cars, jobs. I'm owing the hotel because I had a mental breakdown and I broke stuff. Like, I'm paying bail now. Like, it's just building up. When that man committed suicide, we should have instantly gotten something for that. Like, you guys don't care. Y'all keep saying urgency. Like, this is a crisis now. Like, y'all need to help. Like, today when that decision happened, I should be able to get the money tomorrow and be able to get me and my kids up out of here. I do not want to be a part of this no more. Like, it was July 31st. We went from March, April, May, now July 31st, now the end of August. Now nobody knows. I just seen them last Thursday. Some of y'all was up in there looking at the building. I was there. I went to go check my mail and get stuff out of my house. I was there. Nobody look like they even cared what was going on when me and the residents was outside waiting to get in. We couldn't even get right in because y'all was having y'all meeting. And still we're being disturbed from our peace. We're not gonna get no peace until this problem is solved. And y'all not making no urgencies to solve it at all. We've been here. Most of y'all know our names by heart now. When y'all see Wheeler, you already know who's coming to the stand. And so whatever the version, I hope it's good. I really hope it's good today because I'm tired of coming here. I'm tired of looking at y'all faces.
Amen. Hi, I'm Nicole from the Coliseum Connection. Everything I agree with everything she says. We are going through. We are tired going through. We still don't have help with groceries, laundry, transportation, and lots of people lost their car, even me. Nobody said nothing about that. In the hotel, we're raggedy. The people we staring from our family, we do not want to live there. We want to be comfortable in our own homes. All these different dates and times. No one's reached out to us to let us know, but only probably one time. But we need to know exactly what date. We need to know what's really going on. We tired just waiting and just stressing at jobs and stuff. Can't go to the meetings. Can't even figure out what to do. All this is crazy. And all the money that the relocation money should go out to all the residents. Low income, higher low income, it doesn't even matter. We should deserve that relocation. And we should not go to our hotel. Y'all should pay that anyways because it's not our fault. And we should always, keep our head up. We've been patient. We've been strong. We need help. We tired going through this. Y'all should know what we're going through. Y'all live in your home comfortably while we sit there just itching, bugs, and everything in that hotel room, bugs, prostitution, people stealing cars, all this. It's not right for us to stay in that predicament when we're going through our situation with our apartment. We need justice. We need now. And we need Michael Johnson did not fulfill his obligation to us. We've not heard from him ever since. And y'all need to let him go. Let's get a new management on the way. We need to get in our apartment. All this stuff you said that we need to get in our apartment to assess us. You need to assess everyone now. Why wait?
Ma'am, can you give me your name one more time, please?
Nicole Hoskins. Annabelle Goodrich, and I'm a owner of a restaurant in Oakland on High Street.
Can you pull the microphone down a little bit?
Could you hear me? Yes, my name is Annabelle Goodrich, and I'm an owner of Cocoa Breeze Restaurant in Oakland. There's a big problem in Oakland. There's a lot of homelessness. My customers have got attacked. We have called the police. I have gotten attacked. It have people who come and sleep there. Then we tell them to move, and they refuse. The street sweepers that's supposed to be sweeping the street, they don't sweep the street. Every morning, I sweep the street. Every day, I sprayed, I washed down everything. I saw Mr. Gallo once. That's when he was running for election. I've never seen him again. I wrote him several times. I sent him emails. I talked to his secretary. Nobody have not. He or his secretary have not responded to me. This is over 2 years. So that's alone will tell you. I talked to Council Fever, at the time Lorna Taylor, and Trivia Reed. And they have given me some support that I needed. Plus, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. And Congresswoman Barbara Lee passed a legislative Caribbean American History Month. I called the mayor office several times without no response. No response whatsoever. So I'm doing it on my own like I did last year. I called your office. I wrote your office last year. I sent you invitation, Noel Garland. You did not come. You didn't respond, or your office didn't come. Lorna Taylor appeared. Mayor Libby Schaff appeared. And Trivia Reed appeared. You didn't even bother to even answer my calls, which is very heartbreaking because I work hard in that district. And we have people from all over the world that come into Oakland because of Cocoa Breeze. You don't believe me? Go on cocobreeze.co or go on all the social medias and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Hello, council members. My name is Alistair Monroe. As you know, I'm with the Oakland Cannery, speaking on item 6.9 to prohibit cannabis cultivation on the property parcel. I'm also the son of the very rare abstract expressionist painter Arthur Monroe, who was also unanimously voted into the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. an African American museum. The Oakland Cannery, as you know, has had problems with cannabis since day one. They continue to harass us, and if this new legislation does not pass, the ordinance does not pass, we've been retaliated against with the threat of Ellis Act eviction. So the legislation that is in place to protect residential homes for cannabis use is now being taken advantage of by Ellis Act eviction. But the legislation states if you remove residents for cannabis use, the permit will be suspended. But we've also known that nothing gets suspended in Oakland. And we've also heard that the threats of and harassment of Ellis Act eviction is a crime. So my job today is to bring it to the forefront so that we all know that very soon, any day now, we will be threatened with Ellis Act eviction for cannabis use. Our landlords have no other business model than cannabis cultivation. And they are going to rip us out of our homes. The Oakland Cannery should stand as a historic landmark, not a weed farm. Thank you kindly.
Hello? Okay. I want to make sure everyone is engaging with me. I know I'm just going to go and read off the script that I have. My name is Fabiola. I am a tenant of the Coliseum Connections. I am here once again to plead our case and help you understand why all this is important to us. Over time, we have demonstrated to be self-sufficient, educated, and well-organized individuals. I ask that you not only listen, but take action and do right by your people. I am a single mother that even with a well-paid 9-to-5, I struggle. My personal experience is I am in a hotel room no bigger than this, with 2 children, no sink, no kitchenette, and not even a microwave. Here are some of the receipts, only some of the things that I have to spend on a daily. We don't have complimentary breakfast, so I spend breakfast, lunch, and dinner on 3. It's always been my priority to properly house my children, even missing meals sometimes to make my monthly rent payments and not jeopardize our home. Why are we the tenants being scrutinized and not taken accountable, for these past 199 days? Michael Johnson has been receiving millions in public funding and never put under pressure to meet a deadline. Michael Johnson is one person only, and he has done this to more than 300 families. Remember, we are not the problem. We are the consequence of a slumlord's negligence.
Can you hear me? My name is Serenity Mendez Avendaño, and I live in a hotel with my mom and sister. I don't even know what to say anymore other than beg for us to go back home already. But that is not what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about Michael Johnson. First of all, I don't understand as an 11-year-old how a person can be so heartless. Me as an 11-year-old know how to treat people better. I wish I could put you in a hotel for 7 months and see how well you come out. I hate living in a hotel, and the main person I blame is Michael Johnson. As an 11-year-old, I understand plenty, just as smart as Michael Johnson is to think he can get his way out of this situation. He was wrong. He might be smart about business and getting around the system, but we have something better than a certificate saying you have the right to put people on the street and taking no responsibility. It's determination. And we are powerful people.
Thank you for being who you are. I want to correct 633. It's not 801. You guys can't even get the address right. It's 805. The only address you guys seem to get right is Michael Jackson's address. He's the only one who gets his money. I would just like to show you how I see it. Happy New Year. Get the fuck out. Excuse me. Get out. Happy New Year. Paid my rent because the rent is late by the 5th of every month. Paid January's rent, even though our place is flooded. Paid February's rent. Then the management on the 7th of February sends us a note saying we don't have to pay the rent. We'll be credited. But if we hadn't paid the rent by February 5th, then we would have been taxed for paying our rent late, even though we had no place to go. I'm just asking you people just to empathize, do the right thing, quit getting yelled at, screamed at. It's frustrating. I have 3 generations, myself, my daughter, my granddaughter, living in that place. For 7 months, I've let my granddaughter and my daughter stay in a motel room. I slept in my car wherever else I could sleep. Because I just don't think it's appropriate for a grown man, regardless if they're my daughter and my granddaughter, to be showering, walking around in their underwear in front of each other. Just stop it. Why you guys just didn't vote right now when you said we had the vote today? Why you just didn't vote in front of us and give some people some dignity, some pride? Just do the right thing, man. This guy, you don't even hold him a cake. He's not even at the meetings. We go to his house, he won't even look out the curtain. Come on, people, man. We've had people commit suicide in our building. We've had people lose thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of sleep of cars. They're nothing but cars. But still, when you celebrate New Year's Eve and you wake up New Year's Day and you're homeless and they say you'll be back in March and they say you'll be back in June. Now they're promising September. The saga keeps going on and on and on. Just do the right thing, man. It don't hurt. It don't hurt to do the right thing, man. That's it.
Sir, can you say your name for the record?
My name is Joseph Shepard. Again, I want to just say that all of us here paid our rent. That's more money you got. Then you guys allocated him more money. Then you told us that if we give you this money, then you got to give your key back. Why are we bartering? Why are we the ones to barter?
Thank you for your comments. We will vote as soon as public comments are completed.
Good afternoon. My name is Damian Scott. I'm a resident of Coliseum Connections, and I'm a resident supporter of item 6.33. 199 days ago on New Year's Day, we woke up to a cold and dark building and 1 million gallons of water in our basement garage. It shut off the power to a building with 110 units in it. And from January 1st until today, people have lived in cramped hotels, and it's unacceptable. From January 1st to April 15th, my partner and I shared a one-room hotel. And during that time, the move back date was changed 5 different times. So we decided to move out. We were like, I'm not going to let Michael Johnson rule my life. I'm moving out. We did that in April when the move back date was changed twice in the same week. It's been changed 4 times since April. This disaster has been a toll on the minds and bodies, as you've heard and have seen on dozens of my neighbors. I think this financial assistance will help folks like myself be able to move on with their lives. Rent in Oakland is high, and the cost of moving out of my 5th floor apartment with no electricity and no elevators was expensive and time consuming. But it's not just folks who can move on with their lives. So many people, their lives are dependent upon Coliseum Connections. It's near where their kids went to school. It's relatively affordable for Oakland. Even the market rate folks, they can't just move. Even if you give them these relocation fees, it'll be gone in a few months. We all know this. So that's why I want to urge the council to pass this today and to amend it so that we can remove this August 3rd deadline to accept the funds and allow anyone to receive the funds regardless of if they stay in the hotels or choose to move on with their lives. Thank you.
I think I got more than 2 after that. All right. This is my bag of receipts over the course of 7 months. She brought hers out, but I have all mine. Okay. So one thing I want to talk about is it's been 199 days since we've been displaced. Talking about urgency, right? Last time I was here, a few of your all executive assistants or whatever took my number and never called me. And you had a meeting on last Friday, I don't know when it was, to talk about this. And nobody called me and said, come to this meeting when I told y'all I wanted to be a part of it. And nobody called me. And I reached out to say, hey, can somebody call me back? Hey, you got time to talk? And nobody's done that. So when I read the agenda and I seen that the money that we were supposed to be getting was going to have still a deadline on it. And if we were still staying in hotels, we weren't going to be able to get it. I have more than $10,000 worth of receipts right here. And you want to give that to me in the hotel and just keep me housed? No, give me that money and still keep me housed. The Coliseum Connection has mice on the 5th floor. It has mold on the 1st floor. And you're telling me, does anybody in here know when that building is going to be fixed? I don't think so. Because 5 times it's been changed. And y'all are worried about double dipping. Are you kidding me? We sitting here ordering food, putting stuff together right now while y'all talking. Trying to say, oh, you got 5, I got 5, because we got to eat. We're doing that now in this moment. We don't have laundry. We pay $9 a load for laundry. We don't have food vouchers. We've been asking for this since day one. And you still choose to meet without us. I have not, my district, Kevin Jenkins and Patricia, they stopped talking to me. I don't know what it was. Kevin, I've never even communicated with you. And you've never called me and said, hey, I know you leading stuff. What y'all need? What you doing? You've never said that. And I don't know what it is, but I'm asking you to do that because you're in my district and I've never had a conversation with you, ever. And we have to get on the same page, regardless of to whatever we feel. It's not about calling you out or pointing the finger or saying you're not doing your job. It's about the need that's bigger than me and everybody else that's here. That if you say you're going to call, that if you say you're going to take my number, then call me. If you say, yes, you're going to be at these meetings, we want you to be a part of this, because what is written in here, everybody should get that relocation money because they need it, regardless if they're staying in a hotel or not. Some people have moved on. I haven't. I can't move on. And now we're saying, oh no, we did it. You didn't call nobody and say, come to this meeting and sit down. Michael Johnson has been given more opportunities and chances. I don't know what it is about him. I don't know what he does, but he's given more chances and opportunities and he's not doing anything. We organized and protested and are doing things so that we can make some noise to disrupt and put things in perspective for you all that again have keys, that again can go to your homes and be like, damn, that's messed up what's happening to Coliseum Connection, but you can lay down on your pillow and be there and have food in your refrigerator or have more than 2 eyes on your oven, right? And have your own pots and all those other things. OPC hasn't done enough. We are appreciative of what the city of Oakland has done for us. We are appreciative for what everyone has done for us and put forward for us. But that's not enough. There's still more that has to be done. OPC has not helped us relocate anything. I have researched hotels for other people. If OPC has helped, Fabiola and her children would not still be in a 1-room hotel if they were doing their job. And then she has researched, and myself has researched, hey, we want to go to a different hotel where she has a room or more room for her and her children. Do you know what he told her? You have to pay put down a $350 deposit. We ain't got that. Y'all hired OPC. Please make it make sense. I'm talking to Sean Kerr. I've called him for the last 48 hours and he hasn't returned my call at all. I got the receipts. I got the text messages. And it's about exposing and holding y'all accountable because we're doing our part. We're not going to people's houses and acting crazy. We've been sitting here patiently waiting this whole time. And you guys are just saying, oh, we're at the next meeting. We're at the next meeting. What are we supposed to do in between that time? Because again, a day seems like a year. Some of us have lost our jobs. Some of us don't know what to do. We band together. We hang out together just to create camaraderie. And in this, it says that we won't get that. Some people were prepared to do that. And you guys had this meeting. It didn't call nobody. If you want to call me, there's other people, leaders that have stepped up that you can call if you don't want me in the meeting with y'all. If y'all don't want me here. It's not just me, because one monkey don't stop the show. But this is an urgency. And so I'm asking that something be amended in this 6.33, because this is not what we asked for last time we came here. This is not what we said. We said that everybody gets that money regardless. It's 199 days. We were supposed to get that money on the 60th day. These are my bag of receipts. If you want to go through them with me, we could calculate more than 10 bands.
Hey, I'm Sean G. I'm not a Coliseum Connections tenant, but I'm here to speak in support of them. Over the last 6 months, I've had the privilege of getting to know several of the tenants that were displaced from Coliseum Connections, and I'm speaking in favor of passing a modified version of the resolution that does not impose a deadline on tenants accepting these funds and does not tie the use of the funds to the tenant's decision to remain in hotels until the time their homes are ready to return to. Every single tenant has unique challenges resulting from this displacement, and while the city has offered support, thus far it has not been satisfactory. It's been a one-size-fits-all approach. I understand there are concerns about whether these reallocated funds originally meant for affordable housing development will be reimbursed if you decide to empower these tenants with the ability to address their unique needs stemming from their displacement. Though we should note that the city report just states that such a decision will only potentially endanger those funds being reimbursed. It does not verify that. Regardless, I hope that the root purpose of these funds is to support tenants, to assist them in their basic human need for housing. Focus on preserving these funds for yet another unaccountable housing developer does nothing to directly help any tenants. Take this opportunity to open the usage of these funds in a way that will, without question, directly support these tenants' ability to survive in the city. We've already lost Coliseum Connections tenants that moved on to other counties and even other states. Please empower these tenants to do what they need to do to stay here in Oakland. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Harrison Barbera, and I'm speaking here to support and urge the whole council to unanimously pass the resolution undergrounding power lines in our Oakland Hills to avoid the risk of fire, which would be catastrophic, not only for us, but of all Oakland residents. My family has lived in Oakland for over 70 years. I'm joined here by other neighbors and over 2,700 residents who have signed a petition to urge PG&E to underground power lines in our hills, in our vulnerable areas for fire safety. As we all know, another firestorm in Oakland will impact all of us and must be avoided. PG&E has already announced they're undergrounding 10,000 miles in California, but continues to maintain that our Oakland hills are not risky enough, despite our long history of fires. PG&E is running commercials that say, quote, undergrounding, we should underground, quote, because it's safer in the long run. And we fully agree. So bring that safety to us here in Oakland. Therefore, we strongly urge and appreciate the whole council passing this important resolution to improve fire safety on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
My name is Andrew Pickard, and I'm Cynthia's neighbor, and my wife and I have raised our family for 50 years in the same property. And we're hoping that you can hear our voice when we say there's a serious tragedy about to occur unless those power lines are put underground. The neighborhood is densely populated. The roads are way too narrow, and none of that can be changed. But what can be changed is the power lines and those wires that threaten our very existence, our ability to escape if we need to be out of our way. It seems like a no-brainer. If they're put underground, the utility company should be able to service, repair, and extend the life of that hardware. And I guess what I'm saying is that I hope you hear my voice, because if there is a tragedy, we won't be able to cooperate any longer. We'll have to fight. We'd prefer to cooperate. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Douglas Harmon, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Measure to Underground Power Lines in Oakland neighborhoods. This statement is more towards PG&E. I'd like to thank the council very much for its support in submitting this measure. Very, very important to us. As I said, this comment is to PG&E. Is it possible that PG&E does not understand that the neighborhoods in Oakland are very high fire risk? Is it possible that we may someday have to tell the story of the 1991 Oakland fire again? Is it possible that we have stories of the worst wildfires in U.S. history? Is it possible that we would continue to tell these stories of PG&E power lines that have sparked more than 20 major wildfires in recent years? And is it possible that we, us, our community, our first responders, and our neighbors can continue to accept this fatal risk? The answer is no. PG&E has said these Oakland neighborhoods are not a high risk. They call for further studies. Why? Oakland Fire Department knows the very high risk. Alameda County has designated this area as very high risk, and that the highest risk designation that they have. CAL FIRE has designated this area as a high risk. Oakland government has spent countless hours and money trying to manage the extreme risk they know. They know very well. The state of California has designated this area as a high risk. The federal government, FEMA, has certainly illustrated the risk on numerous occasions and many, many reports. OEIS appears to know the risk. CPUC knows the risk. How does How is it that PG&E is the only entity that I know on this planet that does not understand the risk or know the risk? PG&E puts forth AI studies and internal experts. They want to tell us hardening is going to work in this areas. By their own report, hardening does not work in areas with trees, and we have lots of trees. Thank you very much for hearing.
Good afternoon. Madam Clerk, can I have 2 cards?
Go ahead and start and I'll add your time.
All right, thank you. James Van, representing Oakland Tenants Union. I would like to, the Oakland Tenants Union is strongly in favor of the resolution before the council to support the tenants of Coliseum Crossing. It's been a long, hard struggle, and I'm glad to see that the council is doing the right thing. However, as an architect of over 40 years and a teacher at UC Berkeley and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, this is something that should not have happened. I've done many, many multifamily housing developments and never had this problem occur, simply because there's one requirement that should have been in place. And every other development I know of has had that requirement. The developer has to carry liability insurance with the city as co-insured. This is the insurance, the developers and the insurance company's responsibility, and it should not have come back to you. So I hope this never has to happen again. The second issue that I want to comment briefly on is the study session that you will have on the zoning and development standards that are coming from the planning department. There's an issue in the zoning papers to add a new section called zoning incentive program. This was dreamed up by the planning department because of the former mayor who instructed the planning department that she wants the highest possible density in the downtown area. This zoning incentive program, I'm also a member of the community advocacy a group that has been working over a year with planning department to try and figure out what this zoning incentive program is and what benefit it would have for the city. It's a terrible idea. If a developer simply puts a bench on the sidewalk, he can add 10 stories to the building. This is crazy. The zoning incentive program, no developer has a problem with building the highest building he'd like to build in downtown Oakland. So why do we need an incentive program that would add 10 stories or more for doing almost nothing? So please, when this comes to you, look at it very carefully. The zoning incentive program should not be part of the new zoning amendments. Thank you very much.
My name is Chuck Roselle. I'm a resident of Oakland and I reside on Lamert Boulevard in the Oakmore district of the city. I'm here to talk about the undergrounding initiative. Not only would it protect the immediate area where I live, but also the city as a whole from devastating power shutoffs. It could also provide direct economic benefit along with a positive economic and social justice impact for the city, which I'll describe. I've got personal experience with this particular topic. Last year, I partnered with California Indivisible Green Team to actually oppose the initial version of SB 884, which was the governing legislation for this program. Senator McGuire was gracious enough to reach out to us, and we were able to get what we wanted put back into the bill, and then we dropped our opposition. Nevertheless, undergrounding is a challenging undertaking that requires oversight not only at the state level, but also at the municipal level. I would encourage those interested to review the 2019 ACP audit of PG&E's Rule 20 undergrounding program, which was conducted at the behest of the CPUC. There's also considerable online investigative journalism documenting the issues San Diego has had with San Diego Gas and Electric over their program. By the way, I would note that if Oakland does this, this will be the second largest urban and suburban undergrounding program in the state. Despite this, undergrounding provides significant municipal benefit and is fully feasible with the attention given to the details. In Oakland, undergrounding will be, as I mentioned, in urban and residential neighborhoods. The initial cost will be in the $2 to $3 million per mile range. Further, a mile of overhead undergrounding usually equates to 1.5 to 2 miles of underground distribution just because of obstructions. Therefore, this is a $100 million plus project, probably significantly greater, fully labor intensive. And Oakland should ensure that skilled labor, local skilled labor, is given the priority in conducting it. Further, the project will completely restructure the grid and the individual hookups for about 1/4 of the city. You can use this opportunity to work with your local CCA, East Bay Community Energy, to ensure that the grid is restructured to promote local resiliency, which provides the ability of economically challenged communities to fully participate in the benefits of full electrification. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mimi Rohr. I'm a District 4 resident and an Oakland native. I'd like to thank Councilmember Ramachandran, Reed, and Jenkins very much for bringing this forward. I agree pretty much with everything that everyone said, so I will just keep it brief. You're all aware of how acute the fire danger is in the Oakland Hills. I live in a part of Montclair that hasn't burned in my lifetime, which is a good thing, but when it does, those narrow streets are going to make it very challenging to evacuate, just like it was in the 1991 firestorm. Many agencies have designated the Oakland Hills as a very high fire danger area. So it's perplexing why the Oakland Hills is not on the underground list with PG&E. Lastly, I'd just like to say that we lose power very often up there between the safety outages, the damage done by fallen trees, and the endless maintenance. It's not unusual for us to lose power for days on end. I think it makes it pretty clear that there is a problem in this area. I thank you very much for voting yes on this.
My name is Carolyn Burgess. I'm with the North Hills Community Association. And I've come here to stand with my Montclair neighbors. Undergrounding of the wires is so important. I lost my home in the 91 fire. The evacuation was chaotic. I don't care what direction people went in. In a lot of cases, they had to turn around and try another. I hope you will consider this, because for years we've been trying to get designated evacuation routes for the Oakland Hills. And if the hills catch on fire, it will come to the downtown. It almost did in 91. Luckily, the wind shifted. Also, 6.45 on illegal dumping. Big issue in Oakland. I mean, it's everywhere. Some places more than others, but the crime that we're having right now, the stolen cars, they're ending up, on everybody's streets in all of Oakland. I mean, you need to really think about staffing, bringing that up, because I was glad to see on 6.17, 6.16, 6.15 that we're going to have some help from the marshal's office. So if we have federal marshals helping us, at least to track down some of these people that have a history of problems, let's get them off the streets. Also, the FEMA grant for Oakland Fire Department should be a slam dunk for you. They're 35 understaffed right now. We need to hire more people. Oakland Fire Safe, which North Hills Community Association relies on their expertise for many things. And they distribute information which is so valuable to the community that lives up in the hills to prevent fire. Fire mitigation is a big deal. And I guess that's it for now. The Oakland Stadium Alliance, my heart breaks. If there is liability that comes from the owner of that property, liability insurance, I mean, why has that not been used? That's the first time I've heard that. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Asada Olubala. As you know, our rules don't allow for seating time during consent. I think I am, and we are all very moved. And so if there are people who wish to speak, please raise your hand so that we can also see. And there's 5 minutes, is that correct? 5 minutes. Okay. So I will make an exception, a one-time exception. So if you wish to cede your 5 minutes, please try to organize those people to speak for up to 5 minutes. And again, we have about 20 speakers who are signed up, who are left to speak. Once we hear from all of the public speakers, we will be able to vote on the items on our consent calendar, including the Coliseum Connections item.
Mr. Ramsey, if you would like to go ahead while she's organizing.
Good evening. My name is Tim Uranian. We're dealing with affirmative action. And it's all through the Constitution. The system is discriminating. Everything about America is discriminating. And it's doing its own self. FEMA money for these people. All y'all have to do is say, we got a crisis. FEMA come out here right and take right now. I just come from this. I've been working awesome. The all-in plan. I put this together before Joe Biden signed. I did that. No one in America is supposed to be homeless, especially men disabled. Y'all are discriminating. The whole system discriminating. No people should have to live like this. Them new buildings, tell them go get one of them rooms. They paid for it. Our tax money building all these buildings. But they got to on the street by these people from another country to build. They fighting in Chicago and New York right now. They killed 60 about 3 weeks ago in Chicago. Because they come across the border and get in a building, they sit there condemned. But they turn around, open up for them people come across the border and let them sleep in it. And they killed 6 people that night. Oh, we got a problem. It's gonna get uglier. Tell y'all what to do. Y'all know you're wrong. And you go right and wrong. You gotta stop this. No, you ain't got it. The million disabled, they shouldn't be on the streets. That's discrimination. Jared Brown don't accept their Section 8 vows. That's discrimination. That's wrong. That's racism. It's wrong. And y'all got to do something. Y'all got the power to do. Take them down into the army base and let them sleep in the base housing. You can do that. Instead of sitting in a free bag hotel, drug infested, dope infested, all that. I understand where it come from. I'm the one helping you take the field motel, the Hill Council motel, convert it so people can have a place to live decent. This is wrong, y'all. Come on, y'all think you can right now. They ain't got to go home to the hotel. Y'all come phone out to y'all in the hotel. Maybe y'all something right now.
Thank you,
Cut
Mr.
the check and
Ramsey.
let them
Your
go.
time is up.
Hello. My name is Roger Comey. My name is Roger Comey. I'm not here about the connection problem, but I feel y'all pain on y'all issues. But what I would like to say is that I have emailed a lot of you city council members, and like a lot of people say, nobody has responded. But I come to say that Ms. Fife has been the only person who has responded to my concerns, who has called me personally, who has met with me personally out here on the forefront, but I don't see none of y'all. But I see her. I see her out there in these homeless encampments, trying to make things better for the community. Why don't y'all respect the community and get with us like she does with the community? And then we'll have a better place to live. I feel we got a lot of angry people here about this connection thing. I don't know what's going on, but it sure don't smell good. But I just want to share that. Okay, I came all the way from Pittsburgh to share this because it's important to me.
Good afternoon, Melvin McGay. You know, it's a goddamn shame the way you guys are treating these fucking people. It's a goddamn shame. You guys were ready to give 385 fucking million to the Oakland A's. These guys are here homeless and you don't give a shit. I'm tired of fucking Oakland City Council. You ready to give the fucking mayor $75,000. She ain't did shit for Oakland. Okay, she ain't did nothing for Oakland. And you guys are ready to give her $75,000 for what? She came here and kicked the motherfucking chief of police out. Why she do that? Because somebody told her. The back deal, okay, Ms. Loball, the backdoor deals that you guys are doing for the city that you guys are supposed to overlook, it's a goddamn shame. I'm tired of it. You know, they shouldn't have to be homeless more than 45 days. You guys have meetings in backdoor meetings. Dan, I talk to you. This is a goddamn shame the way this is going. The way you guys treat people is a damn shame. It's got to stop. You want a city council to be organized? You help people. You answer emails. You answer calls. I sit here and I listen to people's gripes. You guys look at them like, oh my God. You know, you don't want to hear. And this is not the way you treat people. Now, if the Oakland A's are sitting in here, you're ready to give them $385 million and can't give them 20. That's all I got to say. I'm tired of this.
Well, that just went left, but it needed to be said. I'm back up here after I left my dramatic exit, but I had to say one more thing because I realized that our tree people aren't in here, are the other people who are fighting for the A's, and I wanted to know, was that solved? Like, you guys went so hard to save a tree, an oak tree at that, like so hard to save it, but yet here we are. Or is anybody gonna save us? Or anybody gonna help us? Y'all want to keep the A's? Can y'all keep us? Like Coliseum Connections right across the street. Like, can y'all help us? That's all I had to say.
Thank you so much for the time that you gave, and thank you for the exception that was made. I appreciate that. One thing that I wanted to say about while I was talking about the deadlines, excuse me, was that money was given to people that had moved out with the intention that the building would be fixed, and we've gotten all these different dates, and some of those people are currently staying actually in the building with no electricity and no anything. So the emotion behind the date and having that date set will stay in the hotel. Those people that are still squatting and have nowhere to go and have ran out of money staying with their family members and now they got to go, they need somewhere to go. And I'm asking that they be put back in hotels, not that they be given a double set of money, but they be put back in hotels so they have a roof, so they are not sleeping in Coliseum Connections in the dark. That's what I wanted to say, and that's the reason that we do not want the deadline. Everybody should be entitled to that and be entitled also to have a roof over their head. Thank you.
We're talking about human lives. And your President Bass, listen to me. No, sit in your chair and listen to me. I don't want the distraction. Hold the time. It's insulting. You could do an urgency finding to hire him. That wasn't urgency. You could do an urgency finding to give the mayor a proposed increase. That wasn't an urgency. But these are human lives. They told you people are committing suicide. And you sit there like you don't care, Kaplan. You don't care. At that last meeting in here, I said, bring their stakeholders. I said, bring them to the table. And then I hear tonight, you didn't even call them, but you bet on their lives. How dare you? When you were doing the bombs on housing, you didn't let no grass grow underneath the feet. You look at that as an urgency. These people are dying, and you got find the money. You got it there. You find the money. She told you she brought a bag of invoices, bills, and you're like, and they I knew you gonna wait till September. I knew it last time. No, for them to get some money, because you're going on a recess in August. So when are they gonna get the money? You got 12 days, 21 days, 13 days here. When are they gonna get money? You can find it and think you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. See, y'all try to push through in the last meeting on the mayor's salary. And you did it on a consent calendar. I knew somebody would have to pull it. I believe she pulled it. They put it on a non-consent. You always talk about what's in the procedures. Well, you can't even give the mayor any increase, small or otherwise. You know why? I'm going to read your ordinance. Conflict of interest, 2.25.040. A financial conflict of interest. A public servant shall participate in making or seek to influence a decision of city in which the public servant has a financial interest. That's in your ordinance. Did you read it? Did you read it? The government code 87-100. And go look at the FPPC. The mayor cannot get an increase according to that. Because guess what? She did a budget. Okay? That's conflict of interest by considering salary. So all of you, she can't even get a lower amount according to your ordinance. Conflict of interest, 2.25.040. So when that discussion comes up, none of you should be voting for it. No lower rate, Kaplan, and you should know better. But I want to get back to these lies that you're not considering. Oh, before that, you can't even do the city attorney that you pulled 6.7. Let me tell you why. Cobb, illegal November 8th ballot measure. X, violation state constitution. Illegally awards attorney Barbara Parker $60,000 in salary increase, and city auditor 24,000 salary increase. Because Measure X is illegal. And yet, you're going to put this on the agenda. When the ballot measures it, I told you I'm prepared to file a lawsuit. So you better not agree, none of you better not agree to giving the city attorney anything. Look at Article 2, Section 8D. Why do you think you got a city attorney there? Why do you got two members on the, who are attorneys? And you're violating the state constitution, but yet at the same time, you can talk about the charter. That's hypocritical. I told you I don't like hypocrites, political liars, and political cheats. So now all we're talking about $77,000, we're talking about $161,000, which is in pay raises, which is illegal under the ordinance or under Article 2, Section 8D. Wake up and give these public some answers to their questions. Not this wishy-washy. I don't know too many curse words like my friend over here, because I want to get his dictionary. Okay? Because he said some things that was riveting. Dan Cobb, I hope they don't vote for you. I hope they don't vote you for state senator, because you violate the state constitution. You put a ballot measure on there, and you know that was illegal. Measure X. But yet, you did to the public, you're going to try to shut me down? I got somebody yield some time to me. And you pushed out there term limits. You pushed out there changing the Robert's rules to.
So two members of the public, I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear to members of the public. I want to be very clear to members of the public. After we hear these public comments, I am going to make sure that we address the Coliseum connection item, answer the questions, hear from the council members who are sponsoring as well as the staff so that we can move forward and vote on that item. But we do have more public comments. I also want to remind people it is not necessary to raise your voice. We hear you better. We hear you better if you speak in a normal tone. It is also not, it is not necessary to use foul language, but I recognize how frustrated you are, and I am not going to cause issue with that. Please go ahead. Next speaker. Okay, all right. I know you're frustrated. Let's keep on with the public comments. What I really want to do is vote on on the Coliseum's item. Let's keep going.
Good evening, Black Owners Advocate. You know, one of the reasons I like to wear mirrored glasses, and this isn't pertaining to anybody up here, but I wear them so people that are two-faced can see themselves. I'm trying to think of what's more important here, but I'm going to go with, apparently I'm going with the damn price issue. Folks, I have watched in the last couple of days an assault on a Black leader, a Black district attorney. I have watched reports from people like Betty Yu, Dan Noyes, Henry Lee, the crime reporter, Thao. I'm very familiar with the Asian reporters. I don't have an issue with the fact that you're reporting, but it seems to me like you're only reporting on certain things, and there's a lot of reporting against the Black community. Let me give you an example of how the Fox Media, that's what I'm calling this, Channel 7, Channel 5, all these stories they have on a daily basis, nothing good about Black people. Every crime you can see, everything that happens bad, it's on the news. Every single Black incident on the news, and sometimes, several days in a row. But this attack on Pam Price by Carl Chan and Bob Yee, when did we get it to be okay for one race of people to decide for another race of people who's going to be in office? When did that become all okay? Oh, I know, when people like the Republican Party decide to find a small issue and then make it a big issue. So we're finding issues with Pam Price of cases that have happened way back in 2016, 2013, old cases. And yet we're ready to have her recalled. You got an organization that put some money together to recall Pam Price. And this organization is all Chinese. Now, let me clear you up on something so we don't get into that minute I'm getting where I was accused of hate speech. Let's be clear on why I'm getting this minute. I was accused of hate speech. Now, so we don't get into a problem like that. When I grew up in San Francisco, I'm talking a little faster here, I grew up next door to a Chinese family that had a restaurant in Chinatown. Our family frequently went to the restaurant. I exchanged our food back and forth with other Chinese people that I grew up with. When I was a little kid, a Chinese girl that was older than my brother and myself took us to the rolling rink at the beach because we weren't old enough to go ourselves. I have Chinese friends right now. I've eaten in Chinese restaurants under Chinatown. So this isn't no assault on Chinese people. Let's get that right. Let's get that clear. But there is an assault on Black people here with the Chinese media. I saw Betty Yu and Jeanette Goodrich. Not only did they ask a supporter of Pam's in the first part of the story, but at the end of the story, they continue to have a 2-minute talk session back and forth about Pam Price and her getting out. I'm calling for the NAACP here to look at the Bay Area news stations. They are only reporting stories, foul stories against Black people, or even if they're true stories. It's always being pushed out there. I don't see, and the other thing, if you notice, just take a look. Who do they interview when they interview people? Do they interview Black people? No, they always interview someone white or Asian that has a complaint about the homeless community or Black people or Black crime. I'm seeing a control on the media here, and I've talked about it before, and I'm going to give you a perfect example if you don't believe it. When I was at the Oakland tennis courts, we kept getting pressured to leave over and over again. And I was wondering, what the hell? The court was falling apart. Why someone care about it? Well, it turns out that Carl Chan had invested some money along with a guy by the name of Mr. Augustine. I was there for the ribbon cutting ceremony. And what happened was that they had plans on making that a place to do Tai Chi from the guy that lives in the huge senior center building. He has a health food store. So his plans were to make a Tai Chi format there, I guess, to Carl Chan. You don't buy a tennis court because you have it paid to be resurfaced. But in that story, Amber Lee came to the tennis courts and reported that there were 50 people. You can look it on KTV right now. You can look at the homeless Amber Lee Alto tennis courts, and you'll see the story. She reported that there were 50 people in the tennis court, using the news to criminalize a home situation where there's only 9 people that ever lived inside of the tennis court. There are other people around. I'm saying the media, where's Frank Centerville? Where's Dennis Richmond? Because we got something going on here that I ain't really liking. We're getting attacked by the media, the Asian media in the Bay Area. Now, if you don't believe me, take it from this point forward and pay attention and see what's going on. They got Henry Lee. He's called the crime reporter. When do we have a crime reporter? That way, Henry Lee is on every story about black people. And you know how they did with Darlene? Remember the downtown when they snatched the purse? How many times did you see that story? Probably like 10 times in the media. They kept showing up week after week. The guy snatching the Chinese lady down, the black guy snatching the Chinese lady down. And then they showed the shooting of the dentist until they found out the Chinese guy hired the black guy to have her killed. Now the story's gone quiet. I'm telling you, watch the media. The media, where's your good stories, media? Where's your good stories on black people? Why didn't you have a story about these kids that was here today? Why don't you have some good stories? You are poisoning the minds of Oakland. There's a lot of crime, but you're helping to poison the minds against black people. Make it look like all we are, like you said, the Antioch police chief. They just had a case, a story revitalized yesterday. Only 2 stations showed that because the police
Thank
in
you.
Antioch.
Let's go to the next speaker.
I believe all the speakers and chambers have approached the podium. We will move to the Zoom speakers.
We have one more from Mississauga.
Oh, okay. Mr. Parker, your time is up. Please allow the other people to speak.
Okay, let's allow the woman and her child to speak, please. Mr. Parker, I know you're very passionate. Please allow the woman behind you to speak.
Hi everyone. Thank you to allow me to speak today. I'm Collision Connection resident.
Okay, let's please restart the clock for this woman. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm Collision Connection resident. I'm here today because I have a special request. Like everyone can see, I'm pregnant, and since they give us relocation, I was not able to stay in a different hotel they choose for us because of the safety of my kid and my own safety. I can run a 18-month baby and the pregnancy twin in the same time. So we went to another place like a house, equipped house for a short lease. But the relocation fund we received was very short. And we thought the building will have to be open by June, but until now the building is not open. And I will have a baby the end of this month. So we need to stay to that same place until the reopening of the building. I can go back to a hotel to have a baby there. So please, if you can take care of my case, I will be so happy for that. Thank you.
Urgency.
Thank you for your comments. I know we have the speakers in Zoom, but I will read the remaining cards just to make sure you heard your name called. If you are in Zoom and your hand is not raised, please raise it. Dolores Tejada, Jeff Levin, Matthew Wiseman, Kristen Leckie, Blair Beekman, Roderick Coleman, Andre Fagiv, Emily Wheeler, Carol Becca, Melvin McKay, Davina Brown, Maurice Garcia Severos, Alejandra Villa. Now moving to Zoom, starting with Alejandra Villa. Alejandra, I'm showing you with one card. You will have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. My name is Alejandra Gavila. I go by Alice, she, her. I want to first say thank you to Rebecca for resuming a way and try to find a way that we, fair market of Coliseum Connections, can get relocation money. I also want to say thank you to Triva because it's the only one of the council member that to this day still return my emails and calls. Your commitment to our community is admirable. I want to call the rest of the council to hold accountability towards Michael Johnson. I want to know, it took almost 60 days to get my deposit back. To this day, they haven't yet given me the money from the January of my rent and the garage that was underwater. And I don't understand what a developer breaks so many local ordinances, why the city attorney do not follow criminal charges. Why the county district attorney don't follow charges when this man that is using public land didn't keep his flood insurance? Where is Bonta? Where is the state attorney? Why is the feds don't investigating the use of the FEMA funds? I am here today to ask you to please pass the ordinance, let us, everybody get the money, and please reduce the red tape. I have served as a good citizen for this city. Noel and I know each other almost for 15 years working in education. Rebecca and I have tried to advocate for gay and lesbian kids and families. I have worked next to Carol.
Thank you for your comments. Your time was up. The next speaker is Cynthia. Cynthia, I have you with one card. You may begin your comments.
Hi, hello, my name is Cynthia, and can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so yes, I just wanted to go ahead and speak on the fact. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we
can
hear you.
Okay, thank you. Can I restart my time? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. There was no connection. Well, okay. Hello. So I wanted to speak on the fact that yes, I am one of the residents of Coliseum Connections, and we have had relocation benefits that have been applied to some of the residents. However, I want to speak on the fact that we were under the assumption that we would be back. I signed my relocation benefits on April 7th of 2023. I am a single mother of a 6-year-old, and I just wanted to say the fact that I had a place to go and now have been kicked out of that place. Now we are in a situation where we are told that we have to leave my mother's home. And so therefore it's where is my son and I gonna go? I still have my job, but at the end of the day, I can't go anywhere. I live here basically. And I just want to state that there is nothing that has been done to where there is a certification. I just want a hotel. We want our home back. We really do want our home back. And I just don't know what to do at this point because yes, I have the benefits. Those have been used on funds. Livestream has said we have bills, invoices, receipts, showing proof that we spent money on outside food. I had to leave the hotel because there is no kitchen. There is no kitchenette, nowhere to put, there's no oven, there's nowhere to cook. So we do have to buy all fast food. At the end of the day, my son has nowhere to play. He's under depression himself. I'm under depression myself. I'm losing hair. We don't have a home. We don't have no place to sleep. And it's just now I'm living in a basement with a dog. And I have to leave by the end of the month. So therefore it's, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna have a home back? The 4th floor in my building has gnats flying everywhere. So I just don't think that this apartment complex is going to be fixed anytime soon. So we can get our home back. I'd be grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Davina Brown. Davina, I'm showing you with 4 cards. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good
afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try not to be emotional because as I'm sitting here listening to my neighbors, my blood pressure is rising. I'm really, really upset. We've been going through this for 199 days, starting with all of the same complaints. Who's holding the owner accountable is what I want to know first and foremost. Where is his accountability coming in where we keep getting pushed back and penalized for making decisions that we're forced to make? And then he's not coming through on his end. Like, what are we supposed to do? We have so much that we are fighting for, and it seems like we're getting nowhere. I'm tired of spinning our wheels in the same mud. Are we going to get a resolution that makes sense for us or no? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what you guys are doing. We should not have a deadline, especially when there are no deadlines for the building to be reopened. Who can live their lives 30 days at a time? That's what we're being forced to do, and it's unfair. People have taken the relocation money because they were pressured to, and then now they have nowhere to go. How fair is that when this building is still not open? Again, who is holding the owner accountable? We were told to go to FEMA. People have gone to FEMA and tried to go to FEMA again. They're asking us for information that we don't even have. They want to speak to the Coliseum Connections manager. There is no manager. There is nobody managing the building. That contract for FPI management ended. So now who are we supposed to refer them to get additional money that was set aside for us, additional money that we're supposed to be entitled to, that we're being told, go to them, they can help you. Can they really? On top of that, we have residents being housed outside of Oakland, which is more money for transportation, gas if they have a car. They still have to commute back and forth because their lives were set up according to their home residence at the Coliseum Connection. Like, I just don't get it. Like, we've been saying the same thing over and over and over. 199 days, 199 days, 30 days at a time. Can you live your life like that? People have chosen, as been stated before, to move out and pay double the amount of rent just to get out of this situation. You got to have all these funds set aside for homelessness prevention and this and that and third. Meanwhile, you're pushing us into homelessness. Everybody don't have anywhere to go. And it's it's just like, no, you guys are hearing us, but are you listening? Are you listening to solve the problem? Are you listening to assist us, really? There's people committing suicide in this building. Like, people still going in the building to live because they've taken the relocation money and don't have nowhere else to go. People are going into the building and finding mold in their apartments, like mold on the ceiling, on their children's beds, on the furniture, mold in the carpet. So I don't understand how they even feel like the building is going to be open when they say at the end of August. Is it really? You guys allowing Michael Johnson to further put people's lives in danger, and it's not fair. It's totally disrespectful and a slap in the face as an Oakland resident, as a taxpayer. Oakland is no longer home to me. I feel like I've been forced out because of this situation and what you are allowing by continually supporting Michael Johnson, and he's a slumlord and you know it. This is not the first time that he's been gotten in trouble for not holding up his end of the bargain. When you guys gave him money to develop property in Oakland, he was being sued in San Francisco. But did anybody check that? Check his references. Check his background, check his history, or any developer's history before you allow them to come in and do business in this city. But the mayor want to raise. Really? Are you serious? For what? That money that she want to raise.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your comments. The next speaker is Matthew Wiseman. Matthew, you have one card. You have 2 minutes.
I am Matthew Wiseman, Executive Administrator of the Oakmore Homes Association. We are located in the Oakmore Highlands District. Our association represents 230 families. For 2 reasons, we request that the proposed underground resolution be amended so that Oakmore Highlands be confirmed as part of the Montclair undergrounding, and that Oakmore Highlands be designated as the first area to be undergrounded. The first reason is that a firestorm threat exists in Diamond Canyon, which runs the length of the Oakmore Highlands District and runs from Diamond Park to Jocelyn Miller Park. The canyon forms the northwest boundary of our district. Diamond Canyon trees and shrub have formed a dense and large wildfire resource. When a fire starts in the canyon will act as a venturi, creating a wind funnel effect, drawing high velocity wind up the canyon, up the hills, over its sides, setting fire to the Oakmore district and creating a wind-borne firestorm that would jump across Highway 13 into Montclair district. The second reason for our request to the council is one of democratic fairness and keeping city commitments. In accordance with Rule 20A in 1987, the Oakmore Homes Association petitioned the city for undergrounding and was placed on the list. On September 29th, 2009, there was an Oakland City Council Public Works meeting regarding undergrounding. It is reported that 200 underground projects had been completed and 40 projects remain. The Oakmore Highlands District was next on the list after the then upcoming project of Piedmont Pines. In summary, Oakmore Highlands should be the next district to be underground for reasons of significant firestorm danger because.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Dolores Tejada. Dolores, I believe you wanted to cede. If you can just confirm that, please.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, this is Dolores Tejada with East Bay Housing Organizations. I wanted to speak really quickly to S6.50 impact fees. Just wanted to note that in the last 6 years since the impact fees were implemented, the city has assessed more housing impact fees than we expected for the first 10 years of the program. So it's clear that not only is it working to generate some much needed money for affordable housing development, but it's also not impending market rate development as well. So the one thing that I wanted to mention next is that there is a 5-year study that is supposed to happen. It is overdue. And we really need that 5-year study to be complete because discussion at City Council continues to be delayed around impact fees because that study isn't done. But what that means is that we aren't able to look at how, doing a larger study, we aren't able to look at how the impact fees are working or not, or any potential policy changes or concerns to be addressed, including maybe is the impact fee too low? And so we want to really encourage council to prioritize this study so that we can address any potential changes that may need to happen. And the concern is that we're going to get so far into delaying it that we don't want anyone to defer it until the next 5 years. So please prioritize the impact fee study so we can make sure that affordable housing development is funded and that we can address any policy concerns and really have a robust discussion on how impact fees are impacting our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Jeff Levin. Jeff, I'm showing you with 2 cards. You have 4 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Jeff Levin, Senior Policy Director with East Bay Housing Organizations. I'll speak first to item 6.2 2020, the progress report on the housing element. This is actually the 8th and final report for the last 5th cycle. So this is essentially a final report card on how we did on the last housing element period. The good news is that the city actually issued building permits for more than its regional housing need allocation, for 128% actually. The bad news is that the vast majority of that was for unaffordable market rate housing for above moderate income households. 87% of what we permitted was for above moderate income, or put another way, we produced one affordable housing unit for every 6.6 market rate units, and that's just not good enough. During the 8-year housing element period, we actually permitted more units for above moderate income housing than we did in the preceding 16 years. Development conditions in Oakland have changed, and Oakland's housing and land use policies need to change to keep pace. So I just want to say we need to stop focusing on incentivizing market rate housing. Market rate housing is proceeding just fine. The housing element actually indicated that we've already given land use approval to 86% of the RENA need for above moderate income housing, and another 45% were in process. So we don't need more incentives for market rate housing. We need policies that focus specifically on developing housing for lower income households, including unhoused persons, to address problems of severe cost burden, overcrowding, substandard housing, and the lack of housing altogether, and protecting residents against involuntary displacement. And quite frankly, if we don't do this, then we're also not meeting our obligations to affirmatively further fair housing. The next issue I wanted to speak to is item 6.5, the impact fees annual report. You already heard from Dolores Tejada. I want to note first that this is the second year in a row that the city has presented this report late in violation of state law. The official legally required report was published in December of 2022, and the city's obligated to have a hearing on this at the next regularly scheduled public meeting following that, but not less than 15 days. This should have happened in January, and this is the second year that it has been late. As Dolores noted, the program is clearly working. We've collected more fees, or assessed more fees than we anticipated, and we've done so at the same time that we've had, not a discouragement of market rate housing, but in fact a huge boom in market rate housing. But what's important is that early commitment of the impact fees is essential for the city to leverage outside funds from the state and other sources in order to achieve our affordable housing goals. And we keep bumping up against obstacles to doing this, and we keep being told that we'll resolve that problem when this 5-year study is done. Well, the 5-year study was supposed to be done at the end of 2021. Then it got pushed out to 2023, and when you adopted the housing element in January, you pushed out the date to mid-2024, which is now going to be 8 years, not 5. We need to get this study done, and we need to do it with a lot of stakeholder and public participation. Staff promised back in May of last year, 2021, that public and stakeholder engagement would be part of the process and not just done after the study was done, but that's not what the work plan shows. And we're really concerned both about delays in getting this study and that it'll go off and be done without adequate public and stakeholder participation. Please direct staff.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Emily Wheeler.
Hi, thank you. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Emily Wheeler. I'm the Secretary of the Oakland Tenants Union. OTU is fully in support of the Coliseum Connections tenants. I did want to thank City Council for working to make those tenants whole, but alongside the Coliseum Connections tenants, I am asking City Council to get rid of the deadline for the funds. Michael Johnson doesn't have such a deadline, and the tenants shouldn't either. And certainly extend funds to all tenants, regardless of whether they're in a hotel or not. I cannot imagine living in a hotel for half a year. Nobody should have to do that. Nobody should have to give birth in a hotel. Nobody should have to deal with what these tenants are going through it's the landlord's responsibility to pay those relocation benefits. And landlords, including Michael Johnson, need to be held accountable. This can't happen over and over again when a landlord just decides not to do what they're supposed to. So hopefully the city council will work to make these tenants whole by actually helping them with their needs, laundry, transportation, groceries, etc. And work to make sure that this travesty really never happens again. Thank you so much. And I also just wanted to, as an individual, echo Mr. Van's statements on the zoning. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, you have about 12 cards, so you have the maximum time, which is 6 minutes. You can begin your comments.
Thank you. Blair Beekman here. Very sorry that my public comment on items 6.1 and 2, I kind of went off in a different direction than what you guys are working on with the issue. I'm very sorry about that. Thank you for your explanations on the item 6.2. For 6.10, that I'm really proud of you guys. The Civil Protection of People of Oakland Ordinance. It handles civil protection issues on a lot of issues that include tenants' rights, surveillance and technology issues, among other things. If people on the previous Oakland Coliseum connection issues are interested, maybe this is something they can look into. This is ways that we can talk about civil protections for everyday community persons. And it's really nice when we work on those things. Civil protections don't have to be scary and hostile. I think there are good, better practices of our society that when we work together on, it just builds our better ideals and how to talk about issues. Good luck in how we can talk more about civil protections in our collective future. Item 6.15 is about 6.15 to 6.17 are MOUs with federal agencies about fed law enforcement issues. A real good luck. I've described many times the work of Noel Gallo and Mayor Thao trying to reorganize law enforcement practices and how to work with state OES and federal agencies. And that includes, we can learn to work better with Bayuwasi, with local advocacy, and develop real good community patterns, neighborhood patterns, not just law enforcement. Good luck in those efforts. I mentioned ideas before, how to talk about it. Thanks for the item. And good luck in, the PAC has worked really well to make it a more accountable process. Good luck how we can be more accountable with the future of our Fed issues, just overall. 6.19 is FEMA grants for residential soft storage seismic retrofits. This is an important issue to me in that San Jose is working on the same issue. They, I think, developed their own subsidy plans for owners of apartments to retrofit their homes. There's an important concept where tenants may be pushed out for a time. As a warning to yourselves, I hope you can have funding set up for tenants if they get pushed out for a time for retrofits to take place. Just a word to the wise. For item 6.20, general plan housing element, annual progress reports for calendar year 2022. Very nice reporting during public comment time on this item. I'm a big mixed income person, and I think all the current questions that we've done so well with market rate and that have helped the housing impact fees a lot. I hope we can learn to talk about mixed income and how that can really, and middle income ideas that can really help address the future of our housing concerns really well and offer flexibility for all different ranges of housing development. For items, moving on to 630, S639, investment policy ideas. I'm really, for 2023 and 24, I'm really hopeful that 24 and 25 can be really good years for ourselves. We're really getting our act together, basically, and we could just understand each other and work better together. So I'm really hopeful in what can be positive in the upcoming few years. For items 6.49 and a few other items, and my final words, 6.46 and I think 6.58 or so. There are issues around tech issues that will involve ALPR use. If you notice, California police departments in the past few years made a big deal, actually since the beginning of the Ukraine war, that they were no longer using ALPR use, which was just crazy talk. I don't know why they were just committed to talk that way to the community, but they were obviously wrong, and they're obviously kind of just whacked out on, I don't know on what. But we have to be clear, and we're trying that now, to be clear what exactly ALPR use do we have at this time, and to have a full accountability of that, and then to apply it to these current programs. We're really trying to address that. Good luck on those efforts, and that we have good practices with those efforts, and to want to have good civil rights and civil protection ideals with that. We are at a time to really ask for that, and that it's okay, and that we don't have to fear it. Why do we fear good civil rights protection ideals for the future of ALPR use and video camera use, smart streetlight use? It's just a part of our good human nature, and the civil protection ideals that we're trying to learn to better address, that's building our sustainability. And we don't want to more openly talk about that. We're afraid to talk about that. We've been at years at war to more want to honestly talk about those subjects. This is how we build peace and the love life philosophy for the future of Oakland, I feel. Good luck in these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. I will call the remaining cards. If you are in the room or on Zoom, please raise your hand. We've received a number of requests to speak for open forum. That is not this item. That is at the end of the meeting. This is item 6. You can, if you still would like to sign up to speak on a different item, you can sign up for item 7 and beyond, and that does include open forum. Andre Fagiv, Maurice Garcia Cisneros, Melvin McKay, Carol Becca, Kristen Leckie, and Roderick Coleman. If you are in the room or on Zoom and wish to speak, please raise your hand or approach the podium. At this time, all names have been called.
Okay, I believe we have heard from all of our public speakers. Thank you, everyone, for your engagement with our city. I first want to make sure that we review the Coliseum Connections item and the emergency ordinance. And so if the sponsors wish to make some comments and ask some questions, please do. We also have our staff from the Housing and Community Development Department with us. Oh, okay, apologies. Apparently there are more public speakers on Zoom. Just a second or a few minutes.
Bendu Griffin, did you turn in the speaker card? Bendu Griffin?
Thank you. Evening.
Did you submit a speaker's card? If so, under what name?
I signed on, I stood online.
Under what name?
I registered in all. Bendu
So
Griffin.
we don't have a card from you at this
Griffin
time. You can sign up for the additional items. This is not open forum at this time. We will move to the next person. Antoinette Thomas. Antoinette, did you submit a speaker card? If so, under what name?
Antoinette?
I do not have a card from you for item 6.
You don't have a card for me from item 6?
Correct. We're on item 6. You can sign up for item 7 and beyond on this agenda if you still wish to speak.
Okay, let's hear first from Councilmember Jenkins and then Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Madam President. Is it possible for the Housing Department to address some of the questions that the tenants had?
Absolutely, and I do want to note that I believe Councilmember Kaplan would like to speak before staff does.
Got you. Second to that, I've had residents reaching out to me from Coliseum Connections that took the relocation payments and now are homeless and very upset. People are trying to break in their car while they're sleeping in the car. As Dream said, sometimes they're sleeping in the building, which is without electricity, which I've seen videos with mold. I've seen other things, and it's truly heartbreaking that our residents are going through this. To Dream's point that there was a meeting about Coliseum Connections this week, there shouldn't be any meetings about Coliseum Connections. If we made that commitment to Dream, there shouldn't be any meetings without them being present. To that effect, Councilmember Kaplan and I have not had a meeting about Coliseum Connections. We had a meeting about the Coliseum Complex, which we both represent, and we're trying to figure out what to do with that. I am sorry to all the residents about the response of the city and also the response of Michael Johnson. We can't control what Michael Johnson does. We have to do a better job when we're giving money of looking to see that the money is going to what we need it to go to. Michael Johnson reached out to me this weekend around having a meeting with the Coliseum Connections folks, and I'm not sure if the trust is there for that meeting, but that's up for the Coliseum Connections folks to address that. I hope that this agenda item, if passed by my colleagues, and I hope that it gets a unanimous vote, can go towards people rebuilding their lives, as was stated. Right? People just want to get on with their lives and get over this nightmare that has been going on for 199 days. I've spoken with many Coliseum Connections folks. I text them, we chat on Instagram. I haven't had conversations with Dream, and to that, my apologies. I haven't reached out to you. I offer you my public apologies. And I just hope that we as a city can do a good job of attempting to make people as comfortable as possible and holding folks accountable that aren't doing right by tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And thank you, Councilmember Jenkins, who I think said it very well. I just want to make clear that what is before us tonight, that myself and my co-authors are bringing, is an emergency ordinance to immediately allocate this funding. So I am strongly urging my colleagues to vote yes. We need 6 votes to pass it as an emergency item, and that would allow it to go into effect immediately so that this money can be mobilized to help the tenants. And that includes both the extension of the use of the hotels for those who are using the hotels option, and includes the funding for the relocation assistance, including for those residents who were previously denied relocation assistance. And so in terms of the public's requests, why hasn't the council found the money? The council has found the money. It is right here. That is what is in item 6.33. This is not a direction for the staff to come back having found the money. This actually has the money in it, and it would be allocated today with 6 votes. I did want to also comment that we've talked about the question of the landlord and the landlord's lack of taking responsibility for this, and many of the tenants have shared really upsetting details about that. And I just wanted to make sure to our city attorney who's here that the city attorneys and the impacted tenants are having a channel of communication so that that information about the conduct of the landlord can be collected by our attorneys so that the city can then follow up on those issues in terms of legal recourse that we may have. And then in terms of some of the specific stories we've heard from the tenants, I know our city administrator has been talking to folks in the back room about this as we've been undertaking, just to make sure that those cases are followed up on. And if an agency that the city hired to help the tenants is dropping the ball on certain cases, that somebody will follow up on that and make sure that those are circled back around. And I just want to appreciate City Administrator. I see him nodding yes. So thank you for that. I think that's really important. And that we will need to make sure that that follow-up happens, but that follow-up is beyond today, which is to allocate this money in an emergency basis to provide for those who have urgent needs. And so I think I'll leave it there at this point, and I want to, of course, give room for the staff team as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fife.
Yes, the council members have both spoken on the technical issues of what I wanted to speak to in terms of us passing an urgency item when we scheduled this. So I wanted to be very, very clear that we scheduled an urgency item in the Rules Committee for this to come and get the funds immediately that were found to give to the residents to start to address some of their concerns. And my comments at the top of this meeting were that since then, there have been a host of new issues that have been brought to our attention that I had no understanding or idea of. So that is what I was speaking to, is that there's still a lot left to uncover, but that does not address the fact that we are moving with urgency today. And I want to be clear also that when there was another project, this is not necessarily directly related, but when there was another project for Michael Johnson to develop a parcel in District 2, I was drugged by members that are yelling at me today for not approving that development on the basis that Michael Johnson was Black. So the very same people yelling at me today are the same people that said I should approve Michael Johnson's other projects. So let's keep it real. And yes, I went to bat for Moms for Housing, and I will go to bat for anybody that is fighting for housing. And this is not my district. But let's also be honest about, I have gone above and beyond my district responsibilities in helping in every way possible the people who have reached out to me. I have been proactive, and I have not heard one person mention what the District 3 council member has done. I don't need it. And also, I don't need your pain to be palatable for me to hear and to help. So you cuss, you scream, you yell, you do whatever you need to do to make your voices heard. But I will suggest this as an organizer. Find out who your spokesperson is, because different people up here are talking to different people. So it's gonna be confusing if we don't have a direct point of contact and you aren't clear on who your direct point of contact is. So let's be honest, if we're gonna talk about organizing, y'all do it right. So you cannot hold us all accountable for people. I have been talking to folks. I have been supporting folks, but all I'm hearing is what y'all ain't doing. And that's cool. I can take that. We can take that. But let's call it what it is. We got you. There are failures with organized government. I didn't come in here to be a politician, and I'm not trying to give no speeches, but I'm gonna tell y'all this thing is broken intentionally. So when we are trying to do our best in moving the wheels of government to work for you, understand that it's inside of a broken system, and it will never work as fast as you need it to work, because that's not how it was designed to work. But I know I'm doing my damnedest to make sure you're supposed to be okay. OPC, Fabiola was supposed to get you in a new place where you didn't have to spend your money on food every day. I don't know what's happening with that. I don't know how much we're paying OPC to not serve y'all. But I want to be a part of a conversation. And if the Coliseum Connections folks have not been a part of any meetings, that's a failure. And we need to make it right. We need to make it right. So whatever needs to happen, we're dealing with this today. We're getting that done. And honestly, we could have gotten through it a lot faster, but that's okay. We're going to vote for it today and get the minimum today. We still need to have a lot more conversations. They will probably have to be in closed session about what our next steps are, but that should not stop y'all from organizing. And it should not stop the wheels moving on our side about what our responsibilities are. So I will support the council member for the district and any of the other council members in the administration to get y'all what y'all need. Many of y'all have my cell phone number. Call me.
So we're going to go through exactly what the process is. So Councilmember Kaplan, thank you, Councilmember Fife. Appreciate that, especially in regards to what you said about Urban Core, because I took some heat. That is my district. Anyway, Councilmember Kaplan, and then we'll go to the staff. We are going to try to answer the questions that came up. So you're very clear about what this ordinance will do.
I was going to second the motion. And also just reiterate that if there was a meeting last week, I don't know about it and I wasn't part of it, so I don't know what meeting it is that people were saying they weren't at. But that would be good to know too in the follow-up. And I want to thank the staff who are working on this. Thank you.
Okay, so let's get down to business. Thank you to our staff for working with the council members to get this done. The city of Oakland is a partial funder of this project. We don't own the land. We have very limited obligations. The corporation responsible is not following through. So we're trying to fill the gap. Interim Director Weinstein, if you could please help answer questions.
Oh, that's on. Hello, Emily Weinstein, Interim Director of HCD. There were a number of questions raised. I'm not sure exactly where to start. In terms of the emergency ordinance that's in front of you, that would allow us to move forward and provide relocation benefits to the market rate tenants that previously were not, could not qualify for relocation benefits. And that is due to the funding source that HCD had authorization to use. And so with this emergency ordinance, that changes the ability for us to use this source of funds for both market rate and affordable housing tenants. I think there were some questions about the sort of the timelines and the structure to the relocation payments. One of the things that originally when the relocation payments, kind of the process was designed, the idea was to provide affordable housing tenants with the relocation payments, provide them ample time to find permanent relocation options. And if not, they could continue to stay in the hotels. 33 households did select to take the relocation payments. Others decided to remain in the hotels. At this, one of the purposes of that process and those deadlines was because at this point, the city is fronting the money for the hotel stays. We are hoping that that money gets reimbursed by FEMA. FEMA would reimburse us as part of their non-congregate shelter funding program. That program is specifically designed to provide shelter for people that would otherwise be homeless. So one of the things that we are trying to maintain is the ability to get reimbursed by FEMA. We don't know whether providing relocation benefits, both to market rate tenants and to affordable tenants that also have the options of staying in hotels, will jeopardize the FEMA relocation dollars. So that was the purpose originally of those deadlines. That is the purpose of the deadlines right now in the ordinance as it's written. The current ordinance that's been in front of you does not allow additional funds for affordable housing tenants for those 33 households who did take the relocation payments. And so Councilmember Jenkins, you mentioned the tenant who is living in their car. We, as part of the relocation process, a tenant has, an affordable housing tenant had the option to take a relocation payment and check themselves out of the hotel, or use the funds to pay for the hotel, or use the funds for whatever housing options they could locate. At this time, so that we designed the program at the time based on the construction schedule that we had, the repair schedule that we had received, and it was all in an effort so at this point, I think there was a discussion about a meeting there was a question or a comment about a meeting that took place last week. Every week, the city, along with the county and BART and the owner, are having weekly meetings to go over the construction schedule. There was a tour of the site last week, and so that may be what tenants had noticed. And in that site visit, that's what we are looking for. We're looking at the progress of the repairs. I don't know if there's.
So
I can speak.
So I know this is a really important issue. If we could allow the staff to speak, I will make an exception and allow questions. Dream, I'm assuming you are the organizer. So if you could be the spokesperson, I'll allow some questions so that we can really get down to this today. Okay.
And I can speak to the allegations of mold. We have received a video. And the best thing there, I can actually bring on Director Gilchrist, who can speak to the inspection process. The best way for us to pursue inspections and to look at the conditions of a unit is to get the unit number. And we will be emailing all of the tenants with the process that is public. It's actually on the website now. that you can go to let the building inspection know about any kind of code compliance issues. And I'll call up the Director Gilchrist to speak directly about the inspection process.
Right, thank you. William Gilchrist, Director of Planning and Building, and to the Chair, may it please the Council, and to the community. On the mold issue that was most recently referred to, we did receive a videotape at the end of last week. Yeah, okay, well, thank you, ma'am, and I didn't know who that was. Thank you very much for that. What we didn't have, though, in terms of the information at the time, was the specific unit that referred to. So we have since followed up. Now, we did talk with the developer, and he identified a unit that he thought would be the one that had the mold infestation, and that it might have related to some faucets that were left open when the water was shut down as well. Okay, well, what I will tell you today, based on our best knowledge right now, is that we were given a number for the unit, and the contractor, somebody was supposed to be there on site addressing the mold, and we were having an inspector go out there to check on the status of that work. I've not gotten that report yet, but I'll be forwarding that on to the CAO when I do. And then as far as any other of the instances that may happen, and it's going to be important for all of you all who are living in these units and returning, is that there is, as Interim Director Weinstein stated, there is a website that identifies where you can submit complaints. It's like a 311 system that you submit complaints as a tenant, as someone who is living in the unit. It's really, whether it's a home or an apartment, doesn't matter. You're living in there. You're the one who gets to report it. We also have got to have the tenant's right to go into the property. So we just can't show up and walk on in the door. So what we're going to need to do for any instance that you have, you can get the report in, and we'll also work with the Housing Community Development Department to put this down as a PDF, like a flyer. You can send that as well, so you don't just have to go on the web. You know, we'll get copies to you all. We'll see some way of getting hard copies. So you can just keep that if you need to report on your unit. But we're going to have your permission to come into your unit. Now, otherwise, we've got inspection warrants is just going to take too long, especially given all the urgency that we've got on this one. We really want to work as a team. So if you all can get, as issues come up, you can let us know. There's also references there for vector issues, like you mentioned, rodents, things of that nature. It's all up there on the web, and we'll get the information to you again on where that's located, as well as what the key points are in terms of the process of reporting, and then what we do to follow up. But the onus is principally, just so you all understand this too, under our delegation of authority, the onus comes back to the property owner to be in compliance. So we will be wanting to keep up with that as well. And as you, let's say as an example to that unit, we know where the contract is out there and there's still not a condition that it's returned to, that you will find you can move in or live to, get us back out there. It'll keep us informed. We'll have people going out there as well that should be certifying that the work is getting done, to standard. Well, it's going to depend on where they are in the status of the work. So they should be completing whatever remediation or correction they need to do. When they complete that, we normally will go out there to make sure that, okay, this looks right. Now this is meeting code, this is meeting standard. And then if for whatever reason, if anything gets missed or something else comes up, then you also should be letting us know. That the word should be getting back to us as well. And then we will go do something called a notice of violation. If the property is outside of conformity with code, and then the onus again will be on the property owner to fix it. So that's based on what again the information that we had.
Dream, why don't you come up to the mic so that people on Zoom and everyone else can hear you?
Time, and also as well as going into each individual unit, because there's some units when everything got shut off on the 31st and on the 1st, cycles of laundry were going, the dishwasher was going. There's mold, I'm sure, in every unit. I'm not sure, I can't say because I haven't been in there. I don't want to just be like, there's mold in every unit, but there is mold specifically in mine, right? And so to go into each specific unit and just talking about the date in which it's going to be done, and not running into the frustration what we had before around saying, hey, take this money, and then it's going to be done by this time when we haven't even been into every single unit. The expectation is unrealistic, is what I'm saying. And so to be on your timeline, because I'm taking these notes, I need that website because I want to give it to all of my neighbors and make sure they're able to submit those things, take pictures or whatever they need to do. But what is the time where someone that represents Coliseum, myself, or even a few other people can be there so that we can say, look, you missed this, or just to be a part of that conversation?
It's been for us to come out.
Uh-huh.
Because we need your permission to come in the unit anyway.
Yes.
So you should be present. Somebody really should
Absolutely.
be present. So then that kind of engagement you're talking about should be happening in real time.
Let's meet about that, because I know there are people that would love to schedule to go into their units and check that out with somebody, because I don't think that anybody should be going there without a mask on or a hazmat suit or anything like that, just based on the conditions of just that video you've seen, right? Like,
Right.
I don't think that that tenant should even be going back in there without proper whatever they need. And so even if we can schedule that, I know that a lot of the neighbors are willing to do that.
All right, let me get in touch with the chief building official.
Okay.
And to the coordination. But the bottom line is, again, no entrance can be had, short of getting a warrant without your permission as a tenant anyway.
Okay.
So you should be able to coordinate those times.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that's how we contact you, through this 311 or this email you're
Well,
going to
you
give
can
me.
I'll sit down with you. I'll get you the information.
Okay.
And so
Perfect.
I'll give you both the website and then a means of being able to call me.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. I do want to know Councilmember Reed has her hand up, so I'll call on her. Councilmember Reed?
Thank you, Council President Bass. I wasn't sure when the opportunity was to speak after the other council members, so if this is the appropriate time, I'll do so now, or I can wait until staff have all provided their responses to the residents.
Please go ahead, and then get Councilmember Gallo.
Okay, thank you. I would like to speak to this item. I want our residents to know that I hear you. You are all our neighbors. You're Oaklanders, and certainly we realize even more, this process has failed in delivering for you all that we had hoped. While I am no longer through the chair to our residents, the council member of your district due to redistricting in November, I hear you, I see you, I continue to remain responsive to you as it's shared, directing you to the designated lead in the mayor's office or the appropriate staff, and to support you as you reach out on just the crucial issues that you have been speaking of. We've been there for you day one, and had no idea that it would be 199 days hearing from you and hearing the trauma that you shared. This is that next meeting where we must deliver for you. And you should not have to be here. It's heartbreaking, it's shameful, it's sad, it's unacceptable that you are still not housed with the stability that you deserve and the life and health crisis that you are enduring, and trying to hold yourselves up displaced and divided from your family and your community of support. These conditions have been horrific, and the trauma that you shared is painful to hear. And as I heard you all speak of the young man whose life was lost, my heart grieved even more as I reflected back on that day and those calls and standing there with you at the property with our staff from my office and the boss representatives and the fire department and the police department, and watching you all grieve the life of this young man and having to witness his life come out of the building. It's a level of grief and weight that I know that you can only really speak to as we've heard you. I spoke on record at the last meeting to bring urgency to this item in the process to ensure that you had these funds and that these steps were taken. I'm not listed on the item as some of you have inquired. I was told that I'd be on the item. That's not really important. What's important is that we deliver for you today. I had shared the urgency at that meeting and also had spoke to you being empowered at the table as other council members had lifted up. And so while I'm not included on the item, I'm fully supportive of it moving forward. And I can't imagine that it won't be a unanimous vote. And so I'll continue to advocate for you. We'll continue to make sure that the process gives you a seat at the table. That was what was committed at that last meeting. And so it certainly is disappointing to hear that what was committed to bring you to the table, to meet with you, to call you, to have conversation with you prior to today's meeting, to give you updates, to clarify any questions and concerns, for you not to have the level of outrage and anger over what the next steps might be, did not happen. And the process has failed you again. And so I hope that there is a sense of reassurance with the steps that are being voted on today, to let you know that you are not forgotten, as frustrating as this process has been. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gaio, and then back to.
Yes, to our city staff. So the funding source for this emergency is FEMA funds? Yeah.
This is Emily, Interim Director of HCD, Emily Weinstein. The funds that have been used to support the hotel stays, starting in mid-February, the city stepped in based on your council direction stepped in to cover the hotel stays with the expectation that FEMA would reimburse us for non-congregate shelter, under the non-congregate shelter program. So we have continued to basically apply to FEMA for extensions for that program, and that we continue to pay for the hotel stays with the expectation that FEMA will reimburse us. We have authorization from you up to $4 million to pay for that those hotel stays.
So the money, the resources committed.
So that is for the hotel stays. What's in front of you today is the emergency ordinance to amend the use of the boomerang funds.
So
boomerang funds.
Okay, just to be clear now, the fund, I don't want to keep leading people on. So the funds that we're going to utilize for this emergency, the funds are there.
They
and
are.
If they're not there, what is the timeline to receive the funds so we can?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the boomerang funds, in terms, I mean, it would take some process for us to have this ordinance in place to allow fiscal to then wire the funds into an escrow account to be drawn down by the tenants. That will take a few days, but we have the source of the boomerang funds.
And the amount is how much?
I think we are increasing it. In this ordinance, it's to be increased by $650,000, so that $1.4 million total of boomerang, it goes towards relocation.
So it won't be months or a year before we receive the funds to support?
No.
Okay, I just want to make that very clear that the money's there to get the job done. Thank you.
I do want to clarify though, in this ordinance, the relocation payments are directed towards the market rate tenants who previously did not have the authorization to access that relocation funds based on the funding source. But now that is what's changing in this amendment, as well as the affordable housing tenants who have not yet taken relocation payments.
But the city of Oakland will handle the responsibility from beginning to end to make sure that our families were served. There's not going to go to the housing authority and someone else in the county. We're going to handle
No, it goes
that.
into an escrow account. It is allocated with our consultant, the OPC, and they cut the check to the tenants. The tenants sign that they've received the check and that they are checking themselves out of the hotel.
Thank you.
Are sleeping in their cars, are sleeping at Coliseum Connections, are being kicked out of places where they were staying because you said the building will be done. So what I'm asking to amend is you give this money freely to affordable and market rate. And you want to see my bag of receipts? Like, we are not just freeloading. This is not a vacation for us. I need you to, I'm not trying to be like aggressive.
No, I absolutely understand. And the relocation program has been established to try not to jeopardize the FEMA money.
Let's not jeopardize FEMA. Let's keep us homeless.
So the changes to a program are up for discussion. We do not know what would jeopardize the FEMA grant. And so it is our recommendation that we cannot be both providing hotel stays as well as relocation payments. But that.
Okay, so I'm going to interject here because I want to keep us going. We have a very long agenda. Councilmember Kaplan, I believe you have a motion to put forward
That's
to
not an
try to
urgency.
address where we are. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you so much. So I want to address the issue that deals both with the problem of the timeline impacting the tenants and the problem of our staff needing to have a deadline in order to achieve the requirements of the other programs. And so I did just want to confirm that in addition to allocating additional money to the relocation program, this item does also extend the deadline to stay in hotels for those who are choosing to stay in hotels. And I want to make sure we're all clear on that, so that those who choose the hotel option do get to stay until Coliseum Connections is ready, rather than being cut off at a specific date. So first, I just wanted to confirm that on the record.
Yes, and that's always been the case. The hotel stays were always expected to be funded through the full repairs of the Coliseum Connections. We needed to extend what that deadline was, and that's what this ordinance does.
And you're currently expecting the building to be open around?
The latest we heard, along with the tenants, was that it would be the end of August or mid-September.
You are letting Michael Johnson lie to you. That is
Okay,
not true.
and
I'm
so-
sorry. So I have a follow-up question. My follow-up question.
Wait a minute. I'm chairing this meeting. I'm sorry. I need to run this meeting and we need to go through a lot of items on the agenda. So please be recognized by the chair to speak. Okay, I know this is really hard. I want to get this right. So let's let Councilmember Kaplan finish with her motion, her questioning. We're trying to answer all the questions and get this right.
Absolutely. Well, and I want to acknowledge that there is a question that is not part of today's ordinance that's before us, which is the issue of how we hold the landlord accountable. And that what is before us today is us putting City of Oakland money in to fill the gap because of the landlord's lack of action. The question of other steps to hold responsible parties responsible is a conversation we will continue to have separately from this. And so I wanted to make sure we take action on this. Given what we've heard about the deadlines, I'd like to suggest we change the deadlines in the ordinance based on the new information we've received. And so what I would propose then is that in section 4 on page 3 of the ordinance, that where it says August 3rd, 2023, that we strike August 3rd and replace that with September 22nd. And that where it says to provide a mailing address by August 7th, 2023, that we strike August 7th and replace it with September 26th. And so that gives additional time based on the new information we've learned about the projected deadline. So again, the only thing that would then change at this time would be on page 3, section 4 of the emergency ordinance, where it says August 3rd would be struck and replaced with September 22nd. Where it says August 7th would be struck and replaced with September 26th. And with that amendment, I move the consent calendar. Thank you.
Okay. I do want to just pause here and say that our staff has been doing an amazing job. So Director Weinstein, Director Gilchrist, like I said earlier, we are just one funder of this project. We are not the landowner. We are not the developer. We are trying our best to hold all of the parties accountable, including the landowner. So let's try to make sure we get this right. There's a motion to amend on this particular item. I think we will need a second, and I do want to have some conversation, including from you, Dream. If you could consolidate the comments from the tenants, I want to make sure we do get this right. Okay.
I'll second the
Council,
motion.
do you want to
I'll
start?
second the motion.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, Dream.
OPC. So what is going to happen with the people that are currently homeless and staying in their cars and at Coliseum Connections? Are they going to be put back in hotels? And can we also amend that if I take this money and I agree to it, that I don't have to move out the hotel because I'm using my expenses? Like that's what we want to amend here, because there are people that are still here and that are broke living in here. It's again, it's not a vacation. So those are two questions. So what do we do with the people that are homeless, that took the money, that said the building was going to be done and it's not, and now they have nowhere else to go because they spent that money? And also moving forward, like this money just needs to be given to affordable and market. And how do we do that? Because that's the urgency.
If you are, Director, able to answer those questions, how it will work.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we don't know how it will work. We will continue to, if that is the direction the council wants to take, We'd have to amend the relocation program. We'd have to find a source to expand the amount of money that is issued to tenants. And we would know that we are jeopardizing the potential reimbursement of the $4 million of FEMA.
I thought Boomerang and.
That's HCD does not have access to additional funds that you have not authorized us to spend.
But Boomerang and what's already allotted, like what he asked, Boomerang is completely different from even how we're staying in the hotel. So this is Boomerang money, has nothing to do with how we're staying already, and that money's already taken care of.
This is a lot of detail for a consent item. This is a lot. And I do want to make sure we do not leave this chamber until we address this issue. There's just a lot here for a consent item. I know there's been a ton of work on this already. To the other sponsors, to our staff who've worked on this, one possible suggestion is that we pull this item off consent so that there can be some discussions to really work through this, and that we make sure we come back and we vote on this item.
When is that day?
Through the chair, if I could, depending on what ways you amend this item, as it is an emergency ordinance, and the requirement of us to get it to the newspaper for publishing would be tomorrow by noon for the emergency ordinance notice and digest. So any amendments you make, we need those amendments by the time this meeting ends, preferably before. As soon as it's passed, we would need those amendments to be sure that we make our required deadlines for noticing.
Okay, and as it stands, there's a motion and a second to change a number of dates. So the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but right now those appear to be okay with the noticing. So to the administration and to the sponsors of this item, is it possible for some subset of folks to caucus and make sure we can find the way forward with a smaller group versus everyone in this room, so we can keep moving the agenda forward?
Can I be there?
I'm sorry. Administrator Johnson.
You mean later today?
Yes, absolutely today.
I got time today.
I mean, if folks are able to and want to do that, I don't object. I would just caution that people are here right now and they're waiting, and I don't want to have them have uncertainty, into the night and then having to leave.
They said they're okay to stay.
Okay. So
Okay.
who's going to convene?
I need a representative. I would like to have a representative from the administration, perhaps is there staff from one of the council members who sponsor who could be part of this discussion, along with the administration and a representative from the tenants, or some subset that somebody can take on organizing so we can continue on with the meeting. And we will come back to this before the night is over.
President Boss.
Go ahead and speak to it.
President Boss, members of the council, ACA Simmons will serve as our point of contact to coordinate a round of conversations with representatives that are here. And so we would certainly ask if there is a representative from this body to serve as a point person representing you. That would be extremely helpful. So we can certainly caucus and have that conversation now, but certainly as what was stated, certainly we want to move this item forward with a degree of expediency based on what has been described.
Okay, so ACA Simmons, Councilmember Jenkins, and I'll trust the two of you to connect with the residents who are here in the building so that we can make sure we're refining this ordinance to address the issues.
Madam President, I'm just concerned that we're giving people the misimpression that we can go into another room and add more money to the item, because I've been told that we cannot.
Okay.
And so within what is noticed, the attorney has opined, feel free to revise, if changing the date is okay, but changing the dollar amount is not, or because I don't want to send people into a room to ask for something, then be told that's not an option.
Right, but I did hear some concerns about how will this work and to make sure that it can be implemented well.
Not sure that's a legislative question.
It is not a legislative question, but I want to make sure that the folks who are here and who are listening feel like once this is voted on, that they have most of their questions answered and that it will work.
Madam Chair, members, if I
Yes.
may. So recognizing that the item that is noticed specifically as an emergency action with the set number, we feel like we are hearing and would like to hear from the city attorney as to any kind of substantial changes above that number in terms of would that be allowed for this evening. And then that would give us some guidance, right? In terms of the immediate relief that we could do and maybe any questions that we need to pull together in terms of logistics, independent of the ability to act today and the limitations of what we could act on today.
Okay, to the city attorney.
Thank you, Ryan Richardson with the City Attorney's Office. So to clarify, what has been noticed does kind of set the scope of what can be done tonight. So to Councilmember Kaplan's point and ACA Simmons' point, the dollar amounts that are noticed, the council could not approve relocation fees above those aggregate dollar amounts, the $750,000 and the $650,000, because that's what's been noticed. There, to Council President's point, there can be discussion of other logistical issues within how it's going to be implemented, whether those are in the legislation or not. That can be discussed, but I do think it's fair to the public to be clear that the dollar amounts could not be increased and this still passed tonight.
Well, every tenant will get a different amount based on, market rate or affordable. So you already know that number is beyond that because there's some people that have took the money. So do we already have the numbers to know if that money is more or less than?
I don't have those numbers, but what I can say is that for this additional relocation assistance that the council is considering approving this evening, the total dollar amounts of funding that's going to be available that could be approved tonight can't be above what's been noticed.
Okay, that's fine because it would be for the people that are still in hotels and that amount, I'm assuming has been allotted in that time frame. I mean, it has been allotted to those people that are still in hotels, so you know that amount. Does that make sense? No.
I'm not.
Okay, let's
Not
talk
sure about
after.
But
And just to confirm, you are confirming though that we can change the notice date.
that you can change the notice dates for the deadline to notify the city and then the deadline to
Right, and so my amendment was to put the date further out to give tenants more time to figure out what they're doing, more time to know what's really going on with the building to make that decision. But it looks like we've got the team ready to meet with folks to talk things through. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, let's just not lose quorum, and we need 6 votes, so we can't put this off too long.
Right. Okay, so we are going to have that conversation and we can continue to approve our consent calendar without this item. If someone would like to make that motion so that we can dispense with this item. When that team is ready, ACA Simmons, would you please let me know and we'll come back so that we can vote on the Coliseum Connections item. So what we're doing right now is we can move forward with approving the remainder of the consent calendar.
I second Councilmember Gayo's motion for the remainder of the consent.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the many items on our consent calendar. Lots of good work here.
So on the motion on the motion to approve the consent calendar as amended, removing items 6.7 and 6.33. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gayo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins is excused from this vote. Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
President Boss.
Aye.
The consent calendar is approved with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excused. Jenkins.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So it is now 6:30. What I would like to do now is take stock of who we have at the dais. So we have everyone except that Councilmember Jenkins has stepped away. City Administrator Johnson, are you at the dais? Or can you return to the dais? He's over there. Okay. What I would like to do is go on to item S10, the salary amendment for the Mayor of Oakland. We do need Administrator Johnson for this one. Okay. As he's coming up, Clerk Reed has informed me that we can open up the Jack London bid hearing so that they can start counting the ballots. Is that correct? And then we will go to the salary item.
Calling in item 8.1. Oh, we need a motion to open the public hearing.
Okay, can I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Second. Was that Cobb and Reed? On the motion to open the public hearing, Councilmember Five? Aye. Councilmember Gaio?
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins is excused. Councilmember Cobb?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
And President Boss?
Aye.
The public hearing is open with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excuse. Reading it into record, conduct a public hearing, and upon conclusion, adopt a resolution making a determination regarding any protests received for the Jack London Improvement District of 2023. Management plan approving the assessments for the Jack London bid 2023, directing recording of the proposed assessment district boundary description, establishing the Jack London Improvement District of 2023, and appointing the advisory board for the Jack London bid 2023.
Thank you. I do want to invite the Economic and Workforce Development Department up to speak and provide a report on this item as well as the process that we will go through. Thank you.
Hannah Curtin, Economic and Workforce Development Department staff. Good evening, Council Member President Bass and members of the council. This is a public hearing to establish the Jack London Improvement District of 2023. We have about 400 ballots to count. We will be counting the ballots live in hearing room 4, as well as streaming live on the Zoom link provided on the agenda. I have no additional comments as of right now, but I'll reach back out to you all whenever the counts are finished. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So those ballots will be counted. We will keep the hearing open. Once they have been counted, we will come back to the hearing to hear what the ballot count is. Okay. At this time, I believe we are ready to go to item S10. Councilmember Kolb is out of his seat. Hopefully he or his staff can get him back on the dais. I'm sorry? Yes, we do have 5. No. Okay, let's call on the item.
Calling in item 10, adopt an ordinance amending the salary schedule of ordinance number 12187 to increase the mayor's salary. And you have a number of speakers on this item.
Council President, I have a presentation that K-Top has.
Yes, we will get to that. I am going to announce how we are going to conduct this item as it's had a lot of public interest. So firstly, this item, as many people know, went from the Finance Committee to Rules and to today's council meeting. I do want to make sure we allow the staff first to present the item so that we have accurate and timely information about the information before us and the charter mandate. So I will first ask City Administrator Johnson to speak. I believe he will have Mark Love from Human Resources continue the presentation. And then from there, I will open it up to the council members regarding the presentation. I also want to share that I will entertain motions. However, we will not take a vote on this until we have heard from all members of the public. Okay, go ahead, Administrator Johnson.
Thank you, President Boss, members of the committee. We have a presentation that K-Top team will pop up for us. So, and I'll just sort of frame it. A lot of this is in the agenda report for those that have not had the opportunity to review it. Sort of just acknowledging the purpose why we're here is this is a routine action to modify the salary of the mayor of Oakland under a charter mandated salary adjustment. The salary ordinance, which is outlined here on the presentation, which is ordinance number 12187, if I'm not mistaken, 12187, establishes the salaries and classifications of positions. And keep in mind, this is certainly relevant to what we will be speaking about today. The Oakland Charter specifies the formula for setting the salary for the mayor of Oakland, and when this action occurs, which it occurs during odd numbers of years, which is why we're here at this point in time to discuss, but also before calendar year 2023, per HR department, the last time a salary adjustment of the mayor of Oakland was received was July 2014. Next slide, please. All right. So what you have before you, and I will turn the floor over to our interim HR director, Mark Love, who can kind of walk us through the comparison and analysis that they arrived at, which is very much consistent with what the Ethics Commission has done with respect to the salary of the city auditor as well as the city attorney. But with that said, I will turn the floor over to Interim Director Love.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Administrator Johnson. On the slide here, you will see, if we can go back one, please. You will see that we surveyed agencies consistent with section 300 of the city charter, and looking at between 70 and 90% of the average. So the next slide, thank you, will show the agencies that we surveyed based on population according to the city charter. So Sacramento, Long Beach, Bakersfield, Anaheim, and Stockton, which replaced Santa Ana most recently, is increased in population. What a little bit different than what you will see in the report. Here is a breakdown. In the report, you'll see 70% or 90%. Here you have 70, 75, 80, 85, and 90. Next slide, please. So, yes. So consistent with the charter, but also with the city's best business practices, we took a look at internal alignment, which essentially means how the classifications stack up against each other and what separation there are from folks who report, in this case, to the City of Oakland mayor. Typically, and what is our practice is that there is a 15 to 20% separation. We looked at the special assistant to the mayor 3, which currently the mayor is paid less than. So this the recommendation from Human Resources to 90% would align the mayor with our practice and also with the city charter to be approximately 15% above that classification through July of 2024. And then in 2025, as City Administrator mentioned, it would be reviewed again according to the charter. Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I do want to request, as Councilmember Reed has requested that she can't see the presentation that will on Zoom, if you could share it with the council, and if it is possible to also perhaps put it on the city administrator's website, then everyone will have access to that information. So I'll take questions or comments on the presentation. And I do just want to underscore a couple things. In terms of the differential between the office or the mayor of Oakland range and the, I believe it's special assistant 3 range, we're not talking about individual salaries here. We're talking about the ranges because we're talking about the salary scale. Is that correct? Okay. And that looking at that differential is consistent with how HR looks at department heads and setting salaries, as well as how the Public Ethics Commission looked at the city attorney and the city auditor. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's my understanding.
Okay, great. So let's go first to items related to the staff presentation, and then we'll go to council members' presentation, Councilmember Ramachandran's presentation. So I believe I saw Councilmember Fife.
Well, I didn't, my microphone is not working like, can you all hear me okay?
We can now.
Should I be yelling? Okay. I don't have questions for the staff. I just really wanted to clarify my position on this item. Council President Bass, I don't know if it's an appropriate time, but I think it's really important that we give clarity, which the presentation helped to do, in addition to the Finance Committee. So is it appropriate right now for me to share my thoughts on this item?
Yes, you may do that. And any other council members who have questions, comments on what the staff presented, and then we'll go to Councilmember Ramachandran's presentation.
Okay, well, through the chair to staff, does the council have the ability to bring a ballot measure forward in the future to address what now is the council's decision to amend the salary of the mayor? That's something that we can do, correct?
We defer to the city attorney. Yeah.
Through the chair, yes, the city council can place measures on the ballot to amend the charter, including the provisions that have to do with how the mayor's salary is set.
And I wanted to raise that because this particular item has become extremely politicized. And the reason why it was the other positions with the city auditor and the city attorney are out of the hands of the council and in the hands of the PEC are to avoid the very thing that we're experiencing right now. And so after I viewed the finance department, the finance committee's initial meeting on this item, I called all of my allies and friends to see if this item hit in the same way that it hit me when I read it. And after I talked to my allies, I talked to my opposition, the people who, no matter if I say the sky is blue, they'll say the sky is red just to be in opposition to me. I called some of them folks too and asked for their input on this particular item. And it led me, in addition to the staff report and the additional information that came in the supplemental, to come to a decision or a better understanding. And I hope that the public speakers will just round off that position today. But my perspective on this was that it is really critical for council to make decisions that are in line with the city charter. And the Oakland City Charter mandates that the mayor's salary shall be set forth by the council and shall not be less than 70% nor more than 90% of the average salaries of city managers and CEOs of the city of Oakland and cities within 3 immediate higher and 3 immediate lower cities of Oakland. If folks have an issue with that is changeable through a ballot initiative. And so to fulfill this mandate of city council while ensuring that we account for the budget deficit that everybody's been talking about, I will be making a motion for the mayor's salary to be increased by the lowest possible amount set by our charter, which is 70% of the average salaries, which amounts to an annual increase of $13,202.49. So I also want to include in that motion to direct the city administrator to return to the council, as I stated earlier, in a timely manner with proposed legislation to amend the city charter in November of 2024, to move the responsibility for setting the mayor's salary from the city council to the Independent Public Ethics Commission, as it is now the case for other elected officials, including the city attorney, the city auditor, and council members. Thank you.
Council President, I'd like to make my presentation before voting on a motion.
Okay, please go ahead. Yes, I heard a motion in a second, so that is on the floor. And then we will have Councilmember Ramachandran's presentation. Jenkins.
Excuse me, Madam President, we'll all have a chance to ask clarifying questions.
Yes, did you have, if you have clarifying questions of the staff, we will definitely come back as well as any questions of Councilmember.
That's fine. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to make this short and sweet and highlight the reasons why at last week's Finance Committee, I voted no on the proposed recommendation. And why I continue to maintain that position with some very specific recommendations. First and foremost, as the staff presentation already pointed out, we have a range of 70 to 90% of city managers in similarly sized cities. 70 to 90%. You see the numbers over here. 70% would be $216K, 90% would be $278,000. What is in front of us today, which is the same thing that was in front of us a week ago at Finance Committee, was to increase the mayor's salary by the maximum allowable amount. Right now, we're having meaningful conversations about the fact that we're comparing our mayor's salary to city manager's salary across California. None of those 6 cities, mind you, are anywhere in the Bay Area. However, despite those very important criticisms and the need to revise our charter, today I am focused on what is in our charter itself. First and foremost, Oakland's financial situation is drastically different from the 6 cities that our staff report compares it to. We have a historically high $360 million budget deficit. We just went through a painful process cutting essential city services to violence prevention, parks, arts, youth programming, and so much more. So let's go through those cities. Anaheim, Bakersfield, Fresno, Long Beach, Sacramento, and Stockton. What do those have in common with Oakland and our financial situation? Close to nothing. 5 out of 6 of these cities actually experienced an increase in their budgets. The only city that experienced a budget deficit was Long Beach, which only incurred a budget deficit of about $20 million compared to Oakland's, once again, $360 million.
Con $360 millones de Oakland.
So if we were to revise the charter, and hopefully when we revise the charter, and we decide to start comparing apples to apples,
We're going to correct, hold on, let's correct the channels on the translation. K-Top says we're good. Clerk team, are we good on the interpretation channels?
I guess we have some sort of delay. I don't know what's going on, folks. Maybe it's a glitch in the slide presentation.
Councilmember, you can continue.
thank you. The second reason why I'm supporting the minimum allowed salary increase, charter approved salary increase rather than the maximum approved, is because if we do compare apples to apples and compare the Oakland mayor's salary to other similar cities, there's a pretty stark difference. And the average of these 6 cities' mayors is $119,000. So let's compare beyond population. Beyond population. Let's compare a couple of other salaries for cities in similar situations. Actually, let's start with the state of California. Governor Newsom only makes $224,000. The mayor of San Jose makes barely above $200,000, and the mayor of San Diego makes $231,000, and they have a population of 2 to 4 times as much as the city of Oakland, and budgets significantly larger as well.
Presupuestos más altos que Oakland.
Let's also talk about San Francisco, which has been compared in the recent past, and how drastically higher the mayor of San Francisco's salary is. San Francisco is a county with a $15 billion budget. Los Angeles, that's been compared as well, saying, well, LA and San Francisco make a lot higher than the mayor of Oakland. LA has a population of 4 million people and a $20 billion budget.
I apologize.
And one of the most important factors for me supporting the minimum allowable increase, as well as revising our charter criteria itself, is the fact that we have so many staff making far below a living wage in the city of Oakland. In fact, let's take that number that we're asked to propose, increasing the mayor's salary by $75,000 a year. There are 545 full-time employees in the city of Oakland who make less than $75,000 a year, and it would be wise to start with their salaries if we're considering increases for anyone in the city of Oakland. In fact, let's go over some of these actual salaries. We talk about the importance of Head Start. We talk about the importance of protecting our babies and making sure that we have a foundation for the future of Oakland. The staff, the individuals, primarily women of color who are teaching these children, who are caretaking for these children, make no more than $16 an hour and 15 cents. Look at other comparable salaries: library assistants, park attendants, account clerks, human resources clerks, and we are in the middle of a massive staffing crisis, yet our human resources clerks only make $27 an hour. Police record specialists, tree services workers. There are a number of other categories that make up those 545 full-time employees in the city of Oakland making less than $75,000 a year. So in sum, I support raising the mayor's salary by 70%, the minimum allowable increase as mandated by our charter, rather than the maximum allowable increase. And I want to also, in addition to mentioning this, make one other thing. The public ethic, having served on the City of Oakland Public Ethics Commission, I can say that the Ethics Commission is not the right body to direct these decisions towards. There's much research to be done, and I'm happy to support a motion that directs the city administrator to look into a charter amendment, but we need individuals that are qualified to do this. We need to set up an independent charter review commission, because this is not the only part of Oakland's charter that is severely outdated.
Yep.
We need experts. We need to rely on those with the knowledge of history, with the knowledge of data, and an interest in making sure, in the future of our city, to be looking into various aspects of our charter, including the mayor's salary. And for context, let's look at where other major cities get their salary set from. Let's start with San Francisco. San Francisco has a public ethics commission, but their ethics commission doesn't set the mayor's salary. Their civil service commission does. Let's talk about San Diego. The mayor's salary in San Diego is tied to that of a superior court judge. Let's talk about Los Angeles. Los Angeles is 30% higher than the salary of a superior court judge. Let's talk about Berkeley. Berkeley's mayor's salary is equivalent to the Alameda County median income for a 3-person household. This is all to say there are a variety of ways we can be looking into how and when and why we set the mayor's salary the way that we do. And this is not something that should be going to the City of Oakland Public Ethics Commission, but we need to make sure that we do this right moving forward, that we're not picking arbitrary numbers, that we're not politicizing the issue. I absolutely agree. Let's make sure we have experts and people that care and will do the research to make sure that we're amending our charter for the mayor's salary, as well as a plethora of other issues for the best outcomes for the City of Oakland. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to the council members before we go to public comment. Councilmember Kalb, and then Kaplan, then Gaio, and then Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the city administration who presented, thank you for the presentation. There was one thing that I was just a little confused. It indicated that Fresno, of those 6 other cities, Fresno was roughly closest to the structure in terms of having a semi-strong mayor's system, where the others were the old-fashioned council manager. Is that right? Okay, so when you had a one city of the 6 that had something similar to us, why didn't you use the mayor's salary in the chart instead of the city manager of that city? Because it seems like you think you use the mayor's salary in the notation below, but that salary is not the mayor's salary.
Yeah, Councilmember Cobb, we looked at city managers, or as the charter says, chief executive officers. So that's what we were required to look at. The mayor of Fresno did not factor in to the.
Well, many people here in Oakland call the mayor the chief executive officer. And if Fresno is, as you're pointing out, the closest one similar to in structure, that would be the same there too. And yet you chose not to place in the mayor's salary, instead use the city manager. It seemed that that's a flaw in that chart. Maybe the only flaw, but that's the flaw in the chart in terms of what exists under the charter today. Whether it's good or not, it's what exists. So I wanted to point that out. That would have brought down the averages a little somewhat if you had put in the mayor's salary in Fresno. But I think more broadly, as is being discussed, comparing our mayor mostly to city managers or city administrators, as we call it here, isn't necessarily the best comparison. At the same time, comparing our mayor to a traditional kind of mayor who's like a council manager mayor, basically the mayor is just the chair of the council and not much more authority than that, also may not be the best thing. So we don't have a great answer. I think as Councilmember Ramachandran was pointing out, there could be a whole range of options, none of which may be perfect, but they all could be, or many could be researched and explored as needed. But today we have a range of options, and that's it, what we have. That's our charter says what we got to do, and that's our choice. And so I think, I hope there's consensus. I certainly will support the proposal to give that slight increase, which is the minimum increase we have to give.
Yeah.
And it's after 10 years, that kind of makes sense. And so I'll support that. In terms of what happens going forward over the next year, to put something on the ballot next year, I'm open to, and I think you all know that we had a ballot measure last year that reformed a handful of elements of the charter as a kind of a let's get a few things off the table and do some charter reform and not look at everything, but just do a few things that might get consensus with the public. And we did that. And I said at the time to many stakeholders, this does not preclude the city, after this passes, again, prior to last year, before it passed, after that passes, to have the city council and administration put together a more comprehensive charter review reform commission to make recommendations to the council for a more fuller charter reform that could go on next year's ballot if the timing was right. So I'm not opposed to that, the creation of that. That's not on the agenda today to do that, but that's certainly an option we could do, and work with the mayor in creating that commission and so on. I have no problem with that effort. I think part of that effort was couched in a way, is the best solution to change the charter for this particular issue, the mayor's salary, the PEC, as was suggested, versus other options? I don't have an answer to that. I'm open to other options as well. And so if the motion moves forward that was on the table now, that would allow the administration to present what is being asked, the PEC, and present some alternative methods as well. I think that might make sense. if that's clear. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Kaplan and then Gaio and then Reed.
Thank you so much. Much of what needed to be said has been said by my colleagues, so I will just briefly say that I support the proposal from Councilmember Carol Fife. I think it does a good job of aligning both our legal obligation to follow the charter and our fiscal responsibility, and also includes direction to come back at a future date with potential ballot amendments to change the charter. And I think it is important that we acknowledge that some of the questions that had been raised about why are we picking these cities and not other cities is currently specified in the charter. And so perhaps I will look to the city attorney to confirm this. If we felt that this list of cities were not appropriately similar and wanted to pick other cities, is it true that we do not have discretion at this point to pick other cities or even other positions?
Through the chair, that is correct. The formula for deciding which cities are deemed comparable and also which positions in those cities that we have to look at, the council has to look at to find the average salary is set in the charter. The council can't decide to use other cities or other positions in those cities.
Thank you. So given that, I think what Councilmember Fife is proposing is the most appropriate way forward, which is to be fiscally responsible while we abide by the charter and to launch the process to research potential changes to the charter for the future. So I support doing that. And I would note that this formula was put into the charter many, many, many years ago. And
1988, I believe.
98? Jerry Brown, right? Measure X.
I heard the year and perhaps the staff can confirm.
Well, I guess
just to see
there've been
how
actually
outdated
more
it
than one
is.
revision to the charter, so I'll let the staff.
Yeah, my understanding is the most recent was under Jerry Brown. Mayor Brown.
Yes, Jerry Brown put forward a measure in 1998, and I just want to make sure, as it's been pointed out, that we turn down the political rhetoric on this, that people who were okay with this formula under some mayor and then suddenly not now, that, you know, we need to be more thoughtful about how we're being consistent. So I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a queue, so we'll go to Gaio and Reed, who haven't spoken, and back to Ramachandran. Gaio?
Yes. Am I on? Oh, you called me. Okay, good. Look, we got to consider and recognize, where's Oakland today? When I ran for office, you ran for office, you ran for office. You didn't run for the salary. You ran to represent people. You didn't run to defend the institution and defend the city manager and defend the city attorney or what's the stake and staff. We ran here for a purpose because Oakland today, I've never seen it, how bad it is. But here we're arguing about someone's salary. The leadership should be willing to step down lower. So all the people that were here, you heard them for 3 hours say they don't have a place to live. We can't find the dollars. And my biggest fear, city man, I've been through these. You're going to show up 3 months later. And guess what, guys? We're broke even further than we thought. And what's going to happen? You're going to have to lay people off. Oakland has been through that. The school district, I've gone through that, where we keep predicting, oh yeah, I'm going to get it from here over there, or maybe I'll get it here, but we don't even have it. And the bottom line, we have a $360 million, I say we have a $400 million deficit to account for it that hasn't been projected through staff-wise. And what's happened in the past, you show up 3 months later, and guess what, guys? Oh, you know, we got another $40 million deficit. And the first thing I do is I lay people off. So for me, being the leader that just got elected, made commitments to the public, like I did, you did, to provide quality services that are lacking. So for me, I'm going to vote no to that item. Now, if it was a different time, I would think about it twice. But right now, it is very hard for me to explain to my residents, my neighbors that are suffering need a place to eat, need a place to, and the city's a mess. City administrator, the city is a mess. If you don't see that, then you don't recognize the reality. So for me, it's, I need every nickel and dime, but I need to set an example to the public. Don't just let them come here crying and I feel sorry for you and I make all these other reasons. But I never said, Rebecca, when am I going to give them the money? Oh, no, well, we're waiting for FEMA. We're doing this. We're waiting to wait for that. We're always good at doing that. But so for me, it's with all due respect. And I was here involved when Jerry Brown was here. But you know, Rebecca, Jerry Brown didn't have 10, 15 employees. He had 3 or 4 at the most. That's all he had. That's all the previous Elder Hugh Harris. But now we have what? How many per offices, including our city council? City council used to be part-time. We only had maybe one answering the phone, that was it. But now, so the bottom line for me is for the council, if we do a lot of talking about what are our priorities? Where do you want to invest your 25 cents? Because you have a deficit. You have a huge deficit. And we're not done. There's audits coming on the way, right? There's some audits sitting in the way from IRS to whatever. We're going to be short. And who's going to pay for all that? So then there's some other issues coming up. Then how is the city going to pay financially to do administratively? So for me, at this point, with all due respect, I'm voting no. It is not the right, and I'm going to vote no against the city attorney getting a raise, and I'm going to vote against the city auditor getting a raise. We're all elected officials. The city attorney is elected. The city auditor is elected. The mayor is elected. Then Oakland, with 450,000, we have 8 council members. We have more than any city our size sitting here, getting paid, getting served for service. So the bottom line for me, with all due respect, is I will not be supporting the salary increases for any elected official in the city of Oakland until I deal with the crime, the blight. You know, my children can't even go to school. My children can't even cross the sidewalk until I deal with the emergencies, Rebecca, that I have. I have some huge, I grew up here in Oakland, in East Oakland. I've never seen Oakland the way it is today. And so therefore I need to invest my 25 cents, whatever I have. And I'm willing to, through the city attorney, I'm willing to give up the salary that I do have while I'm still here. But I need to direct it to make sure that our senior citizens have a service, and especially my children, because my rec centers are closed down. They're not serving our kids, and I'd rather have my money go to serve the kids that I've committed and promised to do when I got elected. Thank you very much. So I vote no on the item. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have a queue of council members. I do want to try to make sure we're addressing information that's put out there as we go along, because there are a lot of people watching, I believe. So I do want to underscore, number one, we did pass a balanced budget. And so that deficit has been closed. It's been closed with no layoffs. So I want to make sure that is clear. I also want to make sure that we are aware that by our city charter, we have to make sure the council currently under the city charter, our constitution, has to make sure the mayor's salary is within range. It is currently out of range. And so as I've learned more about this issue since the finance committee with our city administrator and city attorney, we do have to take action that year. We have to take action this year to be in compliance with our charter. And then, I do also want to say that as, we did take this job for service. And as we do see incredible issues in our community that we want to address, I want us to do that in partnership with our staff. I don't want us to yell at them. I want us to do that in partnership so that we can all be working together to solve those issues. I know we're all frustrated.
It's not yelling, it's frustration, Madam President. We got to deal with the realities in our neighborhood and accept that and deal with it. All right?
I agree.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but at the same time, I live in it. I do it. I was out there cleaning the homeless this morning at 6
You do it
a.m.
more so than
Because the
anyone,
city's not doing
Councilmember
it.
Gallo.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You absolutely do. I just want to make sure that our staff doesn't interpret our comments as being disrespectful because we do appreciate and need them. Okay, let's move on with the queue. Councilmember Reed.
Yes, thank you. I would certainly like to have some time to weigh in on this item. We just came through a very demanding months process to prioritize balancing a $4.2 billion budget. And we talked throughout that process of the historic deficit of $360 million in our general purpose fund. And the lack of funds to dedicate fully and sufficiently for the critical and essential services for our residents, for Oakland to really recover during this difficult time. We declared an extreme financial fiscal emergency. The adopted budget consolidated departments that certainly had the public concern with potential and unidentified service impacts with that proposed path to reduce cost and be more efficient. We suspended ballot measures approved by the voters. We froze and eliminated positions for our city workers and department leadership. We've heard the public outcry on this item and appreciate that our neighbors are engaged for their voice to be heard and empowered on this item, understanding certainly the process, the protocol, and the ordinance before us, but also living the reality of significant investments that are still needed towards, that's been shared, our youth, seniors, illegal dumping and blight, traffic safety, public safety, community safety, addressing funding gaps, and Department of Violence Prevention in a number of areas. And so when we talk about our One Oakland approach, the concern from the public is that this is not an alignment. It appears to them more of a political alignment than a people alignment. And so I think the clarity that is being spoken may be helpful to address the ordinance and the protocol. However, it's not helpful for a people that's struggling during a historic crisis to come under the weight of this pandemic. The weight you hear me speak of often from East Oakland is being felt, crippling the entire city as we struggle. Residents don't have enough money to get by. We just listened to a lengthy discussion about our East Oakland residents that have been displaced from their homes and us not having sufficient money to ensure their housing and life stability. We've all stated the gravity of this financial crisis that we're in the midst of and the impact on our workforce and just the delivery of these core services and resources that are needed and where we're trying to find money from every corner that we can at every level. And yet we have hundreds of neighbors across the city who still can't understand how an ordinance would lead us to make a decision that has certainly unsettled them when we have these significant budget priorities before us. We don't yet have a charter commission to evaluate our charter and consider the areas of inconsistency. We've certainly recently voted on a matter where our charter was not consistent and did not allow us the enforceable authority that we needed on an item that certainly I co-authored with several of our council colleagues with our city attorney's office. And so we know that there are a number of matters that are not in alignment, even as ordinances, with how we need to be moving forward in this time, in this season. We have a community that's really challenged. And I think what they're asking is not that we put the weight of the measure on what the ordinance says, but will we stand in solidarity with those who are too struggling in this historic deficit? I am not clear and certainly would like to hear. I've lifted up a number of questions to our Department of Finance. We realize that there is HR transition. We don't have an HR director in place, perhaps to answer some questions and provide some historic perspective. But I do have a few questions that I want to make sure that I'm clear on, because what we hear is that this is not the time during this crisis to bring this proposal forward for the salary range that's been presented to the public. I support an independent charter commission over the public ethics That department is also facing staff shortages to support fully that commission, but certainly would like to see that come forth in 2024. But through the chair, I want to just get clarity. The mayor's salary, it says, shall be reviewed by the city council in odd number years and may be adjusted by the council as provided. Can a representative from HR or finance speak to why the salary ordinance was not brought forth in odd years? What led to that lack of compliance? Certainly 2021, when I came into office, was an odd year. And so I want to get clarity. Did HR present a recommendation to council leadership that was not supported by council to bring forth a vote? Was the HR's rationale to do so during this financial crisis different in this year versus in past odd years? Is it true that during the onset of COVID, that even as we were coming into that crisis, that this ordinance was not brought forth? And I understood that there may have been voluntary pay reductions or no pay increases. And so I'm still working to get clarity in areas that finance was not able to sufficiently provide responses. I certainly did get a list of a number of positions, as some of them have been highlighted by my council colleague, on those employees that are not making sufficient pay within our city, doing a number of really critical jobs. And so through the mayor, I'd like to get, or through the council president, I'd like to get some of those questions answered. And then I do have some other questions. I want to know, how long have we been out of that legal obligation? And are there penalties or fines associated with us not moving forward with the ordinance this year while we work to bring the changes that we are discussing for a potential ballot measure?
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Let's pause there so we can hear some answers. I think first, I believe that we have staff who can answer in regards to the history of when the analysis on odd numbered years has been made, whether the mayor's salary fell out of range and when it was adjusted. To Mr. Love?
Yeah, I apologize, Councilman President. My staff just shared that my camera was not on, so I am here.
Okay, thank you. So we'll hear first from our staff, and then we'll hear from the city attorney regarding the legal compliance issues with the charter.
Through the chair, I'm able to confirm that the last time the review occurred was in 2013 and the increase in 2014. I would have to do some additional research to see if the city skipped other odd number years.
Okay, Director Roseman, did you wish to speak to that? When I looked it up prior to finance, I saw that the last reviews, at least during my tenure, were in 2019 and 2017, I believe, the most recent ones. Please go ahead, Director.
Erin Roseman, Director of Finance. The last time the mayor's salary was reviewed and presented was, I'm sort of recalling, I had the conversation earlier. In the Finance and Management Committee pending list, there's an item in the previous iteration of the pending list, there's an item on like the last page that is review of the mayor's salary. It has a Legistar ID that starts with 18- such and such, which I would take that to believe to be 2018 or 2019, in which the last time it was brought to Finance and Management Committee, and then it was forwarded to the City Council. In that particular item, the mayor's salary was reviewed by the city auditor. It was found to be within the 70 to 90% range, and there was no subsequent action taken. It was an informational item to FMC and then forwarded to City Council. Council received it as an informational item, then took no action. In terms of the previous mayor and in year 2020, we entered into a pandemic. The previous mayor, Mayor Schaaf, did take a salary reduction as part of all of the salaries, all of the cost-saving measures that were put into place before we received ARPA dollars. Subsequent to that, the salary was brought back up to what it had been. So the differential that she had voluntarily reduced was then brought back to the actual amount, but it was well after the city had recovered using the federal resources.
Through the chair, I just want to confirm what I just heard. So did you share that the prior mayor took a voluntary pay reduction, and in that same period, even with that reduction, are not accepting a salary increase, that mayor's salary stayed within compliance of this ordinance? I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly.
I would have to do the calculation to know if the voluntary salary reduction reduced her under to below the 70%. That I don't know. I'd have to look at the actual numbers in the calculation for that time period.
And through the chair, if a mayor takes a voluntary pay reduction, does that lead us to not making compliance and honoring the legal obligation of the ordinance if a voluntary reduction is taken in an odd year?
So we can turn some of these answers over to our city attorney, but just to reiterate, in terms of the history of the mayor's salary, what we heard was that there was a review by the council in 2013, the last time it was found out of the range, and that increase was implemented in July of 2014. So there's a set of questions.
Sure. It sounds like I can wait for the city attorney to respond because I'm asking for more recent information based on the prior mayor, particularly in the odd years leading up, and this voluntary reduction and how that may or may not have met the legal compliance. I'd also like to add through the chair, and it may take some additional time for staff, but I just want to confirm that the public would also like to know where we will be offsetting the costs that have been proposed. Certainly we discussed in the budget, particularly around the consolidation of departments. I believe it was the answers from the finance in the Q&A, the third Q&A, I brought up some specific questions around savings and where those savings might be attributed to. And we learned that it would be related to eliminating positions. And I'm understanding through finance that any increased personnel costs from this item will need to be offset by vacancy salary savings. And I think there needs to be some clarity around how the costs will be covered, since we just heard that there are significant cost savings proposed associated with eliminating positions. And if there needs to be clarity on if that savings is also now coming back into supporting this particular ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, I did ask and have this question answered at the Finance Committee. We'll ask it again, and just to be more clear, the motion and the second on the table from Councilmember Fife and Councilmember Jenkins would increase by the minimal legal amount the salary of the mayor of Oakland, and that would be an annual increase of $13,202. So Director Roseman, can you speak to the fiscal impact to our balanced budget of that increase?
Right. Erin Roseman, Director of Finance. As you've stated before, it is the office of the mayor. And so when we speak of budget, it is the entire budget of the office of the mayor. So in the mayor's departmental budget, if she keeps positions vacant for a longer period of time or does not fill another position, then there should be sufficient savings to offset the recommended increase.
Thank you. Let's go to the council members' legal related questions, charter related questions, please.
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair, Ryan Richards from the City Attorney's Office. So one of the questions that I heard was whether it complied with the charter when the former mayor, Mayor Schaaf, volunteered to take a pay cut the answer is yes, that is still compliant with the charter. And an individual mayor for their own take-home pay may voluntarily choose to take less than would be required by the charter. And as we heard the finance director say, that amount was eventually restored. The mayor, a particular mayor, couldn't agree to lower the salary for the office and for their predecessor, but for themselves individually, they may do that. And I apologize, Councilmember Reed, if you don't mind repeating, if you had additional questions for our office, I'm happy to answer them.
One of her questions.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
What
no,
would be
no.
the
Go
penalty if we
ahead
don't
and restate your question that hasn't been answered yet, please.
Thank you. I believe the other question that I had that has not yet been answered is what will be the penalty if we don't comply this year? Is there a penalty? I did hear you clearly through the chair that the mayor can elect to take a pay reduction and we can still meet the legal obligation if they voluntarily do so and we maintain our legal compliance and with this ordinance. I want to make sure I heard that correctly. And then the other question is what will be the penalty if we don't comply this year and do not approve a salary ordinance for this office?
Thank you. Through the chair. So yes, you did hear me correctly. There is precedent for individual mayors taking less than to voluntarily agreeing to take a pay cut for themselves. So that is correct. In terms of a penalty, the section that we're talking about in the charter is section 300, which spells out some of the how the mayor is nominated and how the mayor is paid. And it does not define a penalty that would accrue to the city council for failing to comply.
Thank you. Through the chair, you said there is no penalty if we do not pass or meet the compliance standard of this ordinance. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing correctly with where I'm at.
There is no specific penalty laid out in the charter section. I don't want, without going into too many details, that's not to say that there, would be no, legal action or legal action threatened by some outside party. But in terms of what's specifically in the charter, there is no penalty spelled out.
Thank you. I'm complete and can follow up after public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ramachandran.
Thank you. Director Roseman, from looking at Legistar, it appears that 2017 was the last time that the Finance Committee received a report that reviews the mayor's salary. Is that about accurate from what you were describing?
I'm pretty sure it was 2020, but I'd have to go back and actually get the document. I don't have it with me. I recall if we looked at the Finance and Management Committee pending list, not the one that's currently posted, but the one before, because it's been updated because of this item. If you go back to the previous one, then there should be a link to the last file ID. And if that's where you found the link, then I guess we're talking about the same document.
2017, okay. Okay, so I have through the chair, I have one question to the mover of the motion, Councilmember Fife, and that is, would you be open to revising your motion to not direct the city administrator to send this to the Ethics Commission for a potential ballot measure, but alternatively to explore our options? Like I mentioned before, there are several reasons why I believe the Ethics Commission is not the right body to send a review of this to, and I am strongly in support of setting up an independent charter commission. The Ethics Commission, as we know, is beyond capacity to fulfill its existing role of enforcement of our Government Ethics Act. It's beyond capacity to implement democracy dollars. It is beyond its capacity to address a long backlog of Brown Act violations and many other complaints that it has on its plate to do. Moreover, commissioners that are selected do not necessarily, there are many reasons why it might not be in their skill set to engage in very extensive work to review the charter and understand what the best form of setting the mayor's salary is. So would you be open to revising your motion, to leaving it open-ended, to exploring directing the city administrator to explore our options so that a charter amendment can eventually happen?
Through the chair to Councilmember Ramachandran, I plan to amend my motion to bifurcate the two aspects of the motion made so that we are separated between the $13,000 increase, because I think we need to separate the two. So they're two separate parts to the motion. And I take issue with the fact that listing democracy dollars and some of the other things that our Public Ethics Commission has responsibility for are not necessarily on the table right now. We're not implementing democracy dollars right now. And a lot of the issues that our Public Ethics Commission are facing, if we're being honest, are individuals that are sending false, politicized public ethics complaints to the body to oversee. And so we don't have to have the burden that we're experiencing. And I would, outside of bifurcating the two aspects of the motion, I would keep my motion the same. And I do want to ask through the chair to the city attorney to speak to
I'm not complete.
the Public
also.
Ethics Commission, what Councilmember Ramachandran just asked.
Council President, may I complete my statement?
Yes, finish your statement, and I believe Director Roseman has an answer to your last question.
Thank you. In response to Councilmember Fife's response, I'd like to make an alternate motion to direct the city administrator to explore our options when it comes to revising the charter provision to set the mayor's salary and leaving it open-ended.
Oh. Council President Bass, so we're not having a back and forth, so, directly to you as the chair. I'm also deeply concerned about the length of time that it takes not only to hire staff, but also to fill volunteer positions on our boards and commission. We have several vacancies right now. And so we would be talking about creating a whole new body from scratch. And I think that the time that it would take and the effort that it would take would be more than what the city has a capacity to handle at this time. Thank you.
So President, my motion specifically said to leaving it open-ended. My alternate motion, as I stated it 30 seconds ago, did not specifically say setting up a new commission. I'd like to explore our options.
Let's just touch base on procedures right here with the city attorney.
Thank you, Council President. So the original motion on the floor was a two-part motion to approve the minimal salary increase and to direct the city administrator to return to essentially a scheduling motion to direct the city administrator to return with a ballot measure option that would have the Public Ethics Commission look at the mayor's salary in the future. I understand Councilmember Fife's wishes to bifurcate her motion. What I'd recommend is, if we can get Councilmember Jenkins back as the seconder, if he agrees to that bifurcation, then we can separate those two motions. And then I believe Councilmember Ramachandran would like to make a substitute scheduling motion such that her motion would be to direct the city administrator to return with several ballot options for how the mayor's salary might be set for the council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. And like I said, we are not going to take any votes until we hear from all members of the public who have signed up. And so I will make sure that procedurally we follow through on making what's on the table very clear, including when the seconder of the main motion comes back. Director Roseman, did you have an answer to our last review? Please go ahead.
Thank you. So we found the memo. It is dated December 16th, 2019, with the clerk file ID of December 2019. That was the last time the mayor's salary was brought to Finance and Management Committee and then to City Council for review.
That was December 19th?
December 16th, 2019. Sorry.
Okay, and is that file ID 18-2553? I believe it is. I'm looking in
I'm sorry.
Legistar now. Okay.
Thank you.
I believe it is. I received this information and confirmed it as well from another member of the administration. So just for members of the public, prior to this review, the last time the mayor's salary was reviewed was in December of 2019. And on Legistar, I see it as file ID 18-2553. At that time of the review, the mayor's salary was within the range. And so there was no recommended action because it was not out of compliance with our charter. Okay. Councilmember Fife.
Before we go to the public speakers, and now that we have Councilmember Jenkins back at his seat, I do want to ask K-Top to put my motion on the screen so that we can see what's been bifurcated. If we could scroll down. There should be a second page there. No, that's not it. Okay. I do want, and that is so blurry. I do want the public to be able to see the motion that was made and where I'm separating the two items. So they would be two separate things. So K-Top, you can go ahead and remove that. I will make sure that the clerk has the appropriate information to share.
Okay, Councilmember Fife, just so that we can be clear on the procedures before hearing from the public, can you please read part 1 and then part 2 of your motion, and we can ask Councilmember Jenkins to concur as the second?
Yes, I will. And if my staff is online, if you could email the clerk this paragraph so I don't have to do two things at once. But the motion is that I made the motion to adopt the salary ordinance, amending the salary of the mayor of Oakland to the lowest amount legally required by the city charter, which is 70% of the average salaries, which amounts to $18,016.87 monthly and $202.43 annually, which is an annual increase of $13,202.49 is the first aspect of the motion. And secondly, directing the city administrator to return to council in a timely manner with proposed legislation to amend the city charter in November 2024 to move the responsibility for setting the mayor's salary from the city council to the Independent Public Ethics Commission, as is now the case for other elected officials, including the city attorney, city auditor, and city council members. So I just want to reiterate for the record that in the correspondence that I've been receiving throughout the week, there was, my council colleague suggested a 75% increase. I'm recommending a decrease in that, which is 70%. And once again, to bifurcate these two items because I just think that's fair. And that's what's the least allowable by the city charter at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins, as the original seconder, do you concur with that bifurcated motion?
I concur.
Okay.
Then I'd like to make a substitute motion on the scheduling item.
Yes, that has been noted. City Attorney, do you want to jump in here, or would you like Councilmember Ramachandran to repeat her substitute motion on the scheduling?
Thank you, Council President. I think for the public, it would be helpful if the council member repeated her motion, and then we would need a second for that substitute motion to be in place.
Sure, it would be to direct the city administrator to return to council in a timely manner with proposed legislation to amend the charter, the mayor's salary ordinance, effectively leaving the option open about who is directed to review the increase, rather than a direction to create a ballot measure specifically authorizing the PEC. So if there's a better way to phrase it, City Attorney, I am open to that.
Through the chair, I think the motion is sufficiently clear. As long as the city administration feels like they understand the assignment, then the motion can stand.
All right. So seeing no other hands up, where we are is that there is a motion on the floor on the salary item in a second, which we can potentially vote on or discuss further after hearing public comment. And then there is also a scheduling motion that was put on the floor with a substitute motion with no second yet. So the original scheduling motion stands.
Council President Bass?
Yes.
Just to be clear, the second motion from Councilman Ramatranjan was just to come back with a scheduling item related to a future proposal to talk about how that commission and that ballot measure could come forth. It's
Yes.
not being specific, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, I second that.
Council President,
Yes.
are we that far off in the scheduling are we that far off to where we can't just make it into one motion?
I believe we are in terms of the Councilmember Fife's direction to have a ballot measure moving this decision-making to the Public Ethics Commission, which already reviews the salaries of the city attorney and city auditor. That will be among our next items, and the city council members, versus a more open look at where this would live.
May I clarify, because my motion wasn't perfectly worded? The direction is to get to a ballot measure to amend our charter. The open-ended question, which I would like the city administrator to explore options, is what is the right body for it? Is it like San Francisco, our civil service body? Is it like LA, tying the salary to the salary of Superior Court judges? Is it like Berkeley, which is tying the mayor's salary to Alameda County's area mean income? And it's those kinds of options that I'm interested in exploring that would ultimately, ideally, land itself on a ballot measure in 2024.
Okay. And we may not be far off in terms of looking at the comparators. I think the body that would ultimately make the review and decide is where I think the key differences are. Okay. Councilmember Kaplan, and then we will go to public comment.
Oh, I just wanted to share that I'll maintain my second. I've also not received a copy of the amendment that was proposed by Councilmember Fife. And so if that could be emailed to me and my staff, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
So, Council President Bass, that's what I asked my staff to do. So we're in the process. I just 3 seconds ago received the email from Council Member Reed's staff requesting that information. So if my staff hasn't done that yet, then I'll work on that during the public comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes, well, and I'm certainly happy to go to the public comment. I just would note that, of course, any council member is free to bring a scheduling request for any ballot measure at any time. And that the reason I'm supportive of Councilmember Fife's suggestion is because it would avoid the time and expense of creating a new body. And that since this is in the charter for other similar positions, that makes sense. But of course, anyone who wanted to propose some other proposal would, of course, be free to do so. And I would hope we wouldn't spend more than the amount of money we're debating on a new body to debate the amount. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we are now ready to hear from members of the public. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. I have lowered all the hands in Zoom. If you hear your name, please raise your hand for this item. This is item 10. Maria Schindler, Brian Wong, Soon Yang Hong, Megan Clark, Cynthia Gonzalez, Emma Humphreys, Samira Kareem, James Birch, Nima Sloan, Lorcan Silter, Miss Asada Olabala, Mr. Hazard, Sherry Rhodes, Amy Greenberg, Melvin McKay, Brooke Levin, Sasha L., Black Homeless Advocate, Davina Brown, Rebecca Blanchard, Karen Landau, Cynthia Adams, Dondria Mayan, Rebecca Blanchard.
Points of clarification before I get started. Are we just talking about the mayor's salary? Or are we talking about also the city attorney's salary and the city auditor's salary?
This is just on item S10, the mayor's salary. We will take up the other item separately.
I handed out email to you this packet. And I brought it here to give to you because most of you, obviously, if you read it, you ignored it. First, I'm going to read the ordinance again. 2.25.040, conflicts of interest. Financial conflicts of interest, a public servant shall not make, participate, and in making or seek to influence a decision of the city in which the public servant has financial interest. The mayor did the budget. She has a financial interest. So you can't even vote on this. Secondly, when we look at also, the mayor lied when she knew about this whole thing. When I did a email on July 6th, Shane Tao's salary increased for $202,000 to $277,000, unconscionable, will appear on July 18th. She stated, and the finance at your meeting, when mayor staff came to the finance on the 10th, this is what the mayor said. Mayor Shane Thao said, the proposed 37% earnings boost took her by surprise, though she welcomes it. You know, to be really quite honest with you, I did not know that I was up for a race until I read it in the paper. So there was no role that I played at all, and that this is the God-honest truth. That's a bold-faced lie. There was nothing in the paper. Because if you look at July 6th, the 10th at your meeting, then KTVU did the clip that they weren't here like they're here today. They did it on the video. There was nothing in the papers. She lied. And why are you sitting tolerating a lie? When we talk about transparency, when we talk about being fair to the public, Kaplan, this is a lying mayor. And you're going to support this pay increase. She was only here 6 months. I know what the charter said. And if she said she didn't know and only read it in the paper, then she didn't read the charter 300. And now she comes back with something stating why she should get an increase. Because of what's in the charter. It's always been there. And you're going through all this. You talk for almost 25 minutes. And what did you say? Nothing. And then you come about talking about the lower end of the 70%. Let me give you, if I may, take just 1 minute, President, just give you a quick history. Because
Mr. Hazard, I have to give everyone the same amount of time, so we need to move on to the next speaker. We need to move on to the next speaker. Mr. Hazard, we have to be fair to all of the speakers. We have to give everyone the same amount of time.
Mr. Hazard, who yielded you time?
Mr. Hazard, please maintain some decorum. I have to let everyone have the same amount of time. Please cede your time to the next speaker behind you. Please step away from the microphone and allow the next person to speak. Please allow the next person to speak. We have to give everyone the same amount of time. Please allow the next person to speak. Let's hear from the next speaker, please.
Name is Maria. I'm a volunteer with Care for Community, and I also work for a nonprofit alongside youth, many of whom are impacted by police violence. This is my first time speaking at City Hall, and I felt motivated to come and speak on this issue, not because it's the most important, but because it really shouldn't be an issue at all. This increase was not asked for, it was required, and only keeps our mayor's salary in range with similarly sized cities. And it makes me feel like all of the controversy and outrage are just a distraction from some of the bigger issues. We've been talking about a total of $1.4 million to bail out Michael Johnson for his failure to protect his tenants in Coliseum Connections. We've been talking about $800,000 of taxpayer money to OPD's victims. How many decades of the mayor's salary is that worth? And it seems to me that it only encourages misconduct since these actions or these actors don't have to be accountable for it. I've heard some folks talk about the deficit and violent crime as though our current mayor is responsible for it, and that this means she doesn't deserve a competitive salary that is legally mandated. But those things didn't happen overnight. Oakland is in its largest budget deficit because the Schaaf administration approved tens of millions of taxpayer dollars to private entities to get Lauren Taylor elected. I know how critical our city programs are to our youth and communities because I work with these youth. The cuts were heart-wrenching, and I want our city council to take this deficit seriously. It's really deeply frustrating and disappointing to me that this is being made into a political game to distract from real issues. And I'm wondering why we're even arguing about this. The mayor already voluntarily agreed to take the lowest amount of salary. And I really support Councilmember Five's motion to keep this with the Public Ethics Commission.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Adams, president of the Oakland branch NAACP. I'm here on behalf of the Oakland branch NAACP and our members. We are standing with the three counselors. Thank you, Trinani. Thank you so much for explaining this to the community. Thank you. Thank you, Noah Gal. I've been knowing you for many years. I had your students at Oakland High. And Carol Fikes also used to be on our executive board for the NAACP. So, but now it's a different story. But on behalf of the Oakland branch NAACP, we are standing with the counselors that is going against this raise. It's nothing wrong with getting a raise. It's nothing wrong with getting a boost. It's nothing wrong with that. But getting something that, what has she done? We don't have a chief of police. We don't have now a fire chief. We don't have any of that. So my thing is, until we get Oakland in order, it usually takes you a year or two to get a raise like this. You don't get a raise in 6 months and you don't even meet with the largest organization in the United States. The reason why every last one of you all are sitting up there today is only because of the National Association for Advanced of Color People. No one have a right will be up there but Dan Cal because he's a white man. But every last one of you sitting up there on the back of my ancestors, my mother, my father, my great-great-parents. And now you want to act like you want to give somebody something that have not done anything for this community. Wake up. Wake up. And like my mother used to always tell us, good things comes to those who wait. Learn to work with your community. Learn to do things what's right so we can come together. Wait on the raise. Wait on that. Wait on that. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Dondria Morgan. I am a proud resident of District 27 for 27 years, and I am a retired City of Oakland employee for 21 years, Local 21 employee, where many of you council folks knew that we had a 500 to 700 staff deficit. You knew this for years. So we're asking for, I have a little bit of institutional knowledge, knowing that the City of Oakland and Ian Appleyard has personnel complaints for discriminatory promotions and hiring, and which resulted in a lot of the 700. It is like a backlog there. There's always been an ongoing problem with hiring and personnel. It's going on even now. And it directly conflicts with the priority number 4, which says responsive and trustworthy government. Number 1, our mayor is under an open PEC investigation, and PEC is also, the Public Ethics Commission is also understaffed, which is why I sort of agree with the support to the Independent Charter Commission. I also understand not wanting to create an entirely new body and how much time it might take to staff. So Ian wrote this letter, or directed the salary increase on June 11th, 2 weeks before he retired. And then on June 30th, he submitted it to our city administrator, Mr. Justin Johnson. And we wanted to thank you and looking forward to working with you. So they effectively set him up for the booby trap. And so we wanted to discuss the Ian Appleyard's analysis. And I urge you to reject or defer even the $13,000 raise for this mayor. Thank you.
When this item came before the Finance Committee, there was absolute silence except with Councilmember Ramashandan's recommendation and explanation that brought clarity to why the mayor should not get a salary increase except the minimum. And I'm glad Fight picked up on your recommendation because you made it at the Finance Committee. I was led to believe at the Finance Committee that the funding was in place. The document provided that the funding for the mayor's salary was part of the biannual budget for 2023-2025. Then I found out that's not true. So what's the source of funding for the mayor's salary increase? Also, there needs to be made clear, are you obligated to mandated to give her a salary increase? According to the ordinance, it says may be adjusted, not shall be adjusted. So make that clear. The other thing is, we have not had an opportunity to see the scope of it. We have had it. The council member Ramachandran has made it perfectly clear that we have vacancies. We have people who are not getting salaries comparable to what they should. And this is not appropriate. It's been very misleading on why staff at the presentation of the Finance Committee said, let's go with the maximum. Why the maximum? No explanation. Why did the Bass, Kaplan, and Jenkins sit there and say nothing except move it to this consent calendar? That was the recommendation. So I applaud the councilwoman, but this is her recommendation, not Fife. This is your recommendation that Fife has taken. It came from you. You recommended it at the finance committee to do the minimum. She's picking it up and putting it on paper, but that was your recommendation. You can shake your head all you want, but that lady did that.
Black homeless advocate. You guys figure it out. When I was younger, I used to kind of think of what character I'd like to be, what kind of actor. I always like to be like, believe it or not, Mr. Spock on Star Trek. Love the fact that he was logical. Everything he does is logical. My flaw is I'm over emotional. But speaking of logic, if you have a slow 911 response, Oakland being number 2 in California, Richmond being number 1, won't that automatically raise up your level of crimes to where they might be a crime of injury or someone might be shot? I was talking to the police officer downstairs. He was in agreement with me. And an analogy would be, if you don't have a proper 911 and you call an ambulance because someone's having a heart attack, if the ambulance gets there soon, the person lives. But if he gets there late, the person might die. It's no different with the police department. If you get there in time, someone might put their gun away, or someone might drive away, or someone may not stab that person because they see a policeman there. So I'm saying this, I see something very systemic in the fact that Richmond and Oakland have bad 911 departments. My other question would be, if you call 911 and you're in the Diamond District or Montclair, do you get a quicker response time? And the reason I brought that up is because I saw a woman at Lucky's get her car broken into. She was screaming very loud. She went into the market. It was an Asian lady. She went into the market, and within 10 minutes, some police were there. Within 10 minutes, or probably even less than that. When I've been in a homeless encampment and called 911, and the police never even came, and when they did come, the situation was totally over. A clerk's office runs City Hall, and a 911 runs the city. So if you don't have a good 911, then you're going to have a lot more crime. So don't blame it on the folks. Get your business in order.
Thank you, Black Homeless Advocate. If you were in chambers and your name was called, please approach the podium. I will be moving to the Zoom speakers. Megan Clark, you have been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. My name is Megan Clark. I'm a volunteer with Care for Community and a fellow taxpayer. I express my gratitude and support to Mayor Thao for her preemptive request to receive the lowest amount for the charter mandated increase, and to Councilmember Fife for putting forth the ballot measure motion to move this decision to the Public Ethics Commission. The outrage being expressed about the raise this evening stands in stark contrast to an absence of outrage expressed in response to significantly larger recent and avoidable expenditure of taxpayer dollars. Where are the concerns about offsetting today's $800,000 payout to victims of the Oakland Police Department's rampant misconduct and violence? Why is a $13,000 salary increase being called excessive and an insult to taxpayers by folks who are curiously silent about $32 million in unauthorized overtime to OPD? And where was this same fury when the Schaff administration paid tens of millions of taxpayer dollars to private groups in support of Lauren Taylor's election? That's how we got to Oakland's largest budget deficit. It's worth noting that Councilmember Ramachandran's response to the deficit was not to raise salaries for the city's lowest paid workers, as she said this evening, but she asked instead to give even more money to OPD. If we are truly committed to the well-being of all Oaklanders, we cannot afford to be sidetracked by false controversies. We must ensure that all city workers are paid fairly. We must be consistent in assessing the use of taxpayer dollars. And we need to focus on ending homelessness and making our neighborhoods truly safer for every single Oaklander, something I know we can all agree on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. at the podium.
Hello, council members and Madam President. My name is Samira. I'm a member of Moms for Housing, but I'm also a volunteer of C4C, Care for Community.
Thank you.
This legally mandated raise should not be controversial. What should be controversial is taxpayers continuing to be on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars that need to be paid out to victims of OPD's violent misconduct. Tonight, council is voting to pay out $800,000 to victims of OPD. That's over 10 years worth of mayor's salary increase. Oakland is in its largest budget deficit today because of the Shaft administration rubber stamped tens of millions of taxpayer dollars to private entities to ensure the election of Lauren Taylor, and because taxpayers are regularly paying out hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawsuits for misconduct and violence committed by the Oakland Police Department. That kind of wasteful, unaccountable, and politically motivated overspending needs to stop. If a maximum of $75,000 for a charter mandated salary increase is excessive and an insult to taxpayers, where's the outrage for $32 million of unauthorized overtime for OPD? I want to see council members be consistent in their efforts to use taxpayers' dollars wisely. I'm tired of taxpayer money being used for political gain. And I am in support of Carol Fife. Thank you.
Going back to the Zoom speakers, Cynthia Gonzalez, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Gonzalez, and I am the 5th generation of my family to call District 3 home. I am also a volunteer for Care for Community. I support Mayor Thao's request to set the mayor's salary at the lowest amount legally required by the city's charter. And I support Councilmember Fife's motion to use the existing public ethics facility to evaluate the salary of the Oakland's mayor. I want to see Oakland City departments fully staffed and its workers properly compensated for their labor to make our city a better place to call home. And we get told that cannot happen because of the budget deficits. Every time the city has to compensate the victims of police misconduct, that is money that isn't going to help pay workers and provide resources badly needed by the people of Oakland. Until we address the systemic problems within the OPD, we will continue to have our budget for everything else we need drained. And that's the real problem that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Emma Humphreys. Emma, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. My name is Emma Humphreys. My pronouns are they and she. I'm a homeowner in District 3 and wife of a 5th generation Oaklander. I'm also a union member of Office of Professional Employees Union International Tech Workers 101. So the first to say is that this pay raise is already in the charter. And much ado is being made about $13,000. As the mayor has already said that she would accept a lower salary bump. Councilmember Ramachandran has made a great deal in her presentation about low pay for city workers and how many unfunded positions there are. If the previous administration had not run up a deficit handing out grants to allied nonprofits, we would not be in this situation, nor are nonprofits the right way to run and operate a city government. My comrades with Code for America who are fighting for a contract with their management, a nonprofit, can attest to that. Councilmember Gala goes on about public service and taking lower pay as if it was honorable. Councilmember Gallo, I am a programmer. I like programming. However, I am not going to do it for substandard rates. And I know that there are executives across the Bay who make much more than you, I, or the mayor make, making sure that you and I click on ads. Yet, I think the work of the mayor is much more valuable than getting people to click on ads. In conclusion, I support Councilmember Fife's proposals as well as the salary bump. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is James Birch. James, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. My name is James Birch of the Anti-Police Terror Project. I'm very concerned with the comments of Councilmember Ramachandran. You created an entire presentation to discuss the proposed raise to the mayor, but have been worse than silent on the issue of OPD spending. Do you want to talk about salaries? As of 2021, there were 25 OPD officers that received annual pay of $350,000 or more. Further, 2 officers in the city of Oakland are the 38th and 55th highest paid city employees in the entire state at $480,000 and $459,000. Are these outliers? No. It is a common practice of OPD to game the system and walk away with enormous paychecks. Here are some more salaries. $415,000, $410,000, $393, $396, $385, $374, $371, $369. The list goes on. To make matters worse, OPD officers receive annual raises of 3.5% per year from 2019 to 2023. They will receive a 3% raise in 2024 and a 3% raise in 2025. So these numbers will undoubtedly get worse. Councilmember Ramachandran, you served on the Ethics Commission. What is ethical about these cops that do not live in our city walking away with such massive chunks of our budget? Councilmember Ramachandran, you're concerned around salaries? Where was this energy when we were discussing the police budget? You were busy advocating for increases to the budget with all the facts readily available, with no mention of a need for them to be accountable for their dollars. No mention. Where was the presentation then? Where was the tough talk? Is it saved for when you want to score political points and hope no one notices the inconsistency? It sure seems so to me. You allow the black hole that is OPD to gobble up more funds without a thorough examination of where this money is going or whether it's being spent effectively. Furthermore, the city of Oakland will tonight approve payments of $800,000 to 2 victims of admitted excessive force by the Oakland Police Department. This is a routine occurrence in our city, paying millions to victims to compensate harms by police. Finally, to the NAACP, if you're upset about how much Mayor Thao makes, your silence regarding LaRon Armstrong's salary of $320,000 per year seems strange. What has he done? What had he done to deserve that pay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Nima Sloan. Nima, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nima Sloan, she, her. I live in Council District 2, and I'm here in solidarity with Care for Community. First of all, the level of scrutiny placed on the mayor's salary increase, I think that level of scrutiny should be applied to fiscal matters such as the $32 million of unauthorized overtime for Oakland PD, especially when brutal evictions and sweeps of homeless encampments like Wood Street are carried out by OPD. Furthermore, hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars go towards police misconduct lawsuits. And I believe that funding would be better spent on increased focus on the housing crisis and providing resources to unhoused community members rather than criminalizing poverty. And lastly, I just want to say that I wholeheartedly support Councilmember Fife's motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Lorcan Silter. Lorcan, you can begin your comments when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Lorcan Slider, and I am a resident of Oakland District 4 and a volunteer with Care for Community. I am commenting to object to the right-wing attack on Mayor Thao's legally mandated pay raise, a narrative being parroted with conviction by my own district's council member, which is not only disappointing and informative to me as a voter, but wasted all of our time since you ended up proposing exactly what the mayor is already saying she was willing to take, the lowest legal amount possible. This raise should never have been controversial in the first place. It's great that Mayor Thao has asked for her salary to be the lowest amount legally required by the city charter, and I support CM Fife's proposal to write a ballot that moves the responsibility of setting the mayor's salary to the Public Ethics Commission, which already reviews the salaries for the city attorney and city auditor. If a maximum of $75,000 for a charter mandated salary increase is excessive and an insult to taxpayers, where is the outrage for the $32 million of unauthorized overtime for OPD? or for the fact that OPD's budget increased over the next 2 years despite the deficit? Where are their demands to offset that spending? Anyone who claims to care about wasteful spending in Oakland could be joining the fight to defund OPD instead of spinning up fake controversies that distract from the real work of ending homelessness and making our city safer. You know, addressing the realities of our neighborhoods. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Brooke Levin. Brooke, you can begin your comments when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, President Bass, members of the City Council, members of the City Administration. I want to address the substitute motion. I support the substitute motion and highly recommend it. I think it's very open in terms of flexibility and opportunity for the professional city staff to provide recommendations on the best way to go forward in the future with the charter change that would address how a mayor's salary is set. I was surprised when I reviewed the city charter and saw that it's set based on city managers, since a city manager is a very different position than a mayor. They're both very important positions. But I think looking at the mayors of comparable cities, there's 10 cities that are usually used in comparison in Oakland whenever we're doing any kind of work to do, look at programmatic things. And I think that that should be something that is reviewed. It doesn't, her motion, the substitute motion does not include a charter commission. However, I think as a separate item, it would be a good idea to have a charter commission since there are many, many other issues in the charter that could use updating. I think the measure that passed in November that Councilmember Thao led was a good measure. There were some excellent things in that measure, but there's more to do. Spur did an excellent report with many recommendations. So for now, I support the substitute motion, which can direct this process to go to the PEC, or it could direct some other format based on what other cities have done in the state of California that are comparable size to Oakland. So I hope you'll consider that. I don't think it's a crazy proposal. I think it's a good proposal, and I thank our council members who support that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Sasha L. Sasha, you can unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Sasha Lovell. I'm an Oakland resident in District 2. I believe with a lot of other people that Mayor Thao should receive the lowest salary legally required by the city charter, and looking into changing that maybe, and appreciate that how this talk has brought up more about how Oakland city workers across the board deserve higher pay, which could also help with the recruitment crisis. And thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Davina. Davina Brown, if you would like to speak on this item, go ahead and begin your comments. Speaking. The next speaker is Emily Wheeler. Emily, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Emily Wheeler. I'm speaking just as a citizen of District 2. Thanks for letting me speak. I kind of regret signing up because this whole thing is just so incredibly silly. And a lot of people have already said what my feelings are on this subject. This all seems like absolute political hay. We probably wasted $13,000 in everyone's time just right now while we've been debating this issue. Everybody's just been grandstanding, and it's all absurd. And I feel so much dumber just listening to all of this discourse. I definitely, like Mayor Thao has already said she would reject anything but the smallest salary increase. And supports Councilmember Fife's motion to move the salary raise to the PC, which seems totally reasonable to me. But yeah, everyone who's like obsessed with this should be looking at all of the higher salaries, specifically the chief of police and many just like regular police officers who make more than the mayor's salary just in overtime alone. Finally, not that it matters. I mean, the mayor makes a lot of money in my opinion, but like the fact that you're all like freaking out over this, just about this one woman, a single formerly homeless mother, I think it's kind of a bad look. Thank you. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker in Zoom, who submitted a card is Gail Wallace. Gail, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments. Gail, you can begin your comments.
Thank you. Gail Wallace, speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Oakland. It's regrettable that you have to review and possibly adjust the mayoral salary without first amending the charter. Section 300 is problematic in multiple ways. First, it doesn't expressly give you the latitude to invoke fiscal emergency to avoid adjusting the salary. Secondly, there's a serious question whether its requirement for averaging the salaries of city managers rather than those of mayors is sound policy. Finally, it's deficient in not providing guidelines for you to choose where in the range of 70 to 90% to make any adjustment. We urge you to admit that there are no clear guidelines in the statute and instead to adopt a reasonable result here. Perhaps that would be to make the minimal necessary adjustment in the light of budget constraints. Long term, we urge you to do three things. First, pay as much attention to the budgetary crisis in this decision as you did last month to many other tough budgetary calls. Second, use a standard to exercise what discretion you do have in a way that will resonate as reasonable with the residents of Oakland. Finally, commit to drafting an amendment to Section 300 that is long overdue. My final point is one the League makes often. Trust requires transparency. Better communication would have let your constituents know this was coming, prepared them to understand this isn't an individual's performance review, and put them on notice that the legislation itself is problematic and ties your hands in certain ways, even in dire budgetary times. We hope that each of you will include a thorough explanation of the outcome in your communications, including in newsletters to your constituents. A great deal of the furor around this, I think, can be addressed through better communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We're gonna run through the last cards before you begin, Risa. Davina Brown, Rebecca Blanchard, Sung Yuen Hong, Brian Wong, Karen Landau, Melvin McKay, Amy Greenberg, Lawan Loggins, Sherry Rhodes. If you're in the chamber and you want to speak to item 10, you can approach the podium after Ms. Jaffe. Risa, you can begin your comments.
Hi, yes, thank you. This is Risa Jaffe. Sorry if I raised my hand too soon. I thought I had maybe missed hearing my name. I would like to speak to the potential changes to the charter. I would like to ask that instead of comparing to other positions that are supposedly equivalent, we have no control over the salaries that are stated outside of our jurisdiction. What we do have control over is what we pay all of the people in Oakland. And I would like to see this higher level positions being compared to our low level positions. That's what we have control over. When we do that, that's how we will achieve equity. We have people in OPD who make a lot of money, the city attorney who makes a lot of money. We have high level positions who could afford not to be getting raises. And yet we have low level positions people who can't afford to live in the city in which they work. So let's do equity. And when we make a charter change, let's let go the comparison to other jurisdictions and compare to our lower level earners. Thank you.
Thank you. If your name was called and you were in chambers and you still wish to speak to this item, please approach the podium. At this time, all names have been called.
Test. Thank you. Lejon Loggins, Community Engagement Consultant, Crisis Responder. I sat here for some time thinking and listening to a lot of comments, and some people said silly or political oppositions. I'm not either or with this decision. I just think that what's silly or what's crazy is that some of the people commenting sound like robots and people not really understanding the nuance in the city. I love everybody and I respect everybody what they're doing, but what's kind of like a bad taste in my mouth is all the time I've been coming here fighting for the Department of Violence Prevention budget, we never even knew nothing about a pay raise or a salary. A lot of people are losing jobs and a lot of people is in positions, violence interrupters, trying to save lives on the streets. And then all of a sudden there's a pay raise. Now, to each his own, I'm not sweating the mayor or anybody, but I gotta think about my mother. On the 1st and 15 back in the day, right? Between the 1st and 15, if some of y'all know, 1st and 15 was welfare day, right? During those in-between times, there was no food in the refrigerator, but my mother made a way. She didn't eat unless we ate. And that's what's putting a bitter taste in my mouth is that I'm thinking about my mother and all the sacrifices that she took. God rest her soul. And so now that the city is hemorrhaging and all this killing and robbing and stealing and young ladies out here selling themselves on the body, we're now talking about a pay raise, and people talk about silly in political oppositions. What's silly is this killing. What's silly is these robberies, the ice cream man getting robbed, babies dying. That's silly. So if the mayor adjusted her balance, okay, so be it. Because at first the conversation was $75,000, and that was a shock to many people. So if the mayor is basically saying, okay, cool, right? I'll take the 13. Okay, let's just move forward. All I'm asking for is that let's get back to business, understanding and really moving forward this city, because that's silly, the unnecessary crime. Last year it was at 75 different robberies. Now we have 300 and something. That's a realized robbery statistic. Let's deal with that versus this petty conversation that we're all talking about. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Loggins. You have one final Zoom speaker, Mr. Blair Beekman. Blair, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I think in listening to the item as much as I can today, I'm just simply in favor for the way the mayor has talked about the item and taking the minimal raise requirements. And thank you for debate and presentation from all sides. And that's how I'm feeling about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. Madam President, at this time, all names have been called.
Okay, so we've had a lot of discussion and debate on this. I have not yet had a chance to share where I am on these motions. I would like to do that. Before I do that and before we move on with the voting, Councilmember Ramachandran, do you want to speak first?
I do. I have two things to say. Firstly, thank you to all the public speakers that wanted to engage in dialogue about me and my positions. I'm very open to it. I want to respond very quickly to my position on the budget when it comes to OPD. I was the only council member to propose a net zero budget difference when it comes to OPD's budget. I proposed a grant writer in replacing a similar civilian position in OPD that performed a different role that I discussed in consultation with OPD. If we're adding something, can we subtract something? And we came to an agreement. And that didn't reach consensus on council, and that's okay, but I'm not about to be mischaracterized for what I proposed, which was a net zero budget difference to OPD. And when it comes time to discussing OPD salaries and overtime, I am absolutely open to that conversations. I address every issue with this level of scrutiny about where we are spending our money. So through the chair to Councilmember Fife, I am offering an olive branch here. I am thrilled that you are supportive of what I said last week during Finance Committee. And it's not about anyone taking credit for proposing 70% or anything like that. This is something that we are in agreement with. And I'd like to actually collaborate with you on this. And I would love to see support from the majority of council, including those that have changed their minds since the Finance Committee meeting. You've listened to the public, you've heard different perspectives. I'm appreciative of that. But I'm not about to want to see our personal differences weaponized into something that harms the city. So I'm going to make my substitute motion. I'm going to restate my substitute motion one more time and clarify what I mean by it. In our haste to want to amend the charter, which it seems like we all do, it seems like the people of Oakland clearly do as well. My motion is to keep our options open and let the experts in the city administrator's office explore what option is best for Oakland, whether it ends up being the Public Ethics Commission, whether it ends up being another body or another scale to compare the city of Oakland to. Let's do our due diligence in a way that we clearly haven't in the past. So I'm restating my motion, and I'm hoping that we can come to terms and agreement for the betterment of the city.
Okay, thank you. So I want to weigh in as well. Since the Finance Committee, I have had an opportunity to talk with the city administrator, our human resources staff, as well as our city attorney staff, and understand even more about the charter mandate that we have, as well as the analysis and the recommendation. And to keep it relatively brief, because we do have a lot more to cover on our agenda, there's a lot that we have to do to serve Oakland, as we already talked about. There's a lot of big issues we have to address, a lot of services to provide. And part of our job is also to uphold the charter. I remember being sworn in twice with the clerk asking me to raise my right hand and to swear to uphold the charter of Oakland as well as the Constitution of the state. And so what's in front of us today is a recommendation to make sure that the mayor's salary is in line with the charter requirements and within a certain range. And just as a reminder, the last time the council found that the mayor's salary was out of range was in 2013. And at that time, there was a 10.7% raise. So fast forward 10 years, here we are in 2023, and I do support Councilmember Fife's proposal. I appreciate hearing from so many residents who've been engaging with me and my office around this. Councilmember Fife's proposal to put the salary at the lowest minimum requirement of 70%. That is a raise of 6.5% over the course of 10 years. And further, that's $13,000, as you all heard. And I would really like us to be able to take this action, comply with the charter, and move on to the other items on this agenda and the other important items that we are all trying to deliver to serve Oaklanders. And in regards to the other item, I do support moving this decision to the Public Ethics Commission, and that is because the city attorney, the city auditor, and the city council member salaries are all reviewed and proposed to be increased, if they are increased, by that body, and I think it would be consistent. So that's where I stand. And I see one more hand, and then we are going to call the roll on the motions. Councilmember Kaplan?
Are we going to vote first on the salary item and then come back to the scheduling items?
We're going to vote first on the salary motion. Then we will vote on the substitute scheduling motion from Councilmember Ramachandran.
Okay, so I have a process question about the scheduling motions, but I can hold it till after we vote on the salary item.
Okay. So let's call the roll if we're ready.
On item 10, on increasing the mayor's salary as amended, as suggested by Councilmember Fife, moved by Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Fife?
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio?
No.
Jenkins?
Aye.
Cobb?
Aye.
Kaplan?
Aye.
Ramachandran?
Aye.
Reed?
No, and my hand was raised to provide additional feedback. I'll continue with my no.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Council President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 no, Gaio and Reed.
Madam President, I do want to say through the chair to Councilmember Ramachandran, I am encouraged by the olive branch, although I do feel it was aggressive, but I appreciate the sentiment and trying to work towards collective agreement here. So I just wanted to state that for the record.
Can I ask my process question now?
Go ahead.
So Mr. Attorney, since we are now having various scheduling motions before us, it is my recollection that when various council members have multiple scheduling motions, that they are not normally treated as substitute motions, but rather they can be cumulative. And one council member could say, I'd like to schedule X, and another council member could say, I would like to schedule Y, and that those two options have not historically been treated as substitute motions, but simply as two motions, to schedule option A and to schedule option B, and that they can each happen, and so they're not typically considered substitute motions. So I realize this doesn't come up very often, so I did want to ask that.
Through the chair, it's a good question. So at the end of the day, the council could decide it wanted to have the city administrator return with 2 items that were very similar in nature, but in this case, it was clear that Councilmember Ramachandran intended for her motion to be a scheduling motion instead of the motion that was on the floor. And the 2 motions they're not consistent with one another. One is to have the city administrator return with something specific, and the other was to have the city administrator return with something open-ended. But your point is well taken. If down the road, if the substitute motion passes, it doesn't preclude the city council from later on deciding it changed its mind or it wanted to have an additional report or recommendation brought before the council. But for tonight, these 2 motions they're inconsistent. So I recommend proceeding with it as a substitute and a main motion.
Okay. Councilmember Cobb.
One, I would like to get clarity as to the motion on that we're about to vote on. And then once I hear that, and I'd also like to get a repeat just for clarity purposes of the original motion, so I can know what both of them are before I vote on either one. And then when I do hear both of them, I may or may not offer some language that may get to consensus. But
Okay.
I need to remember. I forgot what they both said. So
Sure. Okay. Councilmember Ramachandran and then Councilmember Fife. Go ahead.
Motion, it was to direct the city administrator to return to council in a timely matter, and present options to amend the charter. Effectively, options that include different agencies, be it a new commission, be it the Public Ethics Commission, or some other alternative to set the mayor's salary to then go on a ballot measure. Was that clear? I can restate that.
I think I feel I'm clear with, even though the exact words may not be clear. I feel I'm clear in what you're trying to do.
To directing the administrator to provide options on what a ballot measure could look like in 2024 to amend the mayor's salary ordinance.
My original motion was based on the fact that we have an existing body, and it stated that the motion was directing the city administrator to return to council in a timely manner with the proposed legislation to amend the city charter. Am I speaking too quickly?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I hear you.
In November of 2024, to move the responsibility for setting the mayor's salary from the city council to the Independent Public Ethics Commission, as is now the case for elected officials, including the city attorney, city auditor, and city council members. It was inflated, the original comments about what the PEC does, and I feel that increasing or trying to add or consider different bodies that we have to pay additional funds for, staff up for, or try to get volunteers for is an additional layer of work that will delay what we are trying to do, which is take this work out of the hands of the city council. That is the goal.
Council President, may I clarify? When I mentioned other options, for example, looking at Berkeley's model, LA's model, San Francisco's model, none of theirs require an additional body to be created. It's a different formula effectively as well. So that would be to be considered by the city administrator as well. Effectively, I'm looking for options for a ballot measure, be that taking away council's power and putting another body, or keeping it as a charter amendment, but looking at a different formula. So that's really what I'm getting at here. Not necessarily to create a new body, but those options presented to us would be nice to have.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fife.
I would like to hear through the chair to Councilmember Call what your suggestions or ideas are for this bifurcated aspect of the motion.
Thank you. We voted on the salary thing already. Okay, good. Okay. And it's almost 9 o'clock. So I'm open. I think it's fine to direct the city administrator specifically to come up with to craft a charter measure. That's what we're talking about. That would in some fashion, with some formula, give the authority to the Public Ethics Commission. But I'm also fine with the city administrator coming with other options if they feel so fit to do so, and say, hey, here's what you asked for, and here's a couple other ideas you may want to consider. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm okay with that. It's okay to say that the PEC option is the one you're specifically directing, but I also think it's fine to say city administrator or city administration. If you want to give us a few other options, you can do that too. I don't want to stop them from giving us a couple other options if they have a couple other ideas to send our way along with the PEC idea. That's what I'm saying. You know, that's the city administration's role. I'm not sure I'm being very clear how to word that, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Through the chair to Council Member Call, I think I understand what you're trying to say, but I get it.
If I could just clarify, so Councilmember Fife, your motion, we understand the goal is to move this Mayor of Oakland salary decision-making to the PEC. That also can include updating those comparables because that was done some decades ago. Is that correct? It doesn't preclude that.
That is absolutely
okay.
correct.
I just want to make that clear. Okay. All right.
Okay. Madam Chair, could I ask the city attorney a question? To the city attorney, through the chair to the city attorney. So if the Councilmember Fife's motion passes, which is very specific and very clear as to what it's asking for, do you feel that the city administrator is kind of precluded from giving us other options, in addition to what's being asked for? Are they going to say, "Oh, I only asked for one option. I can't do anything else"? What do you sense that their direction would be in terms of the city attorney's point of view?
Through the chair, I think kind of in keeping with our city's practice, I would expect the city administrator to deliver what was requested. But as always, if staff had recommendations, concerns, analysis about it going to the PC or about what the formula would be, I would expect, and I think the council would expect that they would share those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And that I'm gonna, through the chair, can I convert my substitute motion into a separate motion in that case? So taking my request for substitute off the table and making it a separate motion.
To the attorney?
Through the chair, yes. There's no, to Councilmember Kaplan's original point, there's no limitation on how many scheduling motions the council can entertain or pass. So you guys,
Madam President, so that we can move this item, I really want to move this item. don't think that my motion precludes the Public Ethics Commission from exploring options or doing whatever. And I think the amount of time that it's going to take staff to try to figure this out is way more than even the salary increase we were debating. So if there's language that I need to amend in the motion that I made based on my research and my study of the documents in the packet, then I'm willing to do that. Because this is just becoming ridiculous at this point. So if there's language that I need to amend through the chair to the city attorney, I'm willing to do that. But in terms of this kind of rolling on, I think it's getting to be a little ridiculous at this point. So can I just amend my substitute motion so that we don't have to vote on two separate items at this point? Yeah, so I would just like include giving the PEC other options through the city administration.
Mm-hmm.
Council President.
Okay. Yes, and I do want to close this out. So final call for comments and then we'll move on. And I see Councilmember Reed in the queue as well. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify this difference between the formula we're talking about how we set the salary and who is given authority. If we are delegating authority that's currently in the hands of council to the PEC, it's out of our hands. So to me, the options that I'm interested in exploring is whether council retains that authority through a different formula and not comparing it to the 6 comparable size city administrators, or whether we then delegate that power to another body. But they are pretty fundamentally different questions about giving this authority to the PEC versus keeping it in city council. And I don't know what's best yet without more information, but it's a pretty fundamental difference. It's not just let's add another option to the existing proposal that's there.
Okay, Councilmember Reed, and then I'm calling the question. We have to move on.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I certainly missed providing feedback prior to my vote. I will share on this that we've heard this legislation is problematic. Certainly the lack of communication along with this has been problematic, as it was stated. And I'm not sure, as we do on many items, why we are not able to move forward with voting on this and allowing the city attorney to work with the council member to figure out the best way to bring this item forward. We've heard a lot of discussion in every type of way. I certainly support the direction for a future item to determine whatever that best delegated path forward for a ballot measure and exploring all the options that can include an independent commission with hopes for the public to be more engaged to vote on the needed amendments that we've been discussing to update this ordinance in 2024. We know that city managers and administrators, along with a number of things in this ordinance, but those roles particularly are highly trained professionals. They've got years of education, experience, a lot of municipal management, finance, perhaps private sector, small business. Their skill sets, responsibilities are completely different from those of a mayor's position and how we are currently assessing. And so I agree that it's an illogical standard in comparison that we need to address. And if this path leads us to getting options to best consider what that looks like for the voters to be engaged around it, then my second is still a yes. It is our responsibility to make wise, prudent, and sound decisions that certainly respond to the public's interest. And they have weighed in heavily. They have pressed and pushed and forced the amendments that are before us that were voted on for their considerations to be heard, and certainly want to see changes with how we move forward with this ordinance. And I want to support that path to ensure that there's increased accountability, transparency, and results that deliver on the best interests of those that we are called to serve.
Okay, thanks all. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the motions.
Are we now taking these as two separate scheduling motions and not as a substitute motion? Per the statement of the mover of the second one.
I would like to, I don't know.
Madam Chair.
I do think they're redundant. Councilmember Call.
I'm wondering if Councilmember Fife might add to her motion that something at the end that says nothing in this motion, nothing in this scheduling motion precludes the city administration from providing additional options in addition to the PEC option requested. How was that?
Through the chair to Councilmember Cobb, I thought that's what I said, but if I needed to make it that explicit, I'm happy to do that. I really want to call the question, and if we need to call the question on 2 votes or 2 motions to make it clear to the public, I'm fine with that, but I tried to articulate that in the motion that I made, the request that I made to the city attorney.
And I have the actual motion that I have written out properly. I can say that out loud too, but I would like to keep it as a separate vote.
Okay, I am going to make this a substitute motion and a main motion because I do believe that they are potentially conflicting, and I want to make sure the city administration is clear with one set of directions. Go ahead.
This would be a motion to direct the city administrator to return to council in a timely manner with proposed legislative options to amend the mayor's salary ordinance in the charter, including 1, options to delegate this power to an existing independent commission, 2, to delegate this power to a new independent commission, and 3, options to retain this power within the city council, but amend the formula by which the mayor's salary is considered.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to vote on this substitute motion.
On the Ramachandran Reed motion, as just stated, Councilmember Fife,
No.
Councilmember Gayo,
We have a 40% office vacancy rate. People are leaving this city left and right. The city's burning, and I'm here spending this time. My vote is no. I need to go.
Jenkins,
I stated in Finance Committee that elected officials shouldn't be giving other elected official raises, and for that reason, I'm voting no.
I'm sorry, say it again.
No.
No. Councilmember Cobb,
I'm going to vote no, but I think part of what you're asking for is being achieved with the change. So I think you're getting something what you wanted, even though it's not your motion. But
and I don't quite understand what, can we have language for that motion then?
let's just finish through the chair.
Because it's been said verbally in 5 different ways.
Councilmember Cobb, we got past you. Councilmember Kaplan,
No.
Councilmember Ramachandran,
Yes.
Councilmember Reed,
Yes.
and President Boss.
No.
The scheduling motion fails with a vote of 6 noes, 2 yeses.
Okay, let's go to the main motion.
Going to the main motion, moved by Councilmember Fife, seconded by Jenkins. Do we need to read it again?
Yes, through the chair.
Okay, Councilmember Fife. Yes.
I'm sorry, I was waiting for the clerk. I apologize, Madam City Clerk. So the motion as stated previously was directing the city administrator to return to council in a timely manner with a proposed legislation to amend the city charter in November of 2024 to move the responsibility for setting the mayor's salary from the city council to the Independent Public Ethics Commission, as is now the case for other elected officials, including the city attorney, city auditor, and city council members, with the addition of what Councilmember Kolb said that I did not capture. That's what I want to add to the motion.
I'll just add through the chair. Nothing in this motion shall preclude the city administration from providing additional options to the city council on this matter.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing clearly. So what Councilmember Call just added, is that saying additional options other than the PEC? I'm not clear.
Yes, additional options that the city administration might think we might want to consider. It's being made clear that they can consider those and pass those along to us if the city administrator sees so fit. Just making that clarity. That's all. I think we're clear here now.
Okay, very good. Let's call the roll.
On The 5 Jenkins motion, I'm a scheduling motion. Councilmember 5.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
No.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Cobb.
Aye.
Kaplan.
Aye.
Ramachandran.
No.
Reed.
Yes.
President Boss.
Aye.
Scheduling motion is approved with a vote or scheduled with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 no, Ramachandran.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We have
I
completed
believe that
that
was 2
item.
no's.
Yes, I'm sorry, Gaio and Ramachandran.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We have completed that item at last. I am recognizing that I need a break to continue chairing this meeting. The clerks have not had a break, so I would like to take a 5-minute recess, just 5 minutes to get up, stretch, go to the bathroom. And I believe we need a motion to recess. Is that correct? Okay. So I would like to make a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
And to come back at 9:08.
I seconded.
Okay, let's
Second.
call the roll.
On the motion to recess for, was it 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Moved by Council President Bond, seconded by almost everybody. I believe I heard 5. Councilmember 5. Councilmember Gaio, I think is gone at, Gaio out at 9:02. Ms. Davis, Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran. Councilmember Reed.
I, and to the president, I'm 3 hours ahead in a public space, and I too will be logging off. And so I just want to note that.
Oh, hold
I
on,
won't be-
hold on. We need 6 because the next item we're taking is Coliseum Connections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We
I'll
have
stay
6.
to vote for Coliseum Connections.
Okay, but I need a 5-minute break, and the clerks do too, because after this, we're going to plow through the rest of the meeting. Reconvene in 5 minutes. That is 9:08. All right, colleagues, back to the dais.
I'm here.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. We recognize you are 3 hours ahead. It's quite late there, getting very late here.
Thank you. It's worth it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus Reed is 7. Okay, we're good to go.
Mike, we about to need that screen share?
All right, we are reconvening the special meeting of the Oakland City Council. We are going to item number 6.33. And from there, we are going to go to, I believe it was item 6.7 that was pulled off consent and put on non-consent. That was the city attorney, city auditor item. And then from there, we'll go back to where we left off, the public hearings and the rest of the non-consent calendar. Okay, on this item, thank you for those of you who talked and worked further on this very, very important issue of the Coliseum connections. I would like to ask Councilmember Kaplan to restate her amended motion.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you to my colleagues and to the city administrator and the department heads. And I'd like to ask KTOP to put the document on screen. And while they're doing that, to just again reiterate publicly with the city administrator, Mr. City Administrator, that I know we're talking about narrowly today the legislation that is before us, but we've also heard a lot about a lot of suffering and some need for both further steps beyond today's action and better communication and feedback, and making sure that money that we do authorize tonight, God willing, my colleagues vote yes, that gets expedited, and that the folks who've been dealing with really excessive difficulties get responded to timely. So I did just want to affirm that with you. Thank you. And so to read in the amended section 4, the use of former redevelopment funds for Coliseum Connections tenant relocation. What's being changed is the dates. So where it previously said August 3rd, 2023, that is being struck and replaced with September 22nd, 2023. And where it previously said August 7th, 2023, that is being struck and replaced with September 26th, 2023. And so moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay. And on this particular item, because we had public comment, we had some back and forth, there was a meeting while we were working on the salary item. I want to take any questions from or clarifications from the council members, and then we are going to take the vote. I recognize we have residents from the Coliseum Connections who are here. I am not going to have any more comment on this from the public because we have 3 more items and 4 public hearings, and I think this does move us forward. And I assume you have numbers from our city staff and others who can continue to work together with you. So, okay, Councilmember Gaio?
Yes, I just want to hear from the city administrator in terms of its approval and when do we get it done?
Through the chair, Councilman Guy, can you repeat the question?
Yes, based on the
sure.
recommendation from the council, I just wanted to get your staff input in terms of what we're recommending and how soon can we get it done?
Understood. I believe. Okay. It's okay.
So the question was how long will it take to mobilize this money should this vote pass tonight?
Hello, Emily Weinstein, Interim Director of HCD. So in terms of, based on tonight's ordinance, once we have the ordinance number, then it's just a matter of getting the funds wired into the escrow account. It should, from my understanding, be able to be done by the end of this week or early next week.
Okay, Councilmember Jenkins.
So I just want to give a quick synopsis of what we talked about in the room.
Okay.
What the tenants were asking for, and a couple of things. One, they would like us to direct the city attorney to look to partners to find money to help those that already took relocation funds but cannot go back to the hotels. See if we can find help for those folks. They also wanted to see if it was okay if folks can take the money, the relocation funds, and still stay in the hotels.
Yes.
Okay, so as I understand it, we can take action on this today. The money will be mobilized immediately. And there are further issues that will be worked on in the interim. And I don't know if you want to say more to that, Councilmember
Well, I
Kaplan?
just want to affirm what Councilmember Jenkins says, that we do also want the administrator, and in consultation with the attorney as needed, to follow up with the other requests we're hearing that are beyond the scope of today's item, to see what else can be done to help the additional issues. But I still think it's important that we mobilize this money now, even as we ask for that follow-up to happen. There are some individual situations that may require some additional follow-up.
Okay.
Council
All
President
right,
Bass?
yes.
I'm concerned that we are going to lose quorum for this item if we don't vote. And if we lose quorum for this item, then we will not be able to extend the funds immediately to the people who need them. So I heard Councilmember Reed say that she's on a different time zone and ahead. So I just want to make sure that we, at the very least, get the money out the door.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you,
Let's
Councilmember Fife. I agree.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll on this item.
On item 6.33, with the amendments from Councilmember Kaplan, extending the date, moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is gone or out her seat. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excuse. As stated before, this is an emergency ordinance, so it is actionable immediately. The recommendation is immediate, and it does not require a second reading.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for being here. So those funds will be deployed, and okay, so we need to move on with the meeting. If there's more to be done or more to be said, do you want our staff to support that? But we have mobilized that funding. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Again, we are going to item 6.7. This was the item that Councilmember Gallo moved on to the non-consent calendar. Councilmember Gallo, after the clerk reads this in, I'll follow your lead on how you want this item to be run, if you want a staff presentation or not.
Reading in item 6.7, adopt an ordinance amending the salary schedule for ordinance number 12187 to increase the salary for the city attorney and city auditor, and noting that this will be, if approved, this will be final passage.
Okay, I do want to note that Councilmember Reed has logged off and is excused for the remainder of the meeting. Councilmember Gallo, a staff presentation, is that correct?
Yes, due to the interest of time, I'm still, I'm not going to support this item based on the issue of salaries and the needs of the city, the needs of the services that we need, and the process that we go through. So if there's someone here that wants to make a motion to support staff's recommendation so we can move on, and I'll vote no.
I will so move then.
Okay, let's call the roll then.
On item 6.7, moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Cobb. Councilmember Fife,
No.
Councilmember Gaio.
My vote is no on the item.
I know, I wanted you to say it on the record while we're
Okay.
voting right now. Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is out her seat. Councilmember Reed is excused. Councilmember, Council President Bass.
Aye.
Where is the?
Is that
the
just four?
Out of seat person?
Okay.
Can we hold it open till the person comes back from their seat?
Council President Bass.
I am voting aye. Hold on, I am asking Councilmember Reed if she might be able to log back on if she wishes to vote on this. Yes. Okay.
Calling in.
Okay.
Calling in the public speakers. Hold on, Mr. Hazard.
I apologize to members of the public. I apologize. I have been chairing this meeting since 2 o'clock. I'm a little bit tired. I apologize. Let's move on with the public comments. It was not
Give me a
intentional.
moment I'm sorry, I think that's me. Give me a moment to sort through the cards. If somebody's unmuted, please mute. I know I have Black Homeless Advocate, Ms. Asada Olabala, Mr. Hazard. If you filled out a card for item 6.7, just give me a moment to, if I called your name, you may begin, but just give me a moment to go through the other cards if you filled out a card and your name was not called at this time.
I'm not holding you responsible, Madam City Clerk.
I
You
know.
got the president and you got the parliamentarian. That's what the parliamentarian is supposed to be for. I'd like clarification before I make my comments. Please don't start the clock. Through the chair to the parliamentarian with regards to what supersedes. Does the city charter or does the state constitution?
I'll briefly respond, and then I'm going to ask that the city clerk
No,
do start the
so
time. Everybody has to have the
that's-
same amount of time to
that-
speak.
that's-
So the state constitution trumps the city charter. Please-
You said
please
the
start
state
your comments.
Constitution trumps, you like Donald Trump? No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. I want to read to you Article 2, Section 8 of the state constitution. Item D, 8D. An initiative measure embracing more than one subject may not be submitted to the electors or have effect. And from McGeorge School of Law, per Article 2, Section 8D of the California State Constitution, an initiative measure embracing more than one subject may not be submitted to the electors to have any effect. Essentially, if an initiative embraces more than one subject, it can neither be submitted to nor enacted by the voters. Which, excuse me. The basic guidance that we have received from the courts in California is whether the provisions of the initiative are reasonably germane to each other, which is generally a broad test. The general idea behind the single subject rule is to ensure that measures are not overly complex or that they do not possibly confuse or hide provisions in a multifaceted ballot. Based upon the language contained in Article 2, Section 8D of the state constitution, if an initiative embraces more than one subject, then it can be neither be submitted to the voters nor be enacted by the voters. The resolution that was being proposed by Dan Cobb on July 5th, the resolution on the city's council's own motion, general municipal election on November 8th, amends the city charter to add government reform charter, accountables, go on and go on. It had 10 items in it. So that, based upon the parliamentarian, Measure X is illegal. You cannot approve the salary of the city attorney nor the city auditor because measure, and I'll read, term limits for council members requiring minimum, counting council members' abstentions and absence as a no vote on council's own motion. And adding changing the formula for the Public Ethics Commission to set council members' salary and authorizing the Public Ethics Commission to set the salaries of the city auditor and the city attorney. When in the president's comments, Council President Bass advances progress ballot measures for a more democratic and resourceful Oakland for all. And she says, Shelley, Solabala, shall a measure to amend the charter to, among other things, establish council members' term limits, require 2 hearings before council places certain measures on the ballot, count council members' abstention, absence as a no vote, and determining whether the mayor may break a tie, provide public ethics. They don't say anything about the salaries for the city auditor nor the city attorney. You're talking about $60,000 for an increase, $60,000 for the city attorney comp, and $24,000 for the city auditor. You cannot vote legally on giving a raise to the city attorney nor the city auditor per the parliamentarian who said what supersedes is the state constitution. Article 2, Section 8D. I defy you. Don't do it. You better pull this item. If you vote on it, I just gave you, you've been forewarned. Okay? Kaplan. Thank you.
Black homeless advocate. Sometimes I realize politics are over my head. Earlier, when I was in the lobby out there, or whatever you call it out there, I saw Carl Chan. And I've had a little bit of an issue with him. It seems that he's trying to push Pam Price out. I asked him what was his reasoning, and trying to force Pam out. And he started talking to me about the crime rate in Oakland. He says, we got to do something about these kids. So I mentioned to him, you mean like build a rec center like you haven't done in Chinatown? There is a movement, or whatever you want to call, in the Bay Area, and I wish that the NAAPC would get involved. When I see people like Betty Yu and Jaliela Goodrich have a 3-minute conversation about things like it's in jest, the public doesn't like it. They had their own little forum for 3 minutes standing in front of a podium, just like they do at Fox. You know, disgracing and down, saying things, putting Pam down. So when does a news station get to sit there and have your own little box? And so, like I said, pay attention, because the media here in the Bay Area is getting to be very controlling, and they're getting, and their control is over one race. All you got to do is start watching from this point on. Start looking to see when you'll find out what I'm talking about. Amber Lee did not come to the tennis courts on her own. She was called by Carl Chan because Carl Chan knew he had some pull with the media. Then she came up to weaponize the fact that we were homeless at the tennis courts. Watch the media closely. Black people, don't worry about the white people. Some of them might not give a damn, and some of the Asians we know don't give a damn. Black people, keep your eyes open. Or
Thank you, Mr. Black Homeless Advocate. We have one speaker in Zoom. Oops. Dame.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead with your comments. We cannot hear you if you are speaking. Dame. Okay, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Okay, all names have been called.
All right, thank you, everyone. And I believe we have the council members who are not excused present so that we can call the vote again. And I believe that was a motion from Kaplan, seconded by Kalb, to adopt this resolution.
On item 6.7,
I'm
moved
sorry,
by,
it's in an ordinance.
yes. On item 6.7, moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Call. Again, this would be final passage of this ordinance as introduction was read in June. Councilmember Fife, Councilmember Guile,
No.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Call,
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused, and Council President Bass.
Aye.
This item is approved with a vote of 5 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we are going to go back to our public hearings. We do have 4 of them. We already opened up the Jack London Improvement District of 2023 hearing. Once we complete the 4 hearings, we have 2 more items on our non-consent calendar, and at least one of them is actually an urgent action item. Well, I believe the hearings are also very time sensitive and action is required. So to our Economic and Workforce Development Department, has the vote count been completed? Okay. If the vote count has been completed, we will take this back up and hear from members of the public. Okay. Since we have not yet heard from them, they may still be counting the votes. Let's go to item 8.2, the mandatory delinquent trash fees of 2022. I'll take a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion to open the public hearing, moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Guile.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Call.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused, and President Bass.
Aye.
Public hearing is open with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excused. Read, I will read the item into record. Again, this is 8.2. Conducts a public hearing and upon conclusion, adopt a resolution accepting and confirming reports of the special assessments for delinquent trash service fees with administrative charges for the monthly periods of April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2022, and January, February, March of 2023, and the quarterly periods of July through September 2022, October through December 2022, January through March 2023, April through June 2023. Overruling any protests and objections related to the special assessments included in said report, and imposing the special assessments and directing the notice of special assessment charges be turned over to the county tax collector. And you have, I think, 4 speakers on this item.
Okay, let's hear the staff report first.
Hello. Okay, great. My name is Roger Zagaba. I'm the Assistant Revenue and Tax Administrator in the Finance Department. Staff would like to recommend the adoption of the proposed Resolution 1, which authorizes the levy of special assessment charges for delinquent trash fees, charges, and the recordation of the said assessments to the county tax collector, Alameda, and the inclusion of the next property tax roll for August 10th, 2023. Delinquent account holders have until August 10th to pay an outstanding bill prior to the assessment being rolled to the county for the inclusion of the property tax roll. The special assessment process ensures that the residential and commercial garbage is picked up, whether the garbage bill is paid or not, and it ensures that the city is in alignment with the citywide priority of holistic community safety. We do have some recommendations by Councilmember Kaplan and Bass for continuous notification of property owners, and citywide liens sent out a total of 26,000 notices and 24,000 postcard reminders. We also, for this meeting, we did send out 16,000 postcards to remind property owners of the meeting today. And of those, 300 invoices have been resolved and paid in full. We also had a parallel meeting that was happening today that started at 2 p.m. where we're meeting with property owners that had any concerns or any questions. And today we've met with about 50 of them over Zoom and 8 in person. If you have any questions, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I'll move the staff recommendation, or I'm sorry, did you say there were speakers?
Well, yes, there are speakers. We'll hear from the speakers first.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Please state your name for the record. Before beginning, Blair Beekman, Mr. Hazard, Black Homeless Advocate, and Miss Asada Olabala.
That vote you just took on 6.7 shows how scandalous this body is. The parliamentarian told you that the state constitution trumps the charter. And Dan Cobb, who introduced Measure X, who wants to think he's going to get the state Senate seat, ignore the state constitution, as all of you did. You want to always talk about the charter, what's in the charter, but you ignore the state constitution. How scandalous all of you are. Scandalous. Through the chair, I have a question to staff. Is there any intent, or how close is the current contract with Waste Management? Is that due to expire, and when does it expire? And is there any intent to extend that contract without going out to bid? Through the chair to staff.
Do you have any additional comments you want during your time? I will make sure we answer that question.
Answer the question! I just asked.
I am letting you know that if you would like your 30 seconds, please, Mr. Hazard, please. I will rule you out of order. And I just asked you a simple question. Would you like to continue with your time? And then I will answer the questions after all the public comments. And I was going to answer the question. I just wanted to make sure. Anyway, let's continue. I will make sure we answer the question. Let's hear the next public speaker. I did not cut it off. I asked you if you wanted to use your time for the question. Okay, in the interest of time, Mr. Hazard, I will give you some time back, but please, let's have a civil conversation here. If we have Director Duffy here or someone from the administration who can answer the question, please step to the mic.
Sherry Jackson, Revenue and Tax Administrator for the City of Oakland. To answer the question, the current contract expires in May of 2025. Within that contract, there are 2 extensions that can be exercised. The first one would be for a 5-year period, going from 2025 to 2030. And then the second one would be another 5-year period, going from 2030 to 2035.
Thank you for that answer.
You may have 30 seconds more.
Okay,
Continue.
that's all I asked. Okay? So there's an intent, because built into that is an automatic extension. So the waste management, where you are the collection agency for this private company, and you get a fee for that, okay? And so the property owners, they're gonna be in another bind, because if I'm not mistaken, there's a CPI factored into that and your fees. And so my question is, how much fees do you get for being the collection agency for waste management? That's why I wanted to hear that. So can I get that answer and I'll sit down? Thank you.
Okay. The questions I have are relative to the other collection body is California California Solutions. How do they handle their delinquent fees with recycling? Because you don't have any kind of intervention related to delinquent fees relative to them. The process right now no longer places lien on property, but you got the sign out there saying lien hearing. So it's kind of confusing when you think about that. So on July 1st, 2015, the city purchased the delinquent accounts receivable from Waste Management. And the reasoning for that is you don't want to interrupt trash collection services. So I don't know if that's a good enough reason to take on all that responsibility, but that is the reasoning. The city owns the delinquent accounts for California for Waste Management. You own those accounts and you collect the trash fees. And the process is that the property tax collector puts it on the individual's property tax. Now those taxes are sent out November the 1st and February the 1st with late dates, December the 12th and April the 10th. So you only have 2 opportunities to collect it. And the last question is, you have the highest districts, 6 and 7, with extremely high numbers of individuals who have not paid their property taxes. And is there any reasoning why those districts 6 and 7 have these large number of delinquent fees that have been assessed within those 2 districts? I just don't, and you had a meeting with Waste with Public Works where you said something about they have extended the contract for waste management. And I don't know how you did that, because I thought we were gonna wait to the end and work on maybe ending this process some kind of way where we have all this responsibility for delinquent fees.
Here, Pam. Black homeless advocate. I'm sorry to say that a decision was made a few weeks back by the Supreme Court on affirmative action. I asked an expert about how many Asians lived in the South. The expert is Mr. Sada Olabada. During the time when the National Guard was allowing our students to go into college, being spit, kicked on, hit, all the things we had to have to get Black kids into this college, we had to have the National Guard. So we sacrificed a lot. And now that we've gone through all that, here comes another race of people deciding that all those, from slavery on to the 50s when we couldn't even get in schools, now they've decided that it's okay to say that we don't need affirmative action. Everything's on a level playing field. Like having a college coach, if you're rich, you can get coaches to come and they do all these things. So you're all ready to go into college because you got money. It's not a level playing field, especially when you have a puppet like Clarence Thomas for the Supreme Court, allowing these decisions to happen. Mr. Edward Bloom, that's been involved in these type of issues with affirmative action, his next step is to push it into the corporate world, folks. So all those Black women CEOs that got in, you might not be able to get back in. So my point is this. If you are a person that thinks we don't need affirmative action, and you're a minority, such as the people that brought that lawsuit, you better not be accepting any type of minority money for your business, any type of minority money for your community, or any.
Do we have any more?
Thank you, Mr. Parker. We do have one more Zoom speaker, Blair Beekman. Blair, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, Blair Beekman with public comment on this item. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, as this will be taken to tax collectors, when it goes to the tax collection process, do people still have ways that they can work towards subsidy issues and subsidy help to help pay for these issues once they go to a tax collector? I don't understand that or not. So I thought I would ask that at this time. Hopefully before it gets to the tax collector, you can make clear some final choices of subsidy help, government help. You know, government is there to help. So good luck in how to facilitate such a conversation with people so they can be clear of their choices, and to have choices even when it reaches the tax collector too. Good luck in that sort of process in this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. Madam President, that was the last speaker.
Thank you for your comments. To the staff, if you could please address the questions that arose.
The revenue.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a long night. One of
Thank
the
you for
questions
being
were, Good evening to Council President Bass. Good evening to all the council members. I'm trying to get my bearing. We had a lot of people downstairs. Thank you, Councilmember Bass, for directing people to us. We were resolving, we were addressing, we were handling it. One of the questions that was put out from the public was how much comes back to the city of Oakland regarding fees. These fees are cost recovery only. They only cover staffing, mailing. As you see, we have overmailed to notify people of their balances because we want to resolve the situation. Right now, the current amount that would be coming, and it's under city admin charges, it would be $1,914,580. And that is just cost recovery. That is what it costs to actually staff our area, to address the telephone calls, the mailing, the walk-in traffic, so forth and so on. The other question is that the citizen had on the line regarding any government subsidies. I don't know the nuance of the contract, and I cannot speak to that. I do recall that in the older contract that was before there was a caveat that did help and subsidize the citizens. I'm not sure exactly what is happening with the extension, or if there's an extension, so I can't speak to that. The other question, I just walked up, so I'm unclear if there was any other questions that you wanted me to address. The mandatory garbage program, as you know, each jurisdiction is required to have a means of picking up trash. Whether you are able to pay or not, garbage is a utility, but is a unique utility. Based upon the contract, garbage service, waste management is not allowed to discontinue your service. They have to pick up whether you pay or not. So that's the reason why the city of Oakland is involved in the process. So I'm here if there's any other questions that you have for me.
Thank you. And there are two other questions. One was, do we know why District 6 and 7 seem to have the most delinquencies? And then secondly, there was a question about how California Waste Solutions, who conducts our recycling, addresses their delinquent fees, if you happen to know.
I absolutely have no idea about California Waste Solutions. However, Council Member Fife requested a heat map back in 2021. At that time, there was a presentation done by Director Roseman that showed that those are high impact areas as per the race and equity study that has been done by the Department of Transportation. So in those areas, based upon several factors, which is education, race, household income, those are the areas where there is an impact. These individuals, I won't get into a whole bunch of speculation, but that is one of the reasons why those areas are most affected, as per the DOT race and equity study tool.
Okay. Colleagues, any further questions or comments? Then I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing and take action on this item.
So move.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Item 8.2. Is this 8.2? Yes.
8.2.
On item 8.2, moved by Councilmember Gallo, seconded by Councilmember Fife, to close the public hearing and adopt the staff recommendation. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Call.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran. Councilmember Reed is excused. Council President Bass.
Aye.
Item 8.2 is approved with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excused. Reed.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public hearing, item 8.3, From our Transportation Department, I'll entertain a motion to open the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
On the motion to open the public hearing, moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Gaio. Councilmember Fife. Aye. Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Call.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused, and President Bass.
Aye.
Public hearing is open with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excused. I will now read it into record. Conducts a public hearing and upon conclusion, adopt the following pieces of legislation. A resolution vacating a portion of the utilities easement for the Fruitvale Transit Village Phase 2B project at 3511 East 12th Street and making appropriate CEQA findings. And a resolution accepting irrevocable offer of dedication for public storm drain purposes from the city of Oakland as a property owner of 3511 East 12th Street and making CEQA findings. And you do have speakers.
Okay, let's hear from the staff first. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening. I'm Emily Ellers, the Right-of-Way Division Manager with the Oakland Department of Transportation. Approval of the 2 resolutions that the clerk just read, the vacation resolution and the acceptance resolution, supports the Fruitvale Transit Village Phase 2B Affordable Housing Project, which has about 181 affordable units, and authorizes the city engineer to do 3 things. 1, issue a vacation permit vacating a portion of an existing utilities easement at 3511 East 12th Street that's no longer needed. 2, accept the offer to dedicate the relocated storm drain, which will allow the city of Oakland to maintain the storm drain in the future. And 3, file certified copies of the vacation resolution and the acceptance resolution with the Alameda County Clerk Recorder for recordation. All the utilities have been relocated and or constructed for the project already, and therefore the existing utilities easement at 3511 East 12th Street to be vacated by the vacation resolution is no longer necessary for any future public purpose. And the offer of dedication provides the required public dedication for the relocated storm drains so that we're able to maintain that facility in the future. With that, I would be happy to entertain any questions from the council.
Okay. Councilmember Gaio, this is in
Yes,
your district.
Madam President, I make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from the members of the public first before we vote.
Black Homeless Advocate, Ms. Asada Olabala, and Blair Beekman.
Black Homeless Advocate. I'm going to kind of continue with what I was talking about. One of the things Black people have done.
And this is the public hearing on the,
On the what?
this is the public hearing on
On
the
you look it up.
vacant utilities easement.
It's on the what easement? On the 12th Street easement?
3511 East 12th Street.
3511 easement. Okay, let's talk about that for a minute. I'm glad that they have an easement for those folks. I hate to say that the NBA, let's take the NBA for a good example. Black people had hella time getting in the 50s, but we finally got in. And guess who we opened the door for? A guy named Yao Ming, another guy by Jeremy Lin. We opened the door so you guys can get $1 million contracts and play basketball with us. We went through a lot of hell to get these positions and to get where we need to be at the 345 easement, or whatever the easement is. Let's stay on topic. But I'm seeing some kind of connection here, and I would hate to see or even get the feeling that some of the stuff that's going on with the Asian community against the Black community is being ran by the PRC, People's Republic of China. Like the news story I mentioned when you guys accused me of hate speech about the secret police departments in Chinatown and other places, which are controlling a lot of people. I know this kind of sounds all off the wall there, but there is some kind of pressure that's being put on Asians to move out law enforcement and the DA and people in positions of power. Maybe they want their own people in there. And I'm not talking about the Asians I grew up with, my friends and stuff. I'm talking about the PRC.
Thank you, Mr. Black, homeless advocate.
A little bit confused because the report says that the storm drain and the new PG&E utilities have been constructed in 2022. So if we have something that's already happening, what are we talking about? But I do know this, looking at some of the information provided in the report, I have concern because you have 181 affordable housing units that were approved in May 6 of 2015 by the Planning Commission. There were minor amendments by zoning management in December of 2017. The project is now under construction in 2023. And the only reason why I'm bringing all this up is we're in the process of saying affordable housing is an important issue. But look at this project approved in 2015, and we're just starting construction in 2023. I'm kind of confused about the race equity statement. This resolution supports developments that was approved by the city and includes approximately 181 affordable housing units. And I continue to say this. If you don't have a race equity statement, don't write a bunch of nothing that doesn't reference race and equity, because that's what's happening here. There is no, now, okay, my time is up, no. There is no race and equity statement because we know this is in Fruitvale, where we know where the majority of the people are gonna live there are gonna be of a certain ethnic group, and that's our Latino community. And so race equity statement, when appropriate. If you have nothing to say, no race equity statement, please. But going back to my original statement, I hope this doesn't represent how we go about affordable housing, a project approved in 2015 and just starting in 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Going to your Zoom speaker, which is Blair Beekman. Blair, you can begin your comments when you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Yeah, thank you for bringing the clock back. It is my feeling on this item. We're getting federal funding dollars all around the state for the future of storm drain issues. Not just Oakland, but San Jose, San Diego. San Jose has been using their storm drain funding. They have to, the federal government's asking for new water quality issues. And so they're shushing homeless out of their river areas and creek areas. They're trying to learn to practice good housing practices with that I hope yourselves can do as well. And I try to bring these things to San Diego so they can be clear as well that I just don't think this is really good intentions of these federal funding dollars that I don't think should be fully used for law enforcement things. That's a bit concerning. And to have that spoken about openly, hopefully can be of help in how you can better talk about it yourselves. With that said, you know, there's some really good sewer projects that are now going to be going on in Oakland in the next few years that I thought were a part of the Coliseum Connection process back in May or so. I was hopeful in how things were moving forward, and that doesn't seem to be quite happening, but you're trying, and thank you. And really notice the moss issues, the mold issues. I mean, does that whole place need to be renovated? And everybody has to move out. That seems like it's been a question and a danger for not just one place, but several places. Good luck on how to consider the issue. And thank you that you are working at least on sewer issues. Thank you.
And Madam President, that was the last speaker.
I'd like to second Councilmember Gayo's motion.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, let's call the roll.
Was that Motion to adopt the staff report and close the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you. On item
Yes.
8.3, moved by Councilmember Guile, seconded by Councilmember Kaplan to approve the staff recommendation and close the public hearing. Councilmember Fife, Councilmember Guile.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Was that aye?
Councilmember Call, are you voting aye on this? Okay, we did not hear you.
Councilmember Cap.
Aye.
Councilmember.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused and President Boss.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 excused.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Let's keep going. Item S 8.4. It's the Brooklyn Basin Community Facilities District matters. I'll take a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Let's call the roll.
On the motion to open the public hearing, moved by Councilmember Guile, seconded by Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Guile.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Call.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan is excused. Councilmember Ramachandran.
Aye.
And Councilmember Reed is also excused. Public hearing is open with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Reed and Kaplan.
Thank you. Let's hear the staff report. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Kimani Rogers from the Economic and Workforce Development Department. I'm here to present the Brooklyn Basin Community Facilities District, or CFD, item. We'll be delivering a PowerPoint presentation today, and I'll be assisted by Chris Lynch from Jones Hall via Zoom and Susan Goodwin from Goodwin Consulting Group. There are a few tweaks and clarifications to the presentation compared to the July 11th Finance and Management Committee presentation due to feedback from that committee. So there will be a few differences between what was submitted for that meeting, which is identified as the supplemental presentation in your packets, and today's presentation by direction of the committee. However, we'll be happy to make this updated presentation available through the appropriate means at a later date. So just so you know. And just with the clerk, my consultant again is on via Zoom, and I'm not sure if he's raising his hand or what have you, but I will introduce him or pass this along to him after slide 5. So.
Okay,
Just-
before we
sorry.
before we move on, I would like to do 2 things. One, if we could please make a motion to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
Let's call the roll.
On the motion to extend, moved by Councilmember Guile, Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by Councilmember Guile. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Guile.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Call.
Aye.
Kaplan is excused. Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is also excused, and President Bass.
Aye.
Motion to extend is approved with a vote of 6 ayes. And just before we go on with the staff report, I did not read in this item in its entirety, so I will read the rest before we go on. Part 2, a resolution of the City Council declaring the intention to incur bonded and other indebtedness for City of Oakland Community Facilities District 2023-1 and adopting appropriate findings under the California Environmental Quality Act. Part 3, a resolution of the City Council determining that subject to specified conditions, the special tax shall cease to be levied on certain property in the City of Oakland Community Facilities District number 2017-1 and directing recordation of a notice of cessation of special tax and a resolution of the City Council correcting inconsistencies related to the description of the geographic scope of the authorized services in the proceedings for City of Oakland Community Facilities District 2017-1 and directing recordation of an amended and restated boundary map and an amended and restated notice of special tax lien. And that completes the all parts of legislation for item 8.4.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and let's go back to the staff presentation.
Okay, thanks. And once again, Kimani Rogers from Economic Workforce Development Department. We have a PowerPoint presentation. For the interest of time, I'll just kind of skip. This is our outline, and I'll just get right into it. The Brooklyn Basin Project encompasses approximately 64.2 acres of land area and 7.95 acres of water surface area along the Oakland estuary, and includes up to 3,700 residential units, with 465 of those units required to be affordable. Currently, 341 of the affordable units are completed and occupied, with 124 scheduled to be completed in 2024. The Brooklyn Basin project area is split into 4 phases of development between a total of 12 parcels, with all affordable units scheduled to be located at parcels A and F. Let's see if I can do this here. Parcels A and F. The units on 3 parcels are fully completed and occupied, and the others are either in construction or scheduled to have construction begin over the next few years. The project is governed by a development agreement initially established in 2006. In May of 2023, the City Council approved a 3rd amendment to the development agreement, allowing for a 600-unit increase in the residential density for the current total of 3,700 units. This increase creates special tax capacity for public service and improvements. And I will now pass this along to our external legal counsel to go over the next few slides.
Good evening. This is Chris Lynch from the law firm of Jones Hall. As Mr. Rogers mentioned earlier, there are 4 resolutions proposed for adoption by the council tonight. 2 of the resolutions relate to an existing community facilities district, number 2017-1, which provides funds for the city to operate, maintain, and replace public infrastructure in the Brooklyn Basin project. The other 2 resolutions relate to formation of a new community facilities district, number 2023-1, which will fund essentially the same public services as CFD 2017-1, and will also finance construction of public facilities to be constructed by the Brooklyn Basin developer. Each of the 2 CFDs are intended to comply with the land use entitlements for the Brooklyn Basin project. Planning Commission condition of approval number 38 requires a CFD to be established to fully fund in perpetuity the maintenance of the parks, open space, and public right-of-way for the project. As will be explained more fully later in the presentation, the affordable housing in the Brooklyn Basin project is exempt from paying the CFD special taxes. The development agreement, next slide, the development agreement between the master developer of the Brooklyn Basin project and the city also details the public improvements within the Brooklyn Basin project that will be operated and maintained by the city with CFD funding. Next slide. With that context, and before describing the 4 proposed CFD resolutions, we wanted to provide a high-level summary of the Belarus Act for those who aren't familiar with it. Briefly, the legislature passed the Belarus Act in response to Proposition 13, which had pushed the cost of new infrastructure and ongoing public services onto new development. A CFD, or Community Facilities District, is a geographic area within the boundaries of the city. The city can levy special taxes in the CFD with an approving 2/3 vote of the qualified electors in the CFD. There's no election required for the proposed resolutions related to CFD 2017-1, but a vote is required for the new CFD 2023-1. Because there are no registered voters in the proposed boundaries of the new CFD 2023-1, the Brooklyn Basin developers will be the qualified electors for the election. Next slide. The first proposed resolution for CFD number 2017-1 is intended to correct some inconsistencies in the CFD 2017-1 formation proceedings. To confirm that, as required by condition of approval number 38 and the development agreement, the CFD is authorized to fund services throughout the Brooklyn Basin project and not just within the boundaries of the CFD. The owners of all the taxable properties in CFD 2017-1 have signed petitions requesting the City Council to take this corrective action. Staff believes that this action is merely corrective in nature and does not change what the electors approved when CFD 2017-1 was originally established. The staff report for this action includes a detailed analysis of the inconsistencies that will be resolved by this action. The corrective action will be first accomplished by holding a public hearing, which has been noticed 2 times in the newspaper, then adopting the resolution and recording in the county property records an amended and restated boundary map and a notice of special tax lien. Next slide. As Mr. Rogers explained earlier, the third amendment to the development agreement added 600 market rate units to the Brooklyn Basin project, which provides an opportunity for the developer to maintain the required level of funding for operation and maintenance of the Brooklyn Basin public infrastructure and to generate special taxes that will allow the CFD to finance construction of some of the public infrastructure that will be constructed by the developer. In order to accomplish that goal, the developer is proposing that the city stop levying special taxes on all but 2 of the taxable properties in CFD 2017-1, where the special taxes are only available to pay for operation and maintenance, and to add those parcels to the new CFD 2023-1, where the special taxes will be paying for operation and maintenance and construction. This second resolution for CFD 2017-1 will approve the cessation of special taxes on the properties that will be part of CFD 2023-1, but only after CFD 2023-1 has been formed. Next slide. We now turn to the proposed resolutions for CFD 2023-1. CFD 2023-1 will fund the same services as CFD 2017-1, except it will also provide funds to operate and maintain a small watercraft launch and water taxi dock. CFD 2023-1 will also provide approximately $30 million of net bond proceeds to finance the public infrastructure for the Brooklyn Basin project that is being constructed by the developer. Next slide. The process to form the new CFD involves 3 meetings of the City Council and a mail ballot election. The city has received petitions from all of the owners of taxable properties to be included in CFD 2023-1, asking the City Council to form the new CFD. The first legislative step, which is happening today, involves the consideration of 2 resolutions of intention. At the second meeting of the City Council will hold a public hearing, consider formation resolutions, and hold the mail ballot election. At the third legislative meeting, the City Council will consider an ordinance levying special taxes in the CFD. Next slide. With the first resolution of intention, the City Council will declare its intention to establish the CFD and levy special taxes in CFD 2023-1 according to the rate and method of special tax attached to the resolution and call a public hearing. Next slide. In the resolution of intention for bonds and debt, the City Council will declare its intention to issue bonds and other debt for the CFD in an aggregate amount not to exceed $50 million, again, subject to a public hearing and the landowner election. The bonds will be paid only from special taxes levied in CFD 2023-1 and not from any other city funds. Susan Goodwin will now summarize the special taxes. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Special tax consultant on the formation of the CFDs. Just very quickly, some background on the special tax formula. For the new CFD 2023-1, there are proposed to be 2 separate tax zones. Tax zone 1, which includes parcels D, E, G, H, and J within the project, and zone 2, which includes K, L, and M, and these are the boundaries of those 2 tax zones. The stripes are tax zone 2, and the crosshatch is tax zone 1. Okay, next slide. And so within, let's see. Okay, there we go. So with the original CFD 2017-1 had a maximum total tax rate, annual tax rate of $1,140 per unit in the initial, in current year dollars. And in 2023-1, the reason for the 2 tax zones is zone 1, those parcels were already under a purchase and sale agreement that committed to keep the total tax rate at $1,140 consistent with the original CFD. That is now broken up between a portion for services, a portion for facilities, but the total is still consistent at $1,140. For zone 2, the $1,140 is still fully for services, and then there's an additional overlapping $1,500 per year for a total special tax rate of $2,640 in Zone 2. Ultimately, once the facilities have been funded, all three, Zone 1, Zone 2, and the original CFD will have, in current dollars, $1,140, all going towards the maintenance and public services funded by the CFDs. Next slide. Just a few other key provisions on the tax formula. The special tax is only levied on developed property, which is defined in the tax formula as property that's had a certificate of occupancy issued, and that's when the tax will be triggered on those parcels. The services tax will increase every year at the greater of 4.8% or the increase in the consumer price index from the prior year. As was mentioned earlier, the affordable units, all of which are to be constructed on parcels A and F, are exempt from the special tax and will not have special taxes levied on those units. And the services tax, if there were any changes in the land uses, if, for instance, they ended up building 20 units less than expected, the services special tax will be adjusted so that the city always is getting the amount of services revenues that were expected. Okay, with that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Rogers and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Number two, there we go. And number two, a formation of a new CFD, CFD 2023-1, which will fund services and infrastructure. And once again, the 465 affordable units will continue to benefit from CFD services, but they will not pay the special tax. So our legislative steps, we are here today, July 18th, 2023. CFD 2017-1 it's going to City Council, and approval of the corrective resolution and resolution of cessation is recommended. For CFD 2023-1, we're going to City Council. We're here today, and for the resolution of intention legislative step. The next legislative steps for formation of CFD will need to occur via public hearing and election at the September 19th City Council meeting, with a second reading of the ordinance occurring during the October 3rd City Council meeting. As a resolution of formation is the next step for the overall CFD process, this item has already been authorized by the Rules Committee to, the September 19th item will be going directly to Council. It's been authorized by the Rules Committee to go directly to Council. And my apologies for the committee recommendation being on this slide. It's the outdated one. This is obviously, staff therefore recommends City Council approve all 4 resolutions related to the Brooklyn Basin CFD matters. And we are open to questions. I also have representatives of the Public Works Department, Finance Department, and the developer if there are questions related to those issues.
Thank you very much. Do we have public comment on this item? Okay, let's hear from the developer and then the public comments.
Jen, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good evening, Madam President, Bass, and council members. Eric Harrison, Signature Development. Staff and the team have done an excellent job of providing an overview. We have no further comments.
Okay. Public comment and then.
Black Homeless Advocate, Ms. Asada Olabala, Salvin Hosser. I'm sorry, those are for 8.1, wrong cards.
Make sure.
Black Homeless Advocate and Ms. Asada Olabala.
Okay.
This item says that you're levying a special tax to finance public improvements and public services. Now, I lived in a community where we had homeowners association fees to cover certain things, and the developer had a part in getting that together. You also have fees for business improvement but the people who are impacted by it get to vote whether they want to have the tax or not. So is this a tax that's, they say it's the result of the petition from the developer? So are the future residents at Brooklyn Basin are going to be taxed based on not them deciding they want to have a tax, but based on the fact that the developer decided to give them a tax? And why do we have public infrastructure and public services issues where we can't use Measure DD, Measure KK, Measure Q, and Measure U and other sources for public use? This is a public improvement and public services, but people who live in the area have to use it. Is it only for their use? Are members of the public going to be able to use these parks and roads and these maintenance of these parks and the open spaces? Are they just for the residents who are paying for it, but others can use it as well? I don't get that the developer has a right to impose a tax where other similar situations, the people who, for which the tax will be imposed, they get to say something about the business improvement tax situation. It's not fair.
Black homeless advocate. One of the issues I have with some of these easements and some of these things that developers do is whenever you're like, if you're just riding your bicycle and they have a long area that might wiggle through like down by the Jack London Square. And then as soon as you start riding through these little roads, which are part of the, well, I thought was the Oakland community, you'll have some security guard come out and say, oh, you can't be here. So I get kind of nervous when I see these large easements where they have these developed areas and they're not for everybody. That's what, just like Ms. Asada was saying, they're usually not for everybody. So you'll see some people riding their bikes through there. It's okay for them because they live there, but other people that come riding through can't be there. That ain't right. I'm not down with that at all. I just wanted to, with my last minute here, talk about something that has that we use every day and saves trillions, has probably saved 1 trillion lives over its time. And you know what that is? That's the stop sign. It was invented by a Black man. Because in New York, in the old days, me people, myself and greedy ass people, whenever there was an intersection, it would take almost an hour to 45 minutes to get through the intersection because everybody wanted to go first. Black guy came along and said, what if we put a sign that says stop on this intersection and one that says go on that intersection? It saved many a life. Trillions of people that use red lights every day, a Black man did that. That's why you don't run into the car when you go through the intersection. There was also an issue with elevators back in the day where elevator doors didn't open in sequence with the floor you were on. So if you're on the 15th floor and the door opened up on the first floor and you stepped in, bam, Black man said, hey, how about we have the door open up at the same time the elevator gets there? Open heart surgery, a Black man. Why am I telling you this? Because you have the audacity sometimes to think that we ain't worth the crap. And I got news for you. We've invented a lot. And not only that, we had one.
Thank you. Are there additional public speakers? Okay. This item is Brooklyn Basin. It is in my district, and I am supportive of taking this action today so that we can continue to provide services to the entirety of the development and the residences, as well as the businesses. Councilmember Fife.
And I respect that, Madam President. I do want to ask through the chair to our staff what public use is available on site, or perhaps to the developer, what public access will be available for individuals who want to access the area, there will be, from what I understand from the presentation and in the past in other committees, there are parts of the development area that are open for public use, but I would like if you could detail that a little bit more.
The parks are all dedicated to the city. They're fully publicly accessible by anyone. The purpose of the CFD is to provide a perpetual funding mechanism to fund all of those improvements in perpetuity without adversely impacting the city's general fund.
My last question is, if to the staff, through the chair to the staff, or to staff, could you speak to concisely and briefly the use of CFDs to finance the types of infrastructure that is being utilized or developed at this in this area? Forgive me, I haven't eaten today, so I'm a little loopy.
To the chair. Yes, to my understanding, there are currently there are currently 3 CFDs in the city of Oakland. This would be the 4th. The Brooklyn Basin CFD 2017-1, the Oakland Army Base has a CFD, and Oak Knoll has a CFD as well.
I'm complete, it's late.
Okay, Councilmember Gaia.
Yes, are you going to make the motion to approve? It's your area and it's a beautiful project. And
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolutions and close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay. All right, let's call the roll.
On item 8.4, moved by Council President Bass, seconded by Councilmember Gaio, to adopt the staff recommendations and also close the public hearing. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Called.
Aye.
Kaplan is excused. Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is also excused, and President Bass.
Aye.
Item 8.4 is adopted with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Kaplan and Reed.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to item 8.1. This is the Jack London Improvement District of 2023. This will be our 4th and last public hearing of the evening, although there are 2 more items after this on our agenda. And first, what I would like to do, we did open up the public hearing. The election has occurred. The votes have been counted with public access. I would like to hear a staff report and also if the staff could walk us through the process for this particular item. And then we'll go to the public.
Good evening, or I guess good night, council members. So first, just going through the results of the ballots, there were 407 ballots were submitted, corresponding to 436 parcels. 19 parcels were not valid, including 16 that were not marked. Of the valid ballots, a weighted 65% were in favor of district formation, and a weighted 35% were opposed. So there's no majority protest that would prohibit the city council from forming the district.
Thank you. Councilmember Fife?
I'm sorry, I missed those last 2 statements.
Yes.
With the percentages, you said 16%, 35%.
65% were in favor of the formation and 35% were opposed.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, wait. I do not have that on my, but it may be in our management district plan.
Okay, we will hear from the public in a minute. Are there any other hands from the council members? Okay, let's go to the public comments.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Black homeless advocate, Ms. Asada Olabala, Salvin Hosser.
Hi, good evening, good night. Savlan Hauser, I'm the executive director of the nonprofit Jack London Improvement District. just a huge thank you to the dedication of the hardworking economic and workforce development staff, and the staff and support of your offices. I work closely with our community. Our organization works closely with Council Member Fife's and Council President Boss's office, and we so appreciate all the coordination and collaboration. This is a true public-private partnership. These are, private dollars getting invested into public benefit, with transparency and oversight and participation from so many community members. And I am just thankful to staff. I'm thankful that we had a successful process or successful vote. I also want to say that not only are these dollars that are being reinvested into the neighborhood, we have a tremendous number of volunteers that are mobilized through our organization, that represent so much goodwill and investment into the community. So I'm really excited on behalf of our organization to continue to further important city goals in our district, including public safety and merchant resilience, so many things that are relevant right now in this challenging time. And welcome you all to our district that's a cultural and social and recreational place for everyone. So thank you so much.
Originally, when business improvement associations existed, the businesses paid the taxes. Recently, you've extended it to include associations that would have the residents paying the taxes for business retention and business attraction. And if they want to do that, if you want to participate as a residential property owner and paying for a business to have the opportunity to have marketing strategies, events, and other benefits related to cleaning and economic development, go right ahead. But is that what you have overwhelming taxing of property owners, and you had a method of commercial businesses contributing to their own well-being. And now you've decided to extend it to the residential property owners for some reason. And are there any tax exempt entities where property owners in Jack London Square could be exempt from this tax? Or irregardless of your circumstances, your financial struggles, everybody's got to pay the tax? I wonder how this was presented to the people in Jack London Square, the private property owners. I just wonder. I would never vote for anything that doesn't give me something back, and I'm just paying my taxes to help somebody else, and it doesn't help me. That doesn't seem like a fair process, but if you did it right, where people fully understood what they were voting for, so be it.
Black Homeless Advocate. This is some of my artwork. Yeah. The reason I'm showing this is because I went down to Jack London Square to try to get into their little, I'm not really trying to show it that much. I'm just showing that some that I have it. Regardless. So I went down there where they have the little thing on Saturdays and you sell stuff, and I tried to post up and get there, and I was told to leave. So I'm just wondering, do you have some, where you have your little merchants, farmer market thing? Can anybody, can you work out something so a homeless advocate can come there and get a space? They did work it out for me like that at First Fridays. I was hoping I could come down and be a part of that little merchants group down there. Be really nice. Thank you. Now, one of the things when I saw when the PAL was here, I think it's important that we go out and flyer some neighborhoods where East Oakland, West Oakland, where we have these kids, put some flyers and tell them about the PAL and tell them about some of these things. I don't think the message is getting out to our kids like it should be. So we could have another group of athletes and people going all over the world. That would be a beautiful thing. So maybe some flyers would help that out. And while we're talking about business district improvements, it'd be nice to have, you know, those banners you guys put on the lamp poles and stuff when you're having some Oktoberfest up in the Diamond District. It'd be nice if you could put some of those banners saying like Lake Merritt Merchants or whatever. Just kind of, can we get a little something too? That would be real nice. But I think more importantly, let's get some messages out this summer with kids and flyers and this PAL programs. And are there other programs? Let's get our kids doing something, because we don't want our 12-year-old out doing 35 robberies. One last thing really quickly, please don't interrupt. This is very important. It's a book called by Kyra Siddharth. It's a book called Red Cobalt.
Thank you
What
for
it's
your
about.
comments. Are there other public speakers? Okay. Thank you. Council members, any comments or questions on this item? Councilmember Fife?
Yes, thank you, Black Homeless Advocate. I did want to acknowledge, just because there have been so many people to contribute to this discussion in the hearing rooms downstairs. And this is in my district. I want to first thank Savlon for being here and all the folks for participating. I think 65% is quite favorable. And I also wanted to just make clear to the public that residential property owners, according to our director for the district, pay $200 a year for their tax assessment for the benefits that come to Jack London Square and to the business improvement district in that area, and provide immense benefit to everybody who participates or shops or lives or works in that area. They have ambassadors, they are supporting other, just all kinds of events and things that happen in the district. And so I just wanted to speak to that. And so although commercial and residential property owners do pay, it's nominal for the benefit that they get. And this is not the creation of a district. It is the renewal of an existing business improvement district. And I just wanted to go ahead and make the motion to support. And also I wanted to just add that the property owners are very supportive of this improvement district. So with that, I'll make the motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Part of Jack London got moved into District 2 in January, so I'm building relationships. Thank you, Savlon, for being here so late, and really happy to hear that there was that level of improvement to renew the district for another 10 years. Look forward to working with everyone. Okay, let's call the vote on this item.
Item 8.1 is the motion to close the public hearing and adopt the staff recommendation.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Fife?
Aye.
Councilmember Guile?
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Aye.
Councilmember Cald?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan is excused. Councilmember Ramachandran?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is also excused. And Council President Vaz.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Reed and Kaplan.
Okay, that concludes our 4 public hearings, I believe. We need to go back to item number 7 and hear the report from closed session.
Reading in item 7, or report of final decisions made during closed session and disclosure of non-confidential items. You have 3 speakers.
Okay, let's hear the report first.
This is Amadis Sotelo with the City Attorney's Office. There are 2 reports of final closed session actions. The first one is titled, and these are both heard in closed session on June 21st, 2023. The name of the first matter is Timothy Michael Ryan versus City of Oakland et al., U.S. District Court, Northern District, California, case number 4.22CV00521 DMR. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $400,000. In terms of the facts and issues, on June 1st, 2020, Timothy Ryan, parentheses Ryan, a KCBS radio news reporter, attended demonstrations in downtown Oakland which followed the murder of George Floyd. At A Street and Broadway at approximately 7:40 p.m., Oakland Police Department officers, parentheses OPD, and Alameda County Sheriff's deputies deployed a large amount of tear gas. Ryan ran into the street to escape the tear gas, rolled Ryan's right ankle and suffered a fracture in the right foot and 2 torn ankle ligaments. OPD later acknowledged this use of tear gas was excessive. Ryan underwent surgery and has continued limitations and pain and retired from working at KCBS Radio due to the injuries. Ryan claims this use of tear gas violated Ryan's rights under the First and Fourth Amendments. After several motions to dismiss discovery and 2 settlement conferences, the parties agreed to settle Ryan's claims for $400,000, including satisfaction of Ryan's employer's workers' compensation lien. There was a motion made by Councilmember Gallo. The motion was seconded by Councilmember Cobb. There were 6 aye votes from Councilmembers Fife, Gallo, Kolb, Kaplan, Reed, and President Fortunato Boss. And there were 2 council members absent, Councilmembers Jenkins and Ramachandran. The second closed session final report was also from the Wednesday, June 21st, 2023 closed session. The name of the matter is Rebecca Johnson versus City of Oakland and does 1 through 20. This is Alameda County Superior Court case number 21 CV 004044. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $175,000. In terms of the facts and issues, on October 22nd, 2020, Rebecca Johnson, parentheses, Johnson, tripped and fell over an uplift in a sidewalk on Bay Place near Grand Avenue in Oakland. The uplift had allegedly existed for several years. As a result of the fall, Johnson sustained a right femur fracture. Johnson claims past medical expenses, loss of income, and pain and suffering. The city has determined that settlement in the amount of $175,000 without admitting liability and to avoid further litigation is in the best interest of the city. There was a motion made by Councilmember Gallo. The motion was seconded by Councilmember Reed. There were 6 aye votes from Councilmembers Fife, Gallo, Kolb, Kaplan, Reed, and President Fortunato Boss. And there were 2 absent council members, Councilmembers Ramachandran and Jenkins. And that is the extension of our closed session reports.
Thank you. Let's hear from the public comments.
Ms. Asada Olabala, Mr. Hazard, Black Homeless Advocate.
I don't understand the process where on items 611 and 612, you've already approved these 2 items. And now after you approve them, you're explaining them to the people. I don't understand the process. The other thing is when I saw excessive force, a payment out for $400,000, I did not understand when I read the document that this was a reporter being at a protest, running away from some tear gas, and he's getting $400,000. And you know what? I've started to observe a lot of the excessive force lawsuits involve people protesting in the city of Oakland. Now, all these Black men who are out here being abused by police officers, stopping them on the street, whatever, no lawsuits there. But the people protesting against George Floyd, they get money because they got some tear gas thrown at them or something else happened, and they get money. So I hope at some point we will end the excessive force where people are being victimized, particularly African Americans, instead of giving this to this news reporter. And I'm sorry he got his ankle messed up. And this other situation with the sidewalks being unbalanced, was this on a private sidewalk, or was this a public sidewalks? Because private sidewalks are supposed to be the responsibility of the property owner. So why are we paying for a situation if this is a private sidewalk of $175,000? And the document says this uneven sidewalk had been in place for years.
Black Homeless Advocate, he probably had a good lawyer, could afford it. Okay, I hate to be cut off, and when you do, it really just makes me get more into the issue of the item. So anyway, This book is called Cobalt Red. Cobalt Red. And it's written by Siddharth Kaira. He also wrote a book previous to this on child sex trafficking, which got the Frederick Douglass Award, which I hold in high esteem. But anyway, Red Cobalt. So what's the book about? The way it's formatted, it talks about how the blood of the Congo is on our hands due to what? Cell phones. Who doesn't have a cell phone? Every one of these cell phones has to have cobalt to work. Every electric car has to have cobalt to work. Please, I have never came here and asked you to read a book. Little kids, 8, 9, 10 years old, digging in the dirt to pull up cobalt, breaking it with rocks, no other means of money. Parents, I noticed that a lot of the little girls that should be out there are missing because of sex trafficking. Who's running these operations? The Chinese. And I'm not talking once again about Chinese people that are just normal trying to live a life. I'm talking about the PRC, People's Republic of China, which has they bought a lot of land in Africa, in the Congo. A lot of mining goes on. And the way they get away with it is there's laws against having child labor. But if you bring all the cobalt to this one certain area where the trucks bring it to as well, the legal trucks, the legal miners, the little kids bring it there too, and they get like a couple of dollars a day. Red Cobalt. The blood is on our hands. Blood of the Congo. It's called Red Cobalt. Blood of the Congo. Little kids digging. You guys got to see the video in Africa. 70% of the
Thank you,
cobalt.
Mr. Parker. Your time is up.
The public go to cleanoakland.com, and some of the comments I made this evening, you would find, particularly the illegal Measure X. I appreciate some of your comments, Councilmember Robert Challenger, but I wish you would take the same fervent position about something that is obviously illegal. You can't hide behind public ethics when it's clear Measure X is an illegal state matter. And yet you go along with the rest of these clowns supporting an illegal ballot measure. I don't understand. Yes, I do understand it. And you talk about with impunity, you ignore a state constitution because this clown over here presented something and you don't say a damn word. Oakland Promise. When are you going to schedule that on the agenda? That's an active case. 23-150-97. We're in federal court on appeal, and you don't even agendize it. You ignore it. Anytime something is relevant on this side of that dais, you ignore it. How shame on you. And I'm not going to speak softly. It's not a funny matter. You lied to the public. You lied on Measure X. You voted 6.7 to give the city attorney and the city auditor one $60,000 salary increase and then the other $24,000. How dare you? You insulted the public. Shame on you. And I hope the voters register this when they vote against you for state assembly, because you have no respect for the state constitution, Dan Cobb.
Mr. Hazard, I do want to remind members of the public to speak through the chair and to I think it's really important to have decorum and respect in these chambers. I respect your free speech, but I will continue to urge you and others to be respectful of everyone in this room, whether it's a member of the public or someone sitting behind this dais or a member of our staff. Let's move on. Are there more public speakers? Okay. To the city attorney, is there an answer to the question regarding the owner of the sidewalk?
Through the chair, I don't have that information. What I was able to find was that it was allegedly caused by, the raise in the sidewalk was allegedly caused by a city tree, and that much was clear.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to accept the closed session report?
So move.
Second. I think that was 5. Let's take the roll.
On the motion to accept a closed session report, moved by Councilmember Gallo, seconded by Councilmember 5. Councilmember 5. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Cobb.
Aye.
Kaplan is excused. Ramachandran.
Aye.
Reed is also excused. Council President Boss.
Aye.
Motion report is accepted with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Reed and Kaplan. Going to item 6.9, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to amend the professional services agreement with Operation Dignity to increase the amount up to $750,000 for fiscal year 22 through 23, and to extend the term through June 30th, 2024 in an amount up to $750,000 for fiscal year 23 through 24, using $1,500,000 in Measure Q funds. And you have 2 speakers on this item.
Welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the City Council, city staff, and colleagues. Chantel Reynolds, Program Analyst in the Homelessness Division, the City Administrator's Office. This item before you is a resolution amending the contract with Operation Dignity to allow payment for services rendered for past work that was not fully funded in the prior contract, as well as a request to authorize payment for contracted work in the current fiscal year. The issue relates to discrepancies with previous contracts that excluded the full funding of the Operation Dignity Outreach Service proposal. Therefore, the Homelessness Division has stepped in to fill the funding gap, and to address past dollars for a year's worth of work and provide money for the current fiscal year. The primary Operation Dignity contract for full outreach support was brought forward by the Human Services Community Homelessness Services Division in fiscal year 21-22. At the time, CHS put forth the 22-23 renewal of the contract for full support. Funding sources from the Homelessness Administration's division were not included in the authorizing legislation, preventing the city from processing payment of all outreach support delivered in the 22-23 year, resulting in the suspension of the services for non-payment. With staffing changes and a number of department vacancies, the item was not tracked. And though the funding wasn't encumbered, the resolution authorizing the contract again did not provide full funding for the authorized scope of work. The city recognizes that changes in staffing as well as the exodus of many staff in the relevant departments resulted in the oversight. Currently, essential HSD staff vacancies have almost completely been filled, and the HA division of the City Administrator's Homelessness Office is now also filled, and we have the bandwidth to now track CAO budgeted items to ensure no future errors occur. In closing, the City Administrator's Homelessness Division is the additional funding source that allows for the execution of a fully funded contract with Operation Dignity for outreach services performed last fiscal year, 22-23, and additional funding for this fiscal year, 23-24. This legislation remedies past oversight errors and fully funds the scope of work. This resolution utilizes previous and current budgeted funding to the City Administrator's Office, specifically encumbered for this work. As it relates to the availability of unspent encumbered funds, the Budget Office has confirmed that it is customary to not offer encumbered funds, which must be spent to meet fiscal obligations for discussion of alternative uses. The Budget Office and the City Attorney's offices have contributed to and signed off on this report. We have staff from the Finance Department and Human Services Department to answer questions for you, answer questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and appreciations to all of the work that the Homeless Administration and your team do. I know the work of the encampment management team is some of our most challenging yet most important work, and really appreciate every one of you, as well as the other departments that you collaborate with. Okay, colleagues, questions or comments on this item? Councilmember Ramachandran?
Thank you. And thank you for specifically explaining the measures that you're taking in place to make sure this doesn't happen again. I was wondering, and perhaps I missed this in your presentation, was there a gap in service based on not
The
providing
service,
funds?
the services have been provided. They recently, as of, I want to say last Friday, they have been suspended for about a week or so.
Thank you. And if this is passed tonight, how quickly would they be able to re-engage in services?
ASAP, and to my knowledge, I believe they have.
Through the chair, Assistant City Administrator to Councilmember Ramachandran, services were restored as of this morning.
Thank you. I'll move the item.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Are there other questions or comments? Councilmember Fife?
Yeah, thank you, Chair President Bass. I just wanted to get a little clearer because it said that in 21-22, the information in terms of what the funds should be were not included in the resolution. And I want to understand what staff, how many staff and who specifically, what positions were vacant at that time, if there is information on that through the chair to the staff.
So the
Ms.
staff,
Reynolds?
Through the chair to the council member, we have the Human Services Department to speak about the staffing discrepancies in terms of the vacancies. But just a correction as to the year of funding. In 2021 through 2022 was the first year that it was funded. And that would be the time that the encampment management policy was made effective according to its adoption in October of 2020. And then Mr. Interim Director Scott Means, I almost called him Scott because we're on first name basis, is here to discuss the staffing.
Through the chair, members of the council, except for one of our accountants, we had a complete turnover of accounting team. And we also had our fiscal manager moved to Parks and Rec, and then the person we replaced also left. So there's been an acting fiscal manager. In the meantime, we have actually replaced all of the regular positions. We still have an acting person. However, we have a final offer letter, and we're looking to start our fiscal manager in August.
Thank you for that. So to be clear, at the time where this information was not included in the resolution, it is because your finance staff was not.
Yes, it was our fiscal staff, yes.
And that staff is not in our finance department. It is in HSD.
It was HSD, yes, HSD fiscal staff.
So you have your own fiscal staff, and it's just
Yes.
that one individual.
I'm sorry?
There's just one position that was vacant from HSD.
No, there's, I can't remember the exact number, but we have 5 or 6 accountants, and there's been almost a complete turnover during that time period, as well as the fiscal manager.
Of 5 positions that were turned?
Yes, we have completely new fiscal staff than we did just a couple of years ago.
And the reason I'm asking these very specific questions is because this was a pretty dramatic course of events that took place where we have a service provider that stopped providing services to the city of Oakland because of a lack of funds for their particular contract. And I just want to make sure that we don't end up in this position again. Although when I was first coming into office, I was told that the work that this organization did was subpar, quite frankly, and that led to a lot of the inquiry that I had around our service providers for our homeless services and the funds that go into our nonprofits and what they're able to do. Further investigation showed that even our service providers are understaffed and underpaid oftentimes. And so I just want to make sure that the service providers that we are working with, they're the right ones and that they are paid adequately and that we have the right staff in place to do that. And so it sounds like you all have made the appropriate shifts, and this action will get us in right relationship with the service provider that we have. I just want to make sure that and as much as we can, we don't end up here again, because the homeless services are probably some of the most critical that the city has. And any gap in those services obviously puts us in a really challenging position. So, Mr. Means, Interim Director Means, I appreciate your work on this and all of the staff of HSD. And it just exemplifies how we really need to keep our pulse on this issue. So if there's anything that we can do as city council members, this issue is really close to my heart. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us in advance of an emergency, although emergencies don't necessarily happen with warning. So thank you for your time and attention on this. And Madam President, if you made a motion, I'll second. I don't recall.
Okay, Councilmember Ramachandran did.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple issues I wanted to raise. Let's see. First, I did want to say I really appreciated seeing the contract and the scope of work in this item. I know maybe a year ago when we discussed homeless issues, I made a motion really asking for more of that information so we could understand the work. So thank you to our staff for ensuring that that information was there. I would like to hear a little bit more about the evaluation that it sounds like is being done, for both in terms of the ongoing evaluation and at the end of the contract, so we can continually improve things. And then I did notice that some of the metrics involved unduplicated follow-up or outreach. And I think, as some of the staff who are working with my team know, I do think it's important to have follow-up outreach to try to build as much relationship as possible geographically, especially before operations or closures. And so I'm curious to hear about how some of that might be taken into account. And then lastly, does Operation Dignity have the ability to subcontract some of this work, especially with some of the training and TA that Jeweled Legacy is doing with HSD, as I understand it? Is it possible to kind of supplement their staff capacity with neighborhood-based organizations?
So through the chair to Council President Boss, if we could take your questions one by one, because we're going to dance around as we answer them.
Let me know if I need to repeat them.
Thank you so much for that. And so beginning with the first question, which was related to the evaluation and the metrics for the evaluation and seeing what's in the scope of work. I want to first of all just mention that the primary contract was put together by the Community Homelessness Division in HSD. Simone Falls is actually at the National Center for Homelessness Conference this week. We would have tried to have her here to be able to answer some of those questions. What I'll say is that the metrics, according to the responsibilities in terms of outreach, divided between SMO and what would be the APPT team, and that would be sort of the encampment closure team, are set forth such that they are assigned a specific number of locations to complete outreach to a specific metric. That metric is not just derived from what is elucidated there in the contract, but specifically as a registered partner of the COC, so that they can report into the federal health system that the county oversees. And that would be the HMIS system. They're required to do two parts in terms of outreach and performance to the contract. One, the visitation according to the designated locations that we provide as we move through our outreach process. And it's split between two categories of services, specifically ongoing outreach as it relates to trauma and things that are happening, and then date-specific outreach as it relates to scheduled activities, which would be handled by our APPT team. And then the second portion would be the metrics according to the coordinated entry system that would be going to the HMIS system that I discussed previously. And so that includes the assessment of individuals that matches them according to federal requirements to the resources that are made available through the county's healthcare system. Now, I can't expound too far on that. I am not that specific subject matter expert, but I wanted to draw those separations.
Thank you. You don't need to go into too much detail. That's helpful.
I appreciate that. And then as to the next question, you asked if the outreach services provider had the capacity or ability to subcontract with community groups. I would say that we'd have to take that to Operation Dignity to ask. As it currently stands, Operation Dignity is able to engage the HMIS system because of their certification with the county. I am not so sure that community groups would be able to actually fulfill those requirements because it would require them to have specific credentials to not only assess individuals according to the federal standards in terms of the coordinated entry system, but specifically to make those assessments in alignment with review of their HIPAA information, review of their personal identifying information, and then that becomes a bit of a very sensitive issue with respect to opening that level of assessment up to community groups. But in terms of general outreach, probably similar to what Mackerel provides, which is what we refer to as sort of care response, there may be a possibility. We would have to bring that back to you. And forgive me, those are the questions that I remember you may have to repeat.
Yes, that
others.
will do. Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no other hands, let's call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm a little bit tired. Let's cool down now. We're almost there. Let's hear from the public.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Ms. Asada Olabala and Mr. Hazard.
For your edification, President Bass, the Brown Act and protocol is for council members, not for the public. Go to, through the chair, ask the city attorney. And I'll tell you what the Brown Act, but I want the city attorney to tell you if in fact it's applicable for protocol for the public. I don't have to address you. I do not have to address you. And nobody has to address you. So get it straight. So through the chair, ask the parliamentarian, who does the Brown Act is applicable for? And on this matter, I resent the fact that you defended Sarah Bedford, Lord Tannenbaum, HSA, because I met with all of you. She squandered all the money. And this young lady over here, Ms. LaTonda Simmons, she brought sanity to what's happening. Out of your own mouth. Stop shucking the public. I got the history. I know what's going down in this town. Your arrogance, all of you, your arrogance, new and old, it's unconscionable. So through the chair, ask the parliamentarian, if you will, who does the Brown Act apply to for protocol and addressing the esteemed Jive council members? Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
Under the budget description of how homelessness would be funded, it described the elimination of the director of homelessness, and 2 individuals would be assigned to homelessness within the city administrator's office. So who are those 2 individuals? And I just saw something, I just heard somebody say that they are part of the division of homelessness, homeless division. And what is that? And the reason I'm asking is because we really need to have a director of homelessness, and we need to have the Department of Homelessness in place. So if we're going with a different strategy, I got to get confirmation that how does this work? Now, let me say something though. LaTonya Simmons put this report together. So when I saw her name, and whenever I see LaTonya Simmons' name, I feel comfortable because I've seen her intervene with homelessness encampment situations over at the Lake Merritt Tiny Homes, and she's very effective. So I'm not worried, but if you read the report, you saw that Operation Dignity covers a broad scope of work related to homelessness. case management, and so forth and so on. And the issue is who is responsible for monitoring anything related to homelessness, including Operation Dignity? Who does the monitoring and the evaluation of what is expected of them? And how often does that happen? But I want to repeat myself. LaTanya Simmons is very capable, and I'm sure the people represented are as capable, but I think we still need a director of homelessness, and we need a division of homelessness.
Black homeless advocate. Give me 1 second, I'll be on topic. Cobalt red, how the blood of the Congo powers our lives. What that means is this cell phone, it has cobalt in it. Every electric car and everything has cobalt. There's little kids that work in rock quarries, picking up these rocks of cobalt with their bare hands, breaking it, and then taking little pieces back to a sort of a camp cage thing where they turn in their rocks to get like $1. And the way that the corporations talk about it, they say they're not involved. They're making billions of dollars, and the little kids over there picking up rocks are making $1 maybe a day. Operation Dignity. I've had a long experience with Operation Dignity. You can bet on that. We're talking like 5 years of Operation Dignity. I've moved a lot of times, let's just say. But what I don't understand is how could there be a gap in services? Why? How does it get to where someone says like, did operators say, hey, we didn't get paid? How'd that happen? How do you get a week? How does someone not keep all the ducks in the row? All these other agencies getting their money, right? Lau family, Cinta de la Raza, everyone gets their money. Not that I'm, really hardcore advocating for Operation Dignity, but there are service that's needed. No doubt about it, there are service that's needed. And I've seen them out there giving lunches and providing hygiene kits and such. But one of my issues with Operation Dignity is their postings. I spoke to the operator, the executive director last time she was here. They post all over the place and they leave their postings up for years. Sometimes you can see posting from 2013, whatever. Go and clean up all your postings off all the fences and all the poles around the city because you'll see them up there, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
No big deal, just clean it up.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the roll on this item.
Calling in the roll for item 9, moved by Councilmember Ramachandran and seconded by Councilmember Fife. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Call.
Aye.
Kaplan is excused. Ramachandran.
Aye.
Reed is also excused, and President Bass.
Aye, and I believe Fife is out of her seat at the moment.
Yes, she was in the restroom. Item 9 is approval. The vote of 5 ayes, 3 excused, Kaplan, Reed, and Fife.
Okay, we're on to our last item, S11.
Going to item 11. Conduct a study session on the Oakland 2045 General Plan Update Phase 1 process as follows. Receive an informational presentation on the proposed planning code amendments to implement actions proposed in Phase 1 of the Oakland 2045 General Plan Update process. Receive an informational presentation on the proposed geographically specific zoning and height area map changes. Receive an informational presentation on the general plan, land use map, and text changes, and provide feedback to staff on the proposed planning code amendments, zoning and height area map changes, and use map and text changes.
Okay, thank you for being with us, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Good evening, Council President Bass. Staff wanted to check, we've made this presentation, this is a lengthy presentation and we've made this, this is the fifth time. So we wanted to check if you wanted us to proceed with the presentation or move into questions, and we are scheduled to come before CED and the council in September as well.
Okay. I would like any presentation to be brief. I also want to hear from our CED Chair, Councilmember Kalb, who moved this forward or motion to move it forward to the full council. Councilmember, do you have a preference for how we conduct the study session as a council?
I do know it's late, but if you could go through your presentation, you're welcome to skip a couple slides here and there, but get the essence out with the goal of making sure all of us here know what you hope to get from us either now or in the coming weeks.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Can we have the presentation on, please? Thank you. Do you want to skip it? Yeah. Thank you. So my name is Lakshmi Rajagopalan, and I'm a planner with the Strategic Planning Division, and I have with me Kalila Haynes, who's also a planner. So we'll provide a brief overview of the proposed planning code text and map amendments and what we heard from public hearings and the community, and move on to next steps. Next slide, yeah. So the proposed planning code text amendments are grouped into 5 broad categories, or 4 broad categories. The first one is the missing middle housing type code amendments that includes changes to residential development standards, upzoning and height changes to encourage a range of small-scale housing types in single-family neighborhoods, and height changes and upzoning in major commercial corridors and along transit corridors. And staff are also proposing to create two new overlay zones. The first one is the affordable housing overlay zone to incentivize 100% affordable housing projects, and the housing sites overlay zone to allow ministerial approval for sites that have been identified as part of the 2023-2031 housing element. The last 2 code amendments focus on addressing the intensity of commercial and industrial activities close to residential, and also facilitating special housing types and removing constraints on planning entitlement process. We can skip. Yeah. So staff had 3 public hearings with the Zoning Update Committee of the Planning Commission and the Landmarks Preservation Advisory Board, and we heard support for the comprehensive and the detailed nature of the proposal, and the proposed code amendments to reduce pollution impacts near residential uses. Specific recommendations focused on considering other corridors for height increases as part of phase 2 of the general plan update, removing references to neighborhood character from the zoning code due to the racist nature of this language, and encouraging affordable and denser housing and adaptive reuse of existing buildings. The community was also supportive of the proposed missing middle code provisions, the upzoning along commercial corridors, and the overlays. Staff also heard concerns about reduced yard space, loss of privacy, loss of neighborhood character, and parking reductions impacting off-street parking. So missing middle housing type refers to a variety of small-scale housing types that can range from duplexes to townhomes and smaller apartment buildings. And this zoning package is to encourage a diversity of housing type in single-family dominated neighborhoods. So there are several changes proposed as part of this package. So the first one would be to combine the existing RD1 and RD2 detached residential 1 and 2 zones to create a new RD or detached unit residential zone. As part of this designation, this zone will allow up to 4 dwelling units on lots 4,000 square feet or larger. Staff are also proposing increasing density in the mixed housing type or RM zones to allow more units on smaller lot sizes than before. So this would allow 2 units on every parcel and 4 or more units on lots that are 4,000 square feet or larger. Other changes to the planning code include reductions to minimum lot sizes and setbacks, eliminating conditionally permitted densities, increasing height limits and allowable density, and reducing parking minimums to lower the cost of new housing. Staff have also proposed creating a new regional commercial CR2 zone, and this is in response to community feedback and also to comply with state law. There are also other cleanup actions that are proposed where staff are proposing fixing split zoning on parcels throughout the city. Moving on to the two new overlay zones. The first one is the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone, or the S13 zone. And the purpose of this is to create affordable housing for extremely low, very low income and moderate income households. Any 100% affordable projects that are proposed within the zone will receive ministerial approval, exemption from CEQA, and these projects will be non-appealable. And projects will also get bonus height, relaxed development standards, and elimination of density maximums. This is an optional program, so an applicant can either choose to go with this program or the state density bonus program. There are few exceptions. Next slide. There are a few exceptions to this affordable housing overlay zone. So parcels in the S9 fire safety protection zone will not be, the affordable housing overlay zone will not be applicable to these parcels, and also to parcels with designated historic landmarks. Staff also studied the limited application of this affordable housing overlay zone, the very high fire hazard severity zone, and identified few areas. Can we move on to the maps? Oh, we can't see anything. We looked at areas with direct freeway access for evacuation and identified several commercial areas that have close access to the freeway. And these are, next slides. So these are along the Montclair district, near Mountain Boulevard, Redwood Road, Seminary Avenue, and the Oak Knoll and the Barcelona city-owned sites. Yeah, next slide. So the next overlay is a new housing sites overlay zone that applies to all the sites that have been identified in the housing element that was recently adopted and certified by the state. And this would apply to all the housing sites, and proposed projects must be a majority residential use and also must build a minimum percentage of capacity as estimated in the housing sites inventory. Next slide. Next slide. So the ministerial approval process is split into two ways. So for housing sites that have been identified in the past two housing element cycles, the city will allow by right development for projects with 20% affordable housing, and this is to comply with state law requirements. For sites identified in the sixth cycle, the housing sites may be approved by right if the project satisfies three conditions. The project has to propose as many lower or moderate income units as shown in the housing sites inventory. The project proposes as many units, total units as described in the housing sites inventory for that parcel, and meets and provides either 20% very low income units, 25% of very low or low income units, or a combination of 40% of very low, and moderate income units. I'll now turn it over to Kalila to go over the rest of the presentation.
Good evening. So finally, we have some amendments to protect sensitive receptors, land uses, or populations that are most sensitive to pollution. Those changes include reduced allowed intensity of commercial industrial activities, a reduction in allowed heavy industrial uses near residential zones, and requirement for truck-intensive uses to obtain special conditional use permits and apply special performance standards and standard conditions of approval. Next slide. So staff has also proposed other planning code amendments to comply with state law, to improve public noticing processes, and to remove constraints to the project approval process. Next slide. So a list of them that I'm just going to go through quickly. So first, the changes will revise the public noticing procedures to include building occupants. Currently, the planning code regulations only require owners to be notified. Then we'll change the CUP requirement for certain activities, including but not limited to full service restaurants, medical service, consumer service, etc. We'll also provide clarifications about specific activities like agricultural activities, sidewalk cafes, etc. We'll remove or reduce limitations to construction of new ground floor residential and commercial zones. We'll also create definitions for key terms like affordable housing costs, affordable rent, etc. We'll also extend the planning entitlement period to better support our project's ability to move forward in the permit process and get to completion. There will also be specific amendments for special housing needs, such as rooming units and efficiency units, employee housing, and emergency shelters. Next slide. So we also have some zoning changes that are going to apply citywide. And so first, all of the 60-foot high areas will go to 65 feet. This change is basically correcting the mathematical error so that we can achieve 6 stories within a permitted building envelope, assuming 15 feet for the ground floor and 10 feet for each story. Sorry. All 75-foot, 85-foot, and 90-foot high areas will change to 95 feet. This change is to better bring our zoning code in alignment with the California Building Code to allow for the maximum utilization of the building code's most cost-effective multifamily residential construction types. That map is hard to see. So next, we're going to go through some of the specific zoning changes for each district. Okay. We'll skip District 1 since Councilmember Fife is not here. And we'll go to the next 2 slides. Thank you. So some of the zoning changes proposed in North Oakland include changes of zoning to better reflect the existing character of the neighborhood. There is some RM4 zones going to CN2. This area is currently designated mixed housing type, but is becoming more commercial. On that map, we can also see an example of us bringing a zoning change to bring a split lot into one zone. Zoning map 2.8, this shows a portion of North Oakland and North Oakland Hills that will be having some increased densities around the BART station and the rezoning of the Rockledge BART station to the S15 transit-oriented commercial development zone. Excuse me. Height map 2.4 shows proposed changes along parts of Broadway and College, examples of increases in the BART station of up to 95 feet and 175 feet height areas. So zoning map 3.3 shows some examples of the citywide change of RD1 and RD2 zones going to RD. Height map 3.1 shows examples of citywide change of the 75-foot height areas going to 95 feet and the 60-foot height areas going to 65 feet. Zoning map 5.1, this map shows zoning changes to better reflect the on-the-ground reality of the neighborhood, such as changes to the business mix from business mix from general industry. We have CIX2 to HBX2 to better allow residential and business activities to coexist. Height map 5.3 shows proposed changes along parts of International Boulevard, which has a BRT line, and Fruitvale Avenue near the Fruitvale BART station, areas going up to 65 feet and 95 feet. Zoning map 6.3, we see some changes to reduce industrial activity near residential zones, with IG, which is the most intensive industrial zone, going to CIX1 to better allow for that area to create products that meet community identified needs. Height map 6.2 is another example of a citywide change of 75-foot high areas going to 95 feet and 60-foot high areas going to 65 feet. We're on zoning map 7.14, and this map shows a portion of the Elmhurst Far East Oakland neighborhood, shows the Eastmont Mall area going from CC1 to CC2. CC1 is a shopping center zone that is being phased out, and CC2 will allow for a more walkable and pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. Height map 7.5 also shows examples of areas going from 60 and 75 feet to 95 feet. And this last map, 8.1, shows the rezoning of the city's Barcelona parcel to meet the high densities that HCD and the economic development want for the redevelopment of this parcel. Next steps. Just give us a moment. Thank you. So the revised documents, including the final EIR for phase 1, the revised phase 1 code amendments, and the hearing drafts with the EG and safety element, are slated to be completed late this month. In the fall, we will go to adoption hearings for the remaining phase 1 deliverables, and phase 2 of the general plan update process will commence in fall 2023. Concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much. And this is very timely. This is going to the Planning Commission in August, then it will come back to CED and Council in September. And so this is our opportunity to learn more, to potentially request one-on-one meetings with our staff, and to also give feedback. Council members, any questions or comments tonight? Councilmember Kalb?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the presentation in the CD committee last week. So just to go over the timeline, it's going to hit be heard in the Planning Commission in early August.
August 2nd.
August 2nd, that's pretty soon. And presumably you'll get comments leading up to and at the Planning Commission, which may lead to a few modifications or whatnot as you see fit. And then it'll be revised as needed, and then it'll come to the CD committee in
September 12th. We've already scheduled these two meetings at Roots.
Okay, and then assuming it comes out of there, it goes to the full council a week later.
On September 19th for adoption.
Okay, so that's all very quick. Just to the entire council, all of this is quite a big deal, as other things are related to our general plan, but this is one of them. Could you share what you shared or your staff shared with me, that there's also a land use and transportation element also being worked on as part of the overall general plan update? Could you just summarize what that is and the timeline for that and how it overlaps with this?
Yeah, sure. So phase 1 of the general plan update includes updates to the housing element, safety element, EJ element, environmental justice element, and the phase 1 code amendments implement actions in the housing element. So they are really targeted actions, and we've done an environmental impact report to study the impacts. Phase 2 is slated to start in late fall 2023 and includes a comprehensive update to the land use and transportation element, the open space conservation and recreation element, the noise element, and staff are also going to be creating a new capital facilities and infrastructure element. So as part of the LUT or the land use element update, we will be looking at the zoning and the land uses in a much more comprehensive manner, not just residential, but also commercial and industrial, and how the intensities are. So that would be a much more comprehensive process.
Thank you. I know there were some comments from groups that we all know.
Please continue, Councilmember Kalb.
Thank you.
And please, this is a very important item. We update our general plan every 25 years.
Right, so the staff again. There have been a number of comments from organizations such as EBHO, East Bay Housing Organization, the Oakland Heritage Alliance, BART sent comments. And I guess what we want to know is the process for incorporating, or in some cases not incorporating, their comments or their suggestions or their concerns, and where we all on the council and the public find out, okay, so they sent some comments in, someone knows about them. How does the public find out, or how do we find out what you did with those comments?
Yeah. So staff will be publishing as part of the agenda packet for the Planning Commission. We will be publishing staff response to comments, and that will include if amendments were made and where those amendments, which chapters those amendments were made, and if the amendments were not made, or if it was a matter of providing clarification, we would also indicate that, and we'll publish that as part of the agenda packet for the August 2nd Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, so for those of us in the council who want to know that, we'll need to make sure we go search out that information.
And we'll also be posting it on our the general plan update website and sending out an email notification with the attachments once the meeting agenda is posted.
Okay, and just overall, just as a final comment, the much of the essence in terms of housing that we're seeing here, correct me if I say something inaccurate, seems to be let's let's upzone, let's be a little more permissive, a little more flexible, and encourage more housing to be built with the hope, based on what we're trying to incentivize and create, get also make more affordable housing that much a little bit easier to happen. Funding is always a challenge, but the process to happen more quickly, and to make sure that if there's market rate housing being built, at least some affordable is coming with it, maybe more than we're used to seeing. Is that a disjointed summary?
It is, and it's also furthering, affirmatively furthering fair housing, and these actions have already been identified and committed to the state HCD by staff. So these planning code amendments are essentially furthering what's been committed already to the state.
Okay. Yeah, it's getting late. Those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few comments. So I am supportive of feedback that we've heard from the East Bay housing organizations to expand affordable housing overlays in the general plan, and to encourage more by right or administrative approvals for 100% affordable housing and at deeper affordable levels. I'm also supportive of the direction for the administration to discuss with the Alameda County Building Trades Council to include labor standards for by right projects that go through an expedited development approvals process. And since this item is a study session, before this item comes to council again, I would request that the administration convene EBHO, as well as the building trades and other stakeholders on the general plan to achieve 100% affordable housing projects with strong labor standards, and that the administration report back on the progress towards those goals. And just one more comment, and thank you, Director Billcrest, for being here. And if you're able to speak on any of this briefly, I appreciate it. I do want to look more carefully and consider the height changes in the plan in my district, as well as changes to mixed housing residential. And I also may want to talk with you offline about how we can engage the community in getting that feedback from them in specific neighborhoods as well. Thank you.
All right, then, Madam President, and if it may please the council, William Gilchrist, Director of Planning and Building Department. A few things I just wanted to mention, and thank you all for the engagement and for hanging in with us this late during the day. And thank you again to Councilmember Calvin, his capacity as chair of CED, and working with us so closely in this regard. One of the things that I did want to mention is that we did have a follow-up session with the labor groups as well on last week, and with a sense of urgency also to want to at least get a better sense of their interests and priorities before we came to the meeting, to today's meeting. We'll be having ongoing engagement with them also. It was very productive, but we realized also we were just sort of scratching the surface of a lot of what needs to be explored, and had the benefit of the city attorney engaging us also around the parameters that we can work with. The other point, again, to emphasize, as Councilmember Cal mentioned, is that we do want to have the opportunity to speak with you all, as you're suggesting too, Madam President, between now and the Planning Commission meeting, both around very focused areas within your own districts, but also any other broader questions you have around the application of the implementation measures for the general plan update for the housing element in particular. So we'll be working through the CAO's office and making appointments and arrangements with you all at your pleasure. Again, please take time to absorb what we've been presenting. This is a lot, I know, to take in. And as everyone is saying, the implications are quite sweeping. And we are looking at it was essentially an 8-year projection of intent and development and policy. So it is a very important aspect. The other thing, and I appreciate, again, Councilmember Calvin, Lakshmi, having the exchange around the other elements that are coming up, the land use and transportation element. Now, housing is such an imperative in the state, and we don't need to, go through all that, because everybody understands how critical it is. It's, we're the poster child internationally around housing crisis. The state of California is, but the other land use and transportation considerations you have to take just as serious in terms of quality of life and opportunity in the neighborhood. So where we have land uses, and we also want to ensure that they're just land uses, that we are looking at the appropriate location of different types of uses close to communities of residents. And whether it's light industry, whether it's institutional, cultural, commercial, retail, uses that support neighborhoods and communities, the open space around quality of life, recreation, air quality. There's been some fantastic initiatives that have been community-based over the last several years in dealing with open space and making them more supportive of neighborhood and community. We want to bring that up into the LUT as well. So this is still a lot of work in process is the point. And we'll be having many more sessions with these other elements as they move forward. So, everybody limber up and hang in because we still got a lot to cover. And when the day is done, and I think Councilmember Gallo has been very good about, raising this also in his comments, is what does this community look like? It's one thing for us to take this thing apart, almost in our bureaucratic paces, bit by bit. But ultimately, we're talking about what a city is and how people live in it, how they feel about it. For many of our community, this is all they're going to know. Folks are not going to be hopping planes to go to, somewhere else in order to get a better view of the world. This is where we have to make the better view. So it's a very important exercise. We appreciate it being elevated. And we still got years of work ahead of us to finish this. So, we've got some work in terms of getting the zoning and implementation and our agreement with state HCD. We got to move forward. You all know how the relationship is with the state and local jurisdictions. But we still have a lot that is our own clay to mold on this, in the next phase. And we've got to get the community involved because they've got to be participants in this exercise. So again, any insights you will have into your respective districts, we'll welcome. And we look forward to working with you on this next phase of implementation. And thank you for your support.
Thank you, Director Gilchrist, and to everyone on your team. Let's hear from the public.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order or raise your hand in Zoom. And please state your name for the record before beginning. Mary Harper, Christopher Buckley, Naomi Schiff, Dolores Tejada, Jason Guamatau, Jeff Levin, Soon Yang Hong, James Van, Miss Asada Olabala, Murtaza Raziri. Yeah, we can start with the Zoom speakers. Okay, thank you. Ms. Dolores Tejada, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, I'm ceding my time to Jeff Levin.
Thank you. Christopher Buckley. You've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Christopher Buckley with Oakland Heritage Alliance. I believe that Naomi Schiff and Mary Harper have ceded time to me, which gives me 4 minutes. Can you confirm?
Okay, hold on. I'll come back to you once we confirm their time, that they are ceding their time to you. Naomi Schiff, are you ceding your time to Christopher?
I am ceding my time to Chris Buckley. I emailed you that I was ceding my time and that I'm still here.
Okay, we do need to confirm on the record. Thank you for that. And who else was ceding you time, Mr. Buckley?
Mary Harper.
Mary Harper, are you ceding time to Christopher Buckley?
Yes, this is Mary Harper, and I'm ceding my time to Christopher Buckley. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 4 minutes. We will adjust the clock.
Okay, yes, please fix the clock. I'll start. Christopher Buckley with Oakland Heritage Alliance. I'd like to review some of the points in the letter we sent to you last night and also in previous letters. First, avoid upzonings that allow projects with 5 or more regular units within historic areas designated as areas of primary or secondary importance, or APIs and ASIs, since projects with 5 or more units are eligible for a state density bonus. Density bonus projects are allowed waivers for height limits, setbacks, and other standards, potentially resulting in much larger buildings than allowed by the proposed upzonings and architecturally disrupting historic neighborhoods. Density bonus projects of 7 or 8 stories are being developed in Oakland, Berkeley, and elsewhere when the height limit is only 4 stories. If more density is desired in APIs and ASIs, please provide it in the form of more accessory dwelling units, which don't count toward the 5-unit density bonus trigger, especially accessory dwelling units within existing buildings. Second, allow public comment for projects eligible for by right approval. The proposed S13 and S14 zoning states that projects eligible for by right approval are not subject to public notice, public hearing, nor appeal. But public notice and opportunity for public comment should still be allowed, with the requirement that public comments must be limited to whether the project conforms with applicable objective standards. We have reviewed numerous design review applications and found that staff occasionally misinterprets zoning standards and design review criteria. Allowing for public notice on projects eligible for by right approval will provide a safety net to help ensure that applicable standards are applied correctly. In addition, some of the projects that would be eligible for by right approval, including state density bonus projects that could be massively out of scale with adjacent buildings. It's not appropriate to establish a process when the first notice to neighbors that they receive for such projects is when the demolition or construction crews show up. Allowing for public notice on projects eligible for by right approval, we also can't find any provisions in state law that precludes public notification for projects eligible for by right approval as long as comments are based on conformity with applicable objective standards. And public approval should not, public note review should not cause significant delay in project approval, given the modest 10 days currently allowed, which could be folded into the
I don't want to
overall
interrupt
processing
Chris.
time.
I'm keeping this running,
Finally,
folks.
the upzonings
I'm monitoring
could
it on
result
here,
in unintended
but
consequences, so they need to be
thank you
more
for
carefully
watching,
targeted, especially
and
in APIs
keep
and
enjoying
ASIs.
and give it a thumbs up
They will
too.
increase property values and therefore
Make
land
sure you have
costs
some
for
good
affordable housing
ginger tea and
development.
turmeric.
Potential affordable housing sites will tend to be preempted by market rate development, given the
Remember,
increased profit
I'm not
potential
shutting
from
this
the
off.
upzonings and promote gentrification. The primary beneficiaries of the upzonings will be existing property owners. The upzonings will not just affect high resource areas, but wide swaths of West and East Oakland. Increased property values may exacerbate pressures on renters and homeowners in Oakland's less wealthy neighborhoods and could repeat on the citywide scale a major mistake from the 2009 upzoning of much of downtown Oakland that's led to lots of market rate housing, but major shortfalls in affordable housing. The upzonings really should be skewed to promote affordable housing, but be careful that you aren't enabling too much market rate housing that might make it more difficult to provide affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jeff Levin. Jeff, we have your time seated from Dolores. You will have 3 minutes to address the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Jeff Levin with East Bay Housing Organizations. I think it's unfortunate that we're in the 10th hour of a meeting before coming to a work session on some very important amendments. And, I hope that council will take some time now and in the next couple of weeks to really provide some feedback and direction to staff. We did submit written comments to you this morning by email. I hope you've had a chance to look at them. And I just want to note that those comments update and supersede comments that we have submitted earlier, including some that were in the packet. So please take a look at today's letter. The first, just in general, is we think that any incentives that the city is providing for housing need to focus explicitly on 100% affordable housing projects. And we talked about this a little earlier today, that the city is already meeting its moderate income goals. It's already given land use approval to most of its housing element need for the next 8 years. We don't need to streamline the approval process for market rate. We need to figure out how to get more 100% affordable projects built. We're generally supportive of the affordable housing overlay, but we are concerned that the language in the S13 regulations, I think it's intended to prevent combining density bonus with the incentives in the S13 zone, but the way it's written prohibits the use of density bonus with the provisions of the S13, which includes the by right approval. And we think that by right approval should be available to 100% projects, whether they choose to use density bonus or the S13 incentives. They should not have to choose between by right approval and use of the density bonus. Secondly, we think this overlay needs to be split more between rental and owner, with rental housing really requiring some deeply affordable units comparable to what's required in city funding. So something like 20% of the units needing to be affordable to the lowest income groups at 20% of median. For owner occupied housing, we think it makes sense to extend that up to moderate income, because it's really in the ownership market that moderate income households face the most problems. On the housing sites overlay, again, we're not in favor of extending this to so-called mixed income projects. This really needs to focus on 100% affordable, except of course for the cases that are required by state laws laid out in the report. You did not get to see the maps for West Oakland tonight, but we have real concerns that those proposed zoning changes extending into the downtown area, effectively increasing the base zoning of the downtown Oakland specific plan area. And we have been assured repeatedly that there would be no upzoning in that area without other provisions, including the zoning incentive program. So we would ask you to reject any upzoning.
Thank you, Mr. Levin, for your comments. The next speaker is Jason Thao. Jason, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Greetings, President Bass and Council. This is Jason Thao, District 6 resident, member of IBW Local 595. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of 3,000 union households who earn their living as construction workers. Building Trades Council Secretary Andreas Kluver asked me to speak tonight regarding the discussions that the BTC held with staff last Friday. The purpose of the meeting, as was mentioned a little bit earlier, is to, or was to address the requested amendments to the draft general plan that the BTC raised in the letter that was sent to you all. We just wanted to share our urgency with these discussions. And one thing to sort of raise up is that, over the last 8 years, nearly 10,000 construction jobs were built essentially, or created to build the new housing that's changed our city. Majority of these jobs were paid well below the area standard, and few carried comprehensive health care or apprenticeship opportunities. We believe over the next 10 years, 12 to 15,000 jobs will be created to build out the commitments you all have embraced in the housing element. And this is why the labor standards that President Bass raised a moment ago are so important to be included. Pathways for these opportunities and access to healthcare, to name a couple. We just want to name that in our meeting last week, staff confirmed that certain next steps were also understood to be proposed, and that Planning Commission and City Council will be incorporating these needed changes. Will be a difficult timeline to make. We're committed to keeping you all informed with the progress of the discussions, and Andreas wanted to express his appreciation to the council and their commitment to create more opportunity for Oakland residents. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Asada, would you like to speak on this item?
Boy, was I wrong. A lot of people interested in this. I apologize. We got to do a little bit better though. These officers, how much overtime they gonna get? And 90% of them don't live in the city. They got a long way to go, some of them. But anyway, getting back to this. Y'all, thank you for the presentation. I apologize, Mr. Cobb. This is a big issue to a lot of people. Just wasn't my issue though. But anyway, related to this item, if you go through the document, the language speaks to reductions, minimizing, consolidating, reusing, updating, eliminating, removing, all of these changes. And with these changes, the most important thing is, are we going to maintain a level of safety, a level of quality of work, a level of diversity of community, having open spaces because we want to have more projects, because open spaces are important too. And so I'm concerned because when I think about the Coliseum connection, was there an element that the Planning Commission could have looked at, that where that project was being built was in a flood zone? And should have the residents been warned of it, or should it have existed at all? And I just want to make sure that whatever we decide, that we don't reduce safety, we don't reduce quality, and we do increase whatever we want, but not at the sacrifice of shortcuts or lessening what we could be doing to have the best that we can have. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Madam President, that was the last speaker. At this time, all names have been called.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again to our staff, who I know are working very hard, along with some of our community partners who are doing community engagement. Oh, one more speaker, and then I'll entertain a motion to receive the report. One more speaker.
Soon Yang Hong.
Hi, thank you. Hello, council members. My name is Seung-Yeon Hong at BART. We would like to comment the proposed planning code amendment to increase heights in commercial zones along corridors and near BART stations, and to increase heights and densities along existing transit corridors. However, we would like to see this approach aligned with the funding allocation criteria for Measure U, so this program can prioritize funding for development projects in proximity to high-quality transit. Also, please refer to our comment letter to the CED for other specific concerns. Thank you, and we look forward to our ongoing collaboration with the city.
Okay, and just so I ensure I don't miss anybody, I have someone Zoom user. Can you please identify yourself to see if you have a card for item 11?
Dream Brax.
So we have you for open forum. That is the next item.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
I'd like to move the item.
thank you. Thank you. Let's take the vote on receiving the report.
On item 11, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by, was that Councilmember Cobb? Councilmember Fife? Aye. Councilmember Gaio?
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan is excused. Councilmember Ramachandran?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is excused, and President Bass.
Aye.
Item 11 is received and filed with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Reed and Kaplan. Going to your next item, which is announcements.
Okay, colleagues, if you have any brief announcements or in memoriam adjournments, please raise your hand. Okay, let's go to open forum.
Going to open forum.
Madam Chair, just,
Yes.
I think we all know National Night Out is coming up. I believe is it August 1st?
Tuesday, August 1st, I
Yeah.
believe.
So we urge everybody to check their neighborhood associations and the city's website for the National Night Out opportunities with your neighbors in your neighborhood. This year, it's Tuesday evening, August 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's move on to open forum. Up to 1 minute, please.
As I call your name, please approach the podium or or raise your hand in Zoom. Please state your name for the record before beginning. Ms. Asada Olabala, Dream Braggs, Ellen Comp, Andre Fayev, Mr. Hazard, Blair Beekman, Black Homeless Advocate, Davina Brown, Coco Breezy Restaurant, Samuel Ramsey, Ms. Kramer, Lydia Boudin, Damon White, Essence Washington, Farida Savai, Anglin Sasser, Cynthia Della Torre, Bindu Griffin, Damon Scott, LaJohn Andre Loggins.
Before you start my time, you need to change the clock, Madam City Clerk.
The council president designated 1 minute for open forum. You can begin when you're ready.
You spend 15 minutes on the item, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and you're gonna give us 1 minute? All of you demonstrating your political chicanery, your political lying and political hypocrite. Ask him about the Brown Act and who the protocol relates to. Go to cleanoakland.com. I'm gonna leave you with this part of Article 2, Section 8D. Section of the California Constitution, initiative measure embracing more than one subject matter may not be submitted to the electors or have any effect. Remember that, Jenkins, Cobb, Fife. You are amazing hypocrites. And you let our finest stay here all night. That's how they're gonna get their overtime, because you.
No. Let's move on to the next comment. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
I just want to briefly say that it is, if I could have anything happen in September, it would be that we would be fully prepared to go before Judge Orrick with his request that we make recommendations around police culture change. And that whatever those recommendations will satisfy him enough that we can move forward with this NSA. And I fully continue to support Chief Armstrong. And at some point, the true story of what happened related to the situation in December of 2022 will come out. And his character, his dignity, and his reputation can be returned.
Man, I'm tired. This is war. Anyway, I want to stay to more, now that we got the hurdles of the budget cuts out the way, I want to get back on track of why I'm going to continue to come here. Number one, I want to start off that art does save lives. So arts and violence prevention is very important, that I believe can help stimulate some of these young people's minds. The second thing that I want to talk about is more of some of the unfair things that's been happening in regards to just getting the opportunities to support the city more in crisis responding. As I said before, Ms. Marilyn been doing the work since 2000, and just this year finally got some type of funding support for 1 year, and now was cut. And even with myself in 2006, after losing my loved one and supporting the Gaddafi Foundation, I have never got no funding support throughout the city. I only got maybe 3 $5,000 mini grants to do certain things like that. So I'm just asking that the council members support the crisis responders that's been doing the work in the community, and better ways to get contracts to do the crisis responding. So I'll repeat this next time when I see y'all at the break. Peace and blessings.
Thank you for your comments. Now moving to the Zoom users. Dream, you have 1 minute to address the council. Please begin your comments.
I've never seen such a cowardly political move in my life, being there this evening by Kevin Jenkins and everyone that was in that room that made a few of the representatives from Coliseum Connections feel that we had a voice and that something was going to be voted on. And it was just a humongous waste of time for us to sit there in a separate room and talk about things that we thought that were going to make a difference, and it wasn't. And also in front of some of our babies that were there, it just was really discouraging. And we talked about trust and what was going on in that room, and simply the lackluster of just the request that we asked and what we were told that was going to happen was just a complete slap in the face. And it just shows a testament to what is exactly going on. And now we have to wait till break.
Thank you for your comments. Blair Beekman, you are next. You may begin your comments when you're ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks to the words of Black Homeless Advocate talking about mineral issues. As important as the future of electric future is in this country, we have to always be considering the worker rights issues of other countries that are mining these minerals, these rare earth minerals. Thank you to Gene Hazard, who I hope that we're all pulling for that as he's working towards better accountability practices and needs paperwork from city government of Oakland, that they can give him that paperwork, and we can move forward in talking about community and government working together well. Good luck in those efforts. And finally, good luck in how to consider the Ukraine war. I think we've all understood the concepts of an East-West Ukraine. Good luck in really considering that should they be a part of NATO in the future or not, a West Ukraine? Is that viable?
Thank you for your comments. Black Homeless Advocate, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Black Homeless Advocate, I appreciate the recognition of the minerals that are being taken from this earth, but at the hands of young children being enslaved by Chinese mining companies. Enslaved by Chinese mining companies that is formulated by the Chinese government. That would be the PRC. They don't give a damn about those kids. As for anything else, folks, I hope you have a good break. Can't wait to get back. This is my venue. It's going to be shut down for a while, but Black Homeless Advocate has a lot to say about the state of Black affairs here in Oakland. And we need to improve on things. Let's improve by starting with our children and making some proper recreation areas, open the parks in that PL program, get our kids back on track. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Cynthia De La Torre, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Cynthia De La Torre, and I'm item 633 Coliseum resident. And I am just here to talk about being there. Like Dream said, it was just a slap in the face. I am one of the residents that actually felt pressured after being moved from hotel to hotel, having to go up four flights of stairs, with my son moving clothing back and forth. It's just a disaster to know that it's like I did take the relocation benefits. I decided to take that on April 7th of 2023, feeling just thinking that we were going to get placed back into our apartments at least by May, June, and to just find out that that's not actually what the case. Money is getting spent on livelihood expenses. And just to happen that, yes, you guys did do a good thing by applying these relocation benefits to people who did not receive them, but yet they have to leave a hotel. So they're going to be in the same situation as me, being homeless again, because my backup plan did not work out. So this is just a slap in the face. It's not going to work out. So
Thank you for your comments. Bindu Griffin, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Thank you. I've been on here since 2 trying to speak. Unfortunately, I won't get to say what it is I wanted to say about the projects, but on S11, I do want to just address the last thing from Andreas Culver, 10,000 jobs, many paid below standard, few apprenticeship opportunities. Every worker in DWES should feel slighted. What he's basically saying is they're not keeping up the city's goals for payment of prevailing wages or apprenticeship requirements. As for the PLA, by any other name is still a PLA, calling political favors, but you don't need to tell lies, Andreas. I would challenge you, what city project? If it is the case, then city staff needs to go to jail because they haven't kept their fiduciary responsibilities. I take offense to that, and every city council member should as well. I hope you enjoy your holidays. Thanks.
Damien, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to say this is just so disappointing. Like I screen recorded everything. I heard everything that Fife said about the funds being allocated where they should, and now we're back at square one. And now we have to wait for you guys to come back from some sort of break while we sit in these dirty ass hotels. Like, this is crazy. Like, Echo Lab has had to come in here 3 times. I've never lived with any type of, I'm not from Oakland. I'm ready to go back to where I'm from. I hate it here. Like, y'all are terrible. Like, y'all don't give a fuck about nothing. All y'all care about is, I'm surprised this shit is even going on this long. I'm pretty sure there ain't nobody in here because none of y'all care, bro. Like, get it together. This shit don't make no sense. Somebody killed themselves in the building.
Thank you for your comments. That was the last speaker. I will read the remaining names just in case people are still in Zoom. Ellen Comp, Andre Fagiv, Davina Brown, Samuel Ramsey, Farida Sarai, Jane Kramer, Damian White, Essence Washington, England Sasser. Drea, did you submit a card? If so, what name is it under?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, I know it's kind of echoey. I'm at work. Try to listen in as much as I can.
Did you submit a speaker's card for open forum? Because I do not have a card for you. If you did, what name is it under?
I thought I did. Andrea or Drea.
Okay, we don't have a card from you at this time.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you especially to our staff. Appreciate everyone's work. We have rules on Thursday, and then council will be on recess until September. It's 12:20. The meeting is adjourned. Love life. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for watching. It's over. I see some of you have your, maybe you were recording what I was making. Ooh. But thank you very much for watching this meeting. It is 9 hours, 55 minutes, and 24 seconds later. I think Council President Boss said that this was a record 61 items. No, we've had 69, 70. We've had more than that during the time that I worked for Elihu Harris from 1995 to 1999. And when I started covering the council, when I had my Zinni 62 blog, which was Zinni Zeitgeist, and the Zinni 62 blog.com, which became rolled into this company. There have been longer ones. They started this one at 2 o'clock. Moved it forward to start really at 2 o'clock their time, which is 5 o'clock our time. And it went till midnight. If they started at 5 o'clock, they would have went to probably about 6 in the morning Eastern, or 3 in the morning, 3:25, 3 in the morning Pacific. So adjusting that by 3 hours was a great idea. They got a lot done. Congratulations. Subscribe to Zinni 62 and bookmark Oakland News Now blog.com. And as the council president says, they have rules committee on Thursday and they're on break. Live long and prosper. I'll see ya.